I consider Dragon Age to be Bioware's best and most complex modern franchise. It is an absolutely titanic amount of cumulative content, each title changing focus, changing its mechanical rule set, changing its tone and style. Yet all are united by a setting and plot that remains extremely consistent across the years and differences. It is a similar experience to reading a massive fantasy epic with hefty sequel following hefty sequel, the kind of thing that takes up an entire goddamn bookshelf by the time it's done. Taken as just a script alone, Dragon Age is every bit as ambitious as R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, or Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time, or Roger Zelazny's Chronicles of Amber. It's the interactivity of video games as a medium that allows them to exist as something artistically unique from written fantasy fiction or televised fantasy, though. With Game of Thrones particularly, it's easy to see how adapting a novel to a visual format loses some of itself at the same time it gains new strengths. You lose some of the density, some of the complexity, and then you pick up, instead, a certain amount of accessibility and a whole lot of gorgeous visual illustration that stands in place of prose. It's still passive media in both those cases. It is what it is, and the reader or viewer are simply invited to follow the characters along. In any role-playing game, the player is, themselves, the main character. There is no following along. The cast and the momentum of the plot are following you. Bioware had already created one of the first role-playing franchises to track these choices across multiple titles with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, dramatically concluding within the massive expansion to the second game, Throne of Bhaal. Those truly were the single most impressive, genuinely epic attempts at fantasy storytelling for their era of video games. But there was so much farther that they could have gone. While Mass Effect is perhaps better known for how its core trilogy tracks changes across titles and builds a cumulative narrative, Dragon Age is actually far more complex and ambitious in its attempts at honoring player choice. Even where the plot is unaffected by player choice, the depth of lore and the characterization of the world goes much deeper than Mass Effect did. The Mass Effect trilogy is glossy, straightforward. Dragon Age is a tangled, messy thing by comparison. But that depth and that messiness is what makes it truly special. All RPGs of this style care about player choice. They all try to make player choice matter. The difference that sets Dragon Age apart is the sheer scale of its attempt. To have specific choices I made in the game from 2009 referenced again in the game from 2014, to see a minor character from one title become a major companion in another, to see characters evolve from novices to gods, to see them become bitter or find redemption or go gray with age. This is a very particular, extremely elusive mode of fantasy storytelling that is usually reserved for those giant doorstopper novel series. The amount of artistic effort involved between the writers, the voice actors, the level designers, the visual artists, the composers, the nuts and bolts coders is genuinely staggering. Each game has strengths and weaknesses, none are perfect, but taken together they stand truly alone, unique to video games and unique within video games. I wasn't lying when I said the total time investment is close to 400 hours. That's 12 weeks of content at the commitment of a full-time job. For anyone who already has a full-time job, that could end up being well over a year of evenings and weekends. So the critical question to start with when it comes to Dragon Age is one of justification. Is it worth it to climb to the top of such a tall mountain? Do those hours have enough artistic value to make it worth preferencing Dragon Age over the 200 feature films you could watch in the same amount of time? That's a hard and personal choice for a lot of people to make, I think. And perhaps that's the objective of the whole video. For those who don't want to make that kind of a leap, I want to explain my answer to the question. Because for me, it is unequivocally yes. This is even the second time I've done it. For Dragon Age Origins, I've probably beaten it 6 times in my life, skewing that lifetime investment statistic even further. It was a game I was obsessed with in 2009, a difficult and transitional time in my life. When I first started doing YouTube, Dragon Age was the first big Bioware franchise that I tried to tackle, and I've always felt like I did it wrongly. Inquisition wasn't even out, I tried to pair the review with Skyrim as a design contrast. I had no idea what I was doing, and I've always wanted to go back and do it better. The Veilguard finally coming out gave me that opportunity. Veilguard reinforced to me, however, just how important and how special Origins is as a foundational title in the franchise. It is still, all these years later, the most truly dense of all the Dragon Age games. And it began as a kind of deliberate contrast to the direction that Mass Effect was going. Mass Effect going towards a new cinematic style that would become industry standard for the new era. Mass Effect showed people how powerful it can be for Bioware to move away from other people's IPs. There are shades in Mass Effect of Star Trek, Star Wars, dozens of influences, but none of them dominant, and none of them requiring licensing. In an excellent article from thegamer.com called The Oral History of Dragon Age, Origins game director Dan Tudge remembers, quote, "The big thing was everybody wanted to get away from the Wizards of the Coast rule set. We all wanted to be able to come up with our own rules. We didn't want 6-second rounds, which in Neverwinter Nights were tedious. At the time they felt great, but as you move forward, it is tedious. The other thing everybody wanted to do was develop our own world. We had an engine. We were short on quite a bit of tools, but we had a lot of people on it, and there was nowhere to go. So I went through and realigned the leadership of the team, moved some people on, some people off, and really zeroed in on the vision of the product, which we called the next generation's Baldur's Gate. That was what we called it internally. We were going to be making, what would Baldur's Gate 3 be if we were making it? Where would we go?" End quote. Brent Knowles, lead designer for Origins, had also been lead designer for Neverwinter Nights. There is a direct line of succession between Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Neverwinter Nights, and Dragon Age Origins, with many of the same developers iterating new generations of the same ideas. Origins represents a kind of developmental peak in which that format of RPG was given its most sprawling, maximalist expression. In a different interview on thegamer.com, Knowles says, quote, "It was definitely becoming clear that there was a portion of the company that were leaning towards cinematic-heavy experiences. I had started at Bioware on Baldur's Gate 2, so I was coming from a different type of graphic quality point of view. We tried to shelter the Dragon Age team to try to make it more of a traditional Bioware game, what we viewed as a Bioware game, sheltering it from what we felt would be simplifying it too much. Mass Effect is a great game. Mass Effect 2 is an even greater game. They are different, though, right? I'm certainly from that earlier Bioware school." End quote. Here in 2024, where the official final Baldur's Gate 3 is essentially a household name and a new modern classic, it may be hard to picture the idea of tabletop-influenced RPGs being considered an outdated, dying format, but at the time, they were. Bioware was inventing the very styles of presentation that would replace them, which makes the countercurrent represented by Origins so fascinating. It was kind of a swan song to a dying subgenre, none at the time knowing that the subgenre would come back around again once the hunger for this type of a game was at its peak once more. I think it stands out as being one of the most remarkable labors of love among the long lineage of Bioware titles. Without having to be beholden to Dungeons & Dragons, without all the world-building already provided by the Forgotten Realms setting, Dragon Age was able to do its storytelling from the very bottom up. Coming back to it again, over a decade since the last time I played it, I think the later games would have been impossible without that love and complexity that was poured into this first foundational title. Despite being in developmental dialogue with dozens of previous RPGs, it requires no knowledge of anything else to begin. It is a fresh world, newly fresh to everyone who plays it for the first time, beginning in whatever way the player themselves chooses. Alright, perhaps not whatever way, but 6 substantially different, completely contrasting ways, and that's more than I've ever seen any other RPG do since. If you choose a mage, that's a special introduction and background. If you choose to be a dwarf, you can be a noble-born dwarf with a story of politics, or a casteless dwarf with a story of crime. If you choose an elf, you can belong and begin at the slum that the city elves live in within the capital of Denerim, or else out in the forest with the nomadic Dalish. Humans get to be of noble background if they're not a mage, and that story too is full of intrigue and pathos. Human Noble was the very first Origin I ever played, and I still remember well the emotional arc of that character's very personal thread within the overall narrative. These days, for the most connected narrative consistency, I favor the Dalish elf background. I went for it the last time I tried doing a Dragon Age retrospective as well. Each Origin, where the title of the game comes from, takes like a full hour and stands as a complete prologue chapter. The Dalish background starts by having you and hunting partner encounter humans in your woods, leading to an immediate moral choice in what to do with them. It establishes right away how elves stand apart from humans as second-class citizens. The City Elf origin story focuses almost entirely on racism and classism perpetrated against the elves, but the Dalish origin is a little more wide-angle, showing instead what was lost. You discover an elven ruin from the time when elves were still immortal, at the lost height of their power before the many human genocides and crusades from Tevinter and the Chantry. At the bottom of the ruin is a magical elven mirror called an alluvion, a portal to other places, lost and far away. Your hunting partner is pulled into it, and you black out. What makes this the strongest introduction is the fact that the Eluvians later become one of the most important plot devices in Dragon Age Inquisition and Dragon Age the Veilguard. The origin has you going back to the Mirror to investigate with a young elf mage named Meryl. Meryl is herself a companion character in Dragon Age 2, and her entire subplot revolves around this very mirror. While each of the other prologues create a compelling narrative within Origins unique to the others, they are all mostly interactive with this title's narrative alone. Their villains are resolved by the end of the game, their plot threads mostly tied up. The Dalish origin creates threads that don't pay off for hundreds of hours, across different titles, through different characters. It's just crazy good foreshadowing how everything turned out. I mean, here's an introduction to Fen-Harel, the trickster wolf god of elven legend, right here in the first 15 minutes. That shit doesn't come back around again until Inquisition, but it turns out to be the main plot and also the entire setup to Veilguard. It's a consistency that was not planned on at the time, but seems utterly genius in retrospect. It creates such a rare and remarkable sense of consistency. No matter how the titles differ in game mechanics and art style, the actual cumulative story feels pretty much indivisible. The one element that's the same in every Origin story in Origins is Duncan, the narrator for the opening cutscene. He sets up the conflict. Long ago, according to the Chantry, there was a place in the realm of magic, the Fade, called the Golden City. Tevinter mages tried to reach it, and through their great power, succeeded. It turned the city black and unleashed a terrible evil, the Darkspawn. Throughout the centuries, they rally for apocalyptic crusades called the Blights. This is the dawn of the Fifth Blight. The only ones qualified to face it are the Grey Wardens, a declining organization of which Duncan is a part. He's recruiting. In each Origin, Duncan lifts you out of your moment of crisis and ferries you off to the front lines, where the common story begins, same for all characters. The Origins concept is storytelling gold. These prologues, self-contained and complex all on their own, provide a perfect foothold for coming to understand the scope of the world, your place in the setting, and what's yet to come. Rather than overwhelm a player with lore or dump them into the action, it mixes both with care and skill, while also creating a deeply personal connection between the player and this person they've chosen to be within the world. Every epic story needs a compelling first chapter. Rarely does a piece of media offer you 6 chapters to choose from. The battle for Ostagar, the next section, exists as a long linear introduction on top of an introduction, which sounds like it might not work or maybe be too much, except the purpose of this chapter is to re-establish and clarify the subgenre of fantasy story that Dragon Age Origins actually is. Dragon Age cleverly and prophetically pivoted into dark fantasy away from high fantasy, the developers explicitly citing R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones long before the HBO adaptation came along. This is gritty, low fantasy, where everyone kinda sucks, at least a little, and no one's life is too precious to the story or too heroic to die. The prologues lean into that style quite a bit in various ways already, but it's the Ostagar chapter that moves the whole world firmly into that dark fantasy territory, setting a tone that subsequent titles would move farther and farther away from. To portray an expectation, you have to set a baseline of normalcy and create expectations in the first place. Ostagar does this in 2 ways, by presenting an obvious hero and a straightforward quest. King Cailan is a young king, idealistic and untested. His father Merrick left behind a man named Loghain, who is a ruthless advisor, watching hungrily from the sidelines. Everything that's about to happen is clear as day, just not to Cailan. Cailan is the heroic fantasy, the presumption that goodness will win out if it believes in itself enough and tries hard enough. If he's the obvious hero, the obvious quest is to go with the other Grey Warden hopefuls to find some old treaties, as well as a sample of Darkspawn blood. This doubles as a mechanical tutorial of sorts by presenting the Kokari Wilds as your first large-scale wilderness map. Compared to later iterations, the ability of the first game to create large outdoor areas is really limited, but it's very in keeping with the kind of outdoor proportions Bioware was using in Knights of the Old Republic or Mass Effect 1. Large enough to suggest something larger, small enough to be effective containers for a limited amount of content, to be efficient for consoles of the time to process and load. So the Kokari Wilds have a few hidden treasures and a couple tough battles to give a player a sense of what's to come in terms of interactivity and density. At the end, it introduces Morrigan, one of the most consistent characters across all the titles. She changes across that span of years in some of the most interesting and noticeable ways, too, and the anchor of all that change is her initial appearance here as a sultry and sarcastic young witch who lives with her mother and has never actually left the swamp. Flemeth, the mother, is the one holding on to the treaties, and you'll have to parley with her to get them. But words are all Flemeth wants from you, to get the measure of you. She knows that you're a protagonist in this world. She would. She's a goddess in disguise, as important to the lore as Fen'Harel. That impression comes through whether a player knows it or not, but looping back around to the very beginning, there is such a wonderful, ironic playfulness in Flemeth's dialogue and dialogue performance here. Her wryness is the last thing that you experience before the fall, the pivot in the world that puts the responsibility of heroism on your untested shoulders. The first betrayal is personal. The joining ceremony is just a great moment for fantasy genre fiction in general. Each is to sip from the chalice, full of Darkspawn blood. The reason that Grey Wardens are so well suited to fight the Darkspawn is that they take that corruption on willingly, a controlled amount of evil, a burden that will inevitably drive them mad and kill them. One day. The first of the other hopefuls tries to run when he figures it out, and Duncan murders him for it. This comforting, helpful figure, willing to kill you if he feels he has to. There's no backing out. Shit has gotten real. Too real, for some. And the next hopeful drinks willingly, but dies, unable to cope with the corruptive taint. And then you. What would have been a triumphant, hopeful moment in a different kind of fantasy story is now sinister, anxious, a step across a threshold into something both powerful and terrible. That's low fantasy, baby. Executed with concision, depth, and style. Then comes the impersonal, kingdom-rattling betrayal. While you work to light a beacon above the battle on the ridgeline, the Fifth Blight begins spectacularly below you. For the time, the cutscene work here was actually pretty amazing. Even though it's clearly fighting against the limitations of the game engine, it is effectively cinematic. It's rousing and exciting and visually dynamic. Going up the tower is pretty boring by comparison. The real moment is when you finally climb to the top to get the tower lit. Because once the beacon shines, Loghain quits the field, taking his army back to the capital, leaving Kaelin and Duncan to die. Neverwinter Nights, and particularly Knights of the Old Republic, were practically bloodless compared to this. It's not an immature, sophomoric amount of gore, it's the right amount of blood and suffering to correctly establish the tone and the genre of the Dragon Age universe. It's not grimdark, because if it was that nihilistic, there would be no sense of tragedy. Kaelin was a naive king, but a decent man, and he got dealt a dirty, fatal hand. Duncan was a complicated, sometimes cruel person, but he had values, he had honor, and he died with those intact. This whole conclusion to the Ostagar chapter is just extremely classic, extremely effective fantasy storytelling. Flemeth saves you from all this and sets you on the path. Those treaties she saved for you, those are now the basis of your main quest. You and Alistair, Duncan's apprentice, are the last Grey Wardens left in Ferelden to fight the Fifth Blight, and you are already so woefully behind. Structurally, Origins fits in exactly with all the other big Bioware releases of this era. There is a linear introduction, a main portion with 3 to 5 significant quest leads in separate regions or planets, and then a linear climax where all the work pays off. This is how it's structured in Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect, Neverwinter Nights, even in Baldur's Gate 2 to a large extent. Bioware, in its prime, created a kind of template for satisfying RPGs and didn't vary things too much too often. Dragon Age 2 is actually a major exception, which we'll get to in a bit. Origins, however, runs the template pretty much without deviation, including the big procession of goodbyes before the final boss and epilogue slides describing everyone's fates. Dragon Age Origins and Mass Effect 1 are especially similar in their adherence to the most classic, straightforward version of this template structure. But I feel like Origins leverages its quests for world building even more than Mass Effect did. Noveria was good, for example, but it didn't do half the heavy lifting for its setting that Orzammar does for Origins. I think the difference is that for Mass Effect, the science fiction setting already was the novelty and the distinction from other RPGs. For Dragon Age, its requirements for establishing differences with D&D influenced settings and the Forgotten Realms were more subtle and far-reaching. What differentiates sci-fi settings is a broader range of possibilities than what differentiates fantasy settings. Fantasy settings have to share landscapes more closely. They have to determine what makes one magic system different from another. They have to figure out what makes one elf in one setting different from 1,000 other various elves and dwarves and such, in the long post-Tolkien explosion of fantasy storytelling. For Dragon Age, each major quest thread is an opportunity to establish these differences and create a unique personality for itself within its genre. And it doesn't squander any of these moments. More than that, some of these threads build out conflicts that only resolve much deeper into the timeline, across the second, third, or even fourth game. The foreshadowing work being done in Origins remains as impressive as it was at the beginning, even towards the end of this particular title. Nothing better illustrates the integrated approach to world-building, character development, and establishing tonal difference than Leliana. Before the world truly opens up, you have one last little jumping-off point, the town of Lothering. The side quests are forgettable, but you get two important companion characters. The first is Leliana, a woman who hears the voice of God, the Maker in Chantry parlance. The Maker has told her that you, the player, are important, and she feels compelled to help. Leliana, like Morrigan, is a character that is incredibly important across multiple Dragon Age titles and experiences a colossal amount of personal growth. Leliana is a true believer, and through her you see a very idealistic version of the Chantry. The world of Thedas, which began as just a shortened version of saying the Dragon Age setting but was adopted as canon because Thedas just sounds good, is culturally dominated by her monotheistic religion, Andrastrianism. It makes the setting feel a little more familiar than other fantasy settings because of how it divides history into the ancient world of the old polytheistic pantheon and the modern world of church dominance. The clever thing about it is that, to some extent, all in-game religion has a basis in truth, just not the whole truth. Leliana, for example, is a former Orlesian bard, a spy for hire, a murderer, and a thief. Her backstory is one of the many DLCs for Origins, the only companion to be featured this way. She is ruthless and cynical, but she covers it with a bright feminine veil and her belief in the Maker. The Chantry redeemed her from the person she used to be. She's a born-again, essentially. At the center of the Chantry is a belief in Andraste, the Maker's chosen, a messianic woman who was betrayed and killed centuries ago. Does Leliana really hear the voice of the Maker? It's never clear. Some instincts are right, some are wrong. There's an especially good exchange, if you're an elf, where Leliana is very racist towards you. She apologizes, trips over herself. She explains that in Orlais there's a very particular kind of way elves fit into society as a subclass, and she's never seen anyone living outside of it. She realizes that she's being a bigot as the words leave her mouth, but the especially interesting thing is that once you actually visit Orlais as an entirely different character in Dragon Age Inquisition, the Winter Palace sequence hinges on political intrigue where this very specific Orlesian racism towards elves is at the heart of the whole subplot. It's character building, showing her to be fallible and flawed, and also world building that is vastly expanded on in the future. Skipping ahead within Origins, there comes a time when the player is trying to find the Ashes of Andraste to exploit their supposed healing power. It's a Holy Grail quest, right down to the Ancient Guardian, who tests the moral fiber of the pilgrims with puzzles and riddles. Like Joan of Arc, Andraste was provably real. But like the Christian god, the Maker is impossible to prove. The connection between them could be divine or it could be delusion. It's a matter of actual faith to make that determination. In fantasy games where gods really do exist in obvious transactional ways, then faith is often less impressive and relatable a thing within the setting. It's like favoring one credit card company or insurance provider over another. They have influence over our lives no matter what, but we get to choose between them based on arbitrary personal preference. It's about what they can do for you and what you can afford to give up in return. But by maintaining a division between what is magic, a tangible and transactional thing, and what is divine, an emotional and immaterial thing, the setting as portrayed in Origins preserves the relationship that people have with religion in the real world. This leads to greater thematic resonance, greater thematic depth. Is Leliana an echo of Andraste? Here are the ashes, and behold, they do heal the sick. But so does much magic in the world. Andraste can be magical and extraordinary, historical and factual, without everything about her being divine or true. Later games also established this dynamic for the old Elven pantheon, where what is magic and what is divine are two things that the folklore blends together into a murky half-truth. But Origins and Dragon Age 2 focus mostly on the Chantry, and Leliana is a wonderful window through which to view the conflict as a whole. Sten, Barasad of the Canary, is the other companion that you get in Lothering, and he's an equally important window into the world culture of Thedas. Ferelden is just one nation, just one corner of things. Far to the north is an entire civilization of religious zealots who believe in something entirely different. Sten is one of the most enjoyable characters in Origins because he has absolutely no tolerance for the intangible or the impractical, no interest in banter. You ask him to tell you his story and he says, no. Just no. The Qun is complicated and strange, a more prescriptive religion than the Chantry, assigning people occupations and roles in society from birth and never allowing them to deviate. Sten does, as he's told, as best he can, as fast as he can, which leads to great moments like him getting massively frustrated with you for doing one too many side quests and ignoring the archdemon threat if you take him along on the hunt for the ashes of Andraste. He is categorically unimpressed with your work. Almost everything in Ferelden frustrates him, except for cookies and other baked goods. He loves those. The Qunari are something that the games develop over time, with a massive redesign for the entire race to give them horns in Dragon Age 2. In Origins, Sten is almost the only representative of the Qunari in the entire game world. Yet, as part of the ensemble cast, his amusing humorlessness and strength of personality makes him a wonderful foil for common impulses and tropes of RPG adventure. He has his own bigotry to work through, disapproving of women warriors because soldiers definitionally are not women in the eyes of the Qun, though later Dragon Age games softened the idea of the Qunari being driven so explicitly by gender roles. It's deterministic fatalism that's the core cultural difference, and Sten is a really great introduction to that viewpoint. His honor is so rigid and so fragile that losing his sword is indistinguishable from losing his whole self. Finding it for him and allowing him to return home with honor intact is the basis of his personal quest. Sten has a mirror within the cast as well, a seemingly opposite character with whom he is in the same fundamental existential position. In the mid-game, you are ambushed by an assassin for an organization called the Antivan Crows. Zevran, a city elf, has been enslaved to them since birth. He's come to enjoy it. In sparing Zevran and recruiting him to your cause, he finds himself, for the first time, without a master. The story Zevran tells you about the Antivan Crows, about his violent and strange childhood, about his many sexual and professional conquests, about the sights and sounds and spells of Antiva itself. This is just as important world building as hearing Sten try to describe the Qun. Better, really, because Zevran is a much more accomplished storyteller. But he speaks often of how, as much as the Crows gave him, his was a gilded cage. He has had no more control over his direction in life as Sten, and has done no more to fight against it. He has simply accepted the hand in life he was dealt. It makes sense for an RPG like Dragon Age, whose mechanical foundation is player choice and self-determination, to position freedom of choice as a moral positive. It's clever writing, though, to use the supporting cast in a way that highlights what is so powerful about being able to choose for oneself. Sten was hesitant to even talk to you about the sword situation because no Qunari would go out of their way to help him. Zevran doesn't think that you would help him kill the Crows who come after him for defecting, because why would anyone help anyone without a profit motive? Kindness is always a proactive choice. It is never predetermined. To choose kindness, even and especially in a world of blood and cruelty, is what makes someone actually heroic. So the setting is dark fantasy, or low fantasy, but rather than indulge it completely in a grimdark kind of way, the world building is used to intensify the contrast between your actions and what is expected of you by the world. Or, if you decide to run a villainous character, how the difference between you and the world is competitive. You, as the player, are better, leaner, and meaner at doing evil. But like in most RPGs, I think the traditionally good options are the most thematically compelling, made more so by the knowledge that at any point in time, you could choose differently. Fatalism in a choose-your-own-adventure story is kind of a paradox all on its own. The player's decisions matter to a certain extent, but the parameters of the narrative as a whole are already set in stone. You can't quit and get a day job. As Leliana is both right and wrong about religion and the metaphysical world, so is Sten. You can no more stop being the hero of Ferelden than he can stop being a soldier of the Barasad. Conflict over the fundamental nature of things is a huge part of many of the wars and disagreements in Dragon Age, and also helps set it apart from Mass Effect and the Forgotten Realms. Dungeons & Dragons, and especially the Forgotten Realms, has the capacity to tell almost any kind of fantasy story, but the world and its inhabitants have been catalogued down to the smallest details across all the canonical novels, adventure modules, and core rulebooks. Gods war against gods, demons against the various heavens, but little of it is murky or uncertain. The themes and images of the Forgotten Realms are concrete. Mass Effect's world is thrilling and adept at presenting tough decisions, but as science fiction, it doesn't hit on metaphysical concerns very often. Alien politics? You bet. But consider the debate within Dragon Age on the role of magic in a society. Mass Effect has its complications and twists with biotic powers, which take the place of magic within the setting, but it's not as thorny and far-reaching a thing as what Dragon Age presents. Here, in Thetis, mages are strictly controlled by a wing of the church called the Templars. Abuse is rampant. Freedoms are few. Those who live outside of the managed circles are apostates hunted down by Templars and excluded from polite and law-abiding society. This is because of how corruptive magical influence can be. There is a separation called the Veil between the world of spirits and the material plane. In the Fade, there are good, helpful spirits, and then there are the demons. By drawing on the Fade for power, mages open themselves up to possession and influence by these spirits, good and bad. Blood magic is especially powerful, with an especially significant chance of corruption, so it is extremely illegal. That kind of magic is what tainted the Golden City, or so it's said. The lengthy quest to secure the Ferelden Circle of Mages introduces the entire conflict very well, room by room. If you're playing a mage, there is even more plot and a strong personal connection. If not, the world building is still impressive. The Templars pushed too hard, and in rebellion, some of the mages turned to blood magic. They lost themselves in the process, becoming demons. The Templars are moments away from purging the whole tower and killing every mage and demon within. At first, it seems like the Templars have a point. The situation is extremely dangerous and completely fucked. The mages have gone past the point of no return, vessels for an inhuman and predatory invasion. The Templars, as a safeguard against that kind of thing, makes a lot of logical sense. But as you save the mages left alive on your way up the tower, the restrictions, discrimination, and systemic abuse becomes equally clear. The Templars overstep. In considering themselves pure and the mages irrevocably tainted by nature, it primes the situation for exploitation. This section serves as setup for the entire plot of Dragon Age 2, which in turn frames the action for Dragon Age Inquisition. The system of Templars and the Circles is untenable. It will continue to generate these outcomes until something breaks. This is just the first major rebellion of many to come. It's also one of my favorite sections of the game, but not a lot of people feel that way about it because it's twice as long as it initially seems to be. There is a massive interval where the player becomes trapped by a sloth demon inside the Fade in a prison of memories. The Fade portion has little dialogue and a really massive, sprawling dungeon design. It is a slog, no doubt. But it's also the game's attempt to create its best impression of what the world of magic is like, how it operates on dream logic and a kind of symbiosis with the material plane. Without the dreamers, without the living, the Fade would be mostly formless. Instead, the events, memories, and emotions of the material world send ripples into the Fade, reaching out in ways where the spirits can occasionally reach back. I think the Fade portion is extremely stylish. Like most things, it gets a major visual redesign by the time Inquisition rolls around, but Inquisition is actually quite faithful to the way the Fade is initially presented in this complicated dungeon sequence. Freeing your companions from their nightmares, taking down the various smaller demons, confronting the big bad who trapped you, it's pretty traditional tabletop campaign design and contributes a lot to how classic Origins often feels. Even though the fight to come at the top of the tower with Uldred the Blood Mage is harder, fighting through the Fade always makes the moment feel especially heroic to me. What is Uldred compared to being trapped behind the veil? Every little vignette and detail in the Mage Tower contributes to the world building. Consider this Desire demon. She has this Templar completely under her thrall, giving him the fantasy of family and home. It's a complete illusion, but she feeds off his longing for this kind of simple life. Why don't you just leave her alone? Is she so evil if she gives him the illusion of a life he wants and takes away the pain of a life of duty that he actually despises? That feels more like folklore than just another enemy in the monster manual. It isn't right or healthy, but it isn't irredeemably evil either. You see mortals doing far worse to each other. It's clearly not the correct choice to let the Desire Demon off the hook, but the strength of writing is getting a player to stop and say, well, wait a moment. To have that moment of questioning so that the answer can feel more like the player's own choice, even if they do pick it from a list. Or how about this Templar? Cullen's his name. He's been tortured by Uldred, abused in his own right. Is his anger any less justified than the anger of the mages? He wants you to purge the whole circle. If you do, you inadvertently lose the opportunity to solve another main quest in the optimal way. Everything in Thedas has a cost. All magic, all power. It's how that cost is paid that makes the difference between the heroes and the villains. The two mages who are available as companion characters could not possibly be more different. Morrigan is an apostate, and she's not remotely secretive about it. She and her mother used to lure Templars into the swamp to die when she was younger, as a goof. Morrigan is absolutely certain of herself, and that confidence keeps her centered as she performs her magic. It's the undisciplined who are threats, not all mages. What are the circles if not just the oversized shackles of a world that seeks to control what it cannot comprehend? Voiced by Claudia Black, Morrigan is a prickly, acerbic, deeply countercultural presence within the party, which probably has a lot to do with her being the most popular romance option. She proves by example that apostates are not inherently dangerous, that what is truly uncomfortable about them is that they are beholden only to their own conscience. And while Morrigan would never admit it, Wynne is a perfect example of that. Wynne is someone you actually meet at Ostagar as she works as a healer in the army camp. She returns to the Circle when the battle is lost and joins you once the Circle is restored. Wynne is a lifelong participant and a believer in the system of Circles and Templars. In fact, her personal quest is about the regret she has over treating her first pupil too harshly. She worried for years that he would end up in a bad way as an apostate, but when you finally track him down, he's fine. He couldn't be happier. The Circle was for her. It was not for him, or people like Morrigan. His forgiveness means a lot to Wynne, but she's harboring a secret with pretty big implications. When a mage is possessed by a spirit, this is called becoming an abomination. Wynne ought to have died at Ostagar, and the only reason she didn't is because a spirit came to inhabit her body. Not a demon like the others in the Circle. Hers was, she thinks, a spirit of faith. But she is, make no mistake, an abomination in the eyes of the Chantry. It's a much larger sin than simply being an apostate. Yet, Wynne is uncorrupted by it. The spirit and her intentions are in harmony, and she remains in control. As we see later, this is not always the case, but I think it works well for the storytelling in the long term to see an example of this kind of thing working as intended the first time it comes up. Another example of setting an expectation in order to have the dramatic satisfaction of defying that expectation later. Wynne's condition and her control over it is another signal that the Templar Circle dynamic doesn't have to be the only way, even if she is one of the biggest proponents of the circles in the party. One of the real strengths of Dragon Age Origins in terms of storytelling is its interest in making the player aware of how perceptions of morality are influenced by power structures and social pressures. By making the player more aware of these things, the player is more conscious of the weight of the choices that they make. The developers specifically chose not to include a morality meter as a matter of game mechanics, like the Paragon Renegade system in Mass Effect, or Light Side, Dark Side in Knights of the Old Republic. As dark fantasy, the whole genre is about muddying the difference between gleaming good and vilest evil. Ditching the expectation of playing into a classic moral binary allows the story to naturally present more complicated, messy ideas and a wider range of competing perspectives about those ideas. The Mage-Templar conflict echoes through 2 additional games because it was established so thoroughly here through quest design, character arcs, level design, all unified in their storytelling intentions. Part of Dragon Age's effort to distinguish itself from other fantasy universes is in how it mixes up the presentation of 2 classic fantasy races, the elves and the dwarves. In traditional Tolkien-esque fantasy, the elves are elegant and eternal, with the eternal part waning away. Dragon Age uses that traditional approach, but puts them way farther into the fall from power than usually portrayed. They lost immortality a long, long time ago. Mortal conflict took even more lives, invaded twice, losing everything, reduced to vagabonds or serfs. Playing an elf character, there's the option to roleplay from that minority status. In one way, I think it does add depth to the setting. To be able to proactively respond to the condescension and bigotry and offer pushback is a much more interesting dialogue than just letting it go by. But it's also, in some ways, a dubious stand-in for all the real-world trauma that's being thematically processed through the elf metaphor. Racism is one of the most serious social ills of the modern era, and it's a hell of a lot more complicated than getting to say, "What do you mean, you people?" in a game about swords and dragons. The thing is, although Dragon Age can be pleasantly complex, it is not all that subtle. That's part of its appeal. It highlights the way power structures influence what's considered correct and just in a society in such bold colors that it is impossible to miss it. These dialogue choices allow you to hold the highlighter yourself for a moment. The main quests, even if you're not an elf, make sure that the fact that the elves are second-class citizens crystal clear. The more straightforward is a late-game journey into the elven alienage in Denerim. It's been quarantined for a plague all game, but as you investigate, it becomes clear that the plague is a complete lie. Elves are being labeled as sick, quarantined in a hospital, and then sold as slaves to the Deventer Imperium. Like the City Elf origin explored, these are people with no power and little hope. Their anger is used as an excuse by their oppressors to oppress even harder. The position is, like the Mage-Templar conflict, completely untenable in the long term. Something has to give. The Brazilian Forest chapter is where the Dalish come into focus again, a different tribe than yours if Dalish Elf is your origin. This story is also, ultimately, about the hatred between humans and elves, and the price of revenge. Zathrian, the Keeper, is supposedly immortal, like the old elves. Over the course of the adventure, you find that this is a lie. It's a curse keeping him alive, the same werewolf curse that's plaguing his people and causing such widespread suffering. Out in the woods, across the side quests, are numerous examples of his people's lives being ripped apart by the werewolves. A hunter sends you looking for his wife, and when you find her as a werewolf, all she wants is death. Zathrian could stop this at any time, but it would mean letting go of his anger. Centuries ago, the humans assaulted and killed his children. He created this werewolf curse to punish them, and their children, and their children's children. The whole thing is very deliberately dramatic, a kind of theatricality that was part of the new Bioware approach to cinematic RPG design. For 2009, this is very tech-forward, but the game is too much of a throwback now to hit that Mass Effect vibe. It's instead much more theatrical than it is cinematic. Rather than look vibrant, it feels staged, but feeling staged is very much part of its charm. There are expensive cutscenes, like the Battle of Ostagar, that are plenty dynamic. This stage play aesthetic stands alongside them. It gives the moments a kind of gravitas. This is story, closer to book prose than to movie script. The quest can end in many ways, but by far the most dramatically satisfying is to see Zathrian realizing that he lost his way, and let his curse end. But it doesn't have to be that way. It's not unreasonable to feel like he's right in some ways. The humans have not learned anything. They are still as awful in this generation as they were when the curse was new. Zathrian is a lost soul doing an angry thing, but neither is his anger unjustified. So the Brazilian Forest chapter is about what was lost in the fall of the elves, in the end of their immortality, of their civilization, and about what pain has come to replace it all. A characterization which becomes incredibly important when the trickster wolf comes sniffing around in a game or two. I will say, though, that I love a good apocalypse. Origins really delivers on that front, too. The Dragon Age version of dwarves is a little more interesting than its version of elves, although the trajectory of each civilization is similar. Dwarves, at their peak, also resembled the Tolkien-esque standard, but that was before the Darkspawn. Each time the blight is over on the surface, it is merely driven back underground, where the dwarves live. Within a couple centuries, their entire continent-spanning network of tunnels and kingdoms was lost to darkness. It's been centuries more, and only one city apparently remains, Orzammar. The Orzammar chapter feels just slightly too long in the urban portion, but the part where the player finally gets to explore the deep roads, to see the parts of the dwarven kingdoms no one has seen in 500 years or more, that's the kind of fantasy trope I truly treasure. The framing device for sending you out there is a contest over who will succeed the dwarven throne, the self-serving Prince Balin, or the more respectable Lord Harrowmont. You have to try and support them 3 different ways before something clicks. The first 2 ways are frustratingly generic. You fight in the Proving, and then you take down a castless underworld smuggler, local leader of the Carta. If you are a dwarf, this is all connected to whichever origin you chose, so it's got a momentum to it that it might not have for other characters. For outsiders, the Orzammar section takes a while to warm up. What it ultimately comes down to is that things are so hopelessly stalemated between the 2 contestants for the throne that only a crown forged by a paragon in the Deep Roads can decide. This is the core of what's really interesting about the Orzammar dwarves. They're trying desperately to hold on to tradition, to all the trappings of the empire that they had before the fall. Their society is deeply concerned with a stratified caste system because deviation means change, and change threatens the nostalgic preservation of what was lost. This is kind of highlighted by two small side quests. One is to allow a chantry to be formed. If you allow this to happen during the epilogue, it talks about how the church is shut down and snuffed out after you're no longer around to advocate for them. It is too much for Orzammar. The dwarves are xenophobic to a huge degree. Those who go to the surface are no longer even welcome back. As a voting bloc, about the most amount of political movement that the Orzammar dwarves will tolerate is Harrowmont, who is barely even a reformer. And even if you do support Harrowmont, the epilogue talks about how weak his grasp on the throne remains, beset on all sides by conniving traditionalists. The dwarves were able to hang on to more than the elves during their ancient collapse, and it has made them less than they were to cling to their fated glory so obsessively. The elves have lost too much to do anything but survive in the modern era. The dwarves have lost just enough to make them conservative reactionaries. The visionaries tend to either become paragons or to leave. There's a dwarf named Dagna who wants to study magic at the Ferelden Circle of Magi, assuming they survive. Dwarves cannot do magic, traditionally. Neither can Dagna. She just wants to be more than the traditions and castes of the city will let her be. So you can make that happen for her. Dagna is a great example of how the Dragon Age franchise follows up on its story threads much later in time. If you imported this choice into Inquisition, Dagna will show up as an artificer willing to work for the cause. She makes one of the game's climactic boss fights much more manageable with a rune that she can craft. Her presence in the third game is significant and helpful, and it's a direct result of your willingness to advocate on her behalf as a completely different protagonist back here in Origins. These kinds of echoes of past decisions, large and small, make the player feel like a true participant, not just in each game, but in the world as a whole, in a broader and more asymmetrical way than being shepherded 3 times over in Mass Effect, across a much longer period of time within the world. The dwarves may be inflexible, but the fabric of the setting of Thedas is consistently, shockingly, malleable. What's really too bad is that most of the best exposition about the Lost Dwarven Kingdoms is relayed by the worst companion character, Oghren, the belching lech. He's drunk, he's ornery, he's absurdly sexist, and that's the joke. The whole joke. The joke that is his whole character. The plot thread is that his wife was much more clever and ambitious than he was, becoming a paragon, an honorific bestowed on the most clever engineers and strongest warriors. She disappeared into the Deep Roads years earlier, taking her whole noble house with her. Just not Oghren because, ick. Were it not for his expository dialogue, I would leave him behind myself. But the lore is so good, so goddamn intriguing. The dwarves were, at their height, by far the most advanced civilization in Thedas, besides perhaps the Tevinter Imperium. Getting to investigate the rubble-strewn, darkspawn-infested hallways of their shattered underground highway network, or the residential districts of Tighes long ago slaughtered, this is such a novel and fascinating tone for fantasy. Post-apocalyptic, dark, strange, full of mystery. There's a particularly gross and memorable encounter with a brood mother, a woman corrupted by the Darkspawn through cannibalism, magic, and abuse, to endlessly birth monsters. It's grotesque in a way that the later series never really leans into, pushing the envelope perhaps a little too far into horror territory, or farther anyway than the later games wanted to go. The Darkspawn are, in every way, vile, repulsive, and evil to the core. It makes for a genuinely useful antagonist within a dark fantasy setting. There is nothing, and no one, that is pure good in the dark fantasy genre, but there are heroes and villains, and the only thing that can actually unite them is defending against something inarguably worse, the Blight. Knowing that Dragon Age is influenced by George R.R. Martin, it's worth noting that this is the same dynamic that the threat of the White Walkers represents to Westeros, except that the dwarves lost a long, long time ago. The only thing that even gave them enough time to save anything was the work of the smith Caridin, who Oghren's wife Branka went to go find. He created the stone golems, which could take down huge amounts of Darkspawn before being overwhelmed. The golems are an integral part of the lore, and yet the most interesting window into that period of dwarven history was sectioned off from the rest of the game as premium DLC, the Stone Prisoner. This DLC adds so much, a recruitment quest, a loyalty quest, and maybe most interestingly, a whole ton of new dialogue to this chapter's climax. Most people these days are probably playing the Ultimate Edition of Dragon Age Origins with everything bundled, but I think in retrospect, it is really shady that this character was release day DLC. Fork over a few extra dollars or else experience a slightly inferior version of the story. If the Stone Prisoner had been developed afterwards, something new to all players, that would be different. Shale doesn't have a ton of new dialogue everywhere in the game, but the DLC truly does transform this chapter of the Deep Roads by adding another layer of personal connection and character development. When you find Shale, they've been stuck as a statue, shat on by birds and unable to move for a century, with no memory of themselves or where they came from. Shale is, at first, a bit of a joke character like Oghren. Shale is amoral, slightly condescending, and takes a delight in violence. In Knights of the Old Republic, this archetype would have been filled by HK-47. The Dragon Age ensemble doesn't quite have an equivalent without Shale, which would have been fine. Alone, Shale does feel like just another iteration of a familiar Bioware trope, but meeting Caridin at the end of the Deep Roads questline elevates their whole deal by creating an introspective element that HK-47 lacked. Caridin remembers Shale perfectly well, as he remembers every dwarf who volunteered to be transformed from flesh into metal through the magic of the Anvil of the Void. It's a good revelation without Shale, but a great one with them. Caridin is a kind of tragic hero in a very classic Tolkien vein. He used the Anvil of the Void, a truly evil magical artifact, to inflict terrible suffering on his volunteers so that the golems could stop suffering on a much grander scale. But even that couldn't hold back the tide, and all was lost besides Orzammar. His remembering Shale with such clarity, giving them such respect during the conversation, intensifies the characterization of Caridin as a noble person, sacrificing everything, including his soul, to try to keep his people safe. He is, after all, a golem too. He would not ask others to do what he himself would not. After this, the Stone Prisoner DLC opens up an entire new Taig to explore, the Taig that Shale once came from. The climax of their loyalty quest is finding this monument on which their lost name is inscribed. Shale remembers. It's a healing moment, and as a character after this point, Shale softens, becoming less a source of complaints about the meat bags, and more unified with the person that was processed into magic and stone. Oghren is frustrating because he is a poor window into dwarven culture. Shale is, ironically, a better one, a lens into the past, another way to perceive all that was risked and all that was lost when the Darkspawn first appeared. In a D&D adventure, there is less of a need to explain the state of the world and the relationships of its people than in a brand new IP. Companion characters often receive personal subplots, but are not always used for world-building purposes within something like the Forgotten Realms. Dragon Age uses every single one of its companion characters in a world-building way, tying them into some macro element of the lore or a theme, making the impersonal history and structure of the world personal through their individual stories. Dragon Age Veilguard released into an atmosphere of extreme grift in online video game discourse where people profit from stirring up anger over any inclusion of elements perceived as progressive. Back in 2009, that monetary incentive for being an asshole didn't exist yet. Mostly the worst you'd get was Fox News freaking out over Liara's naked alien butt in Mass Effect. Dragon Age Origins flew right under the reactionary radar, despite being absolutely full of queer characters and themes. Shale is one of the most prominent examples, actually. As a dwarf, Shale was the only woman to volunteer for the golem process. After you discover their original name, there's an entire conversation you can have around the fact that whoever Shale was in the past, they feel as a golem that it doesn't matter and they effectively have no gender. It goes to show how downhill these popular discussions have gone in the past decade that Origins has an entire conversation explaining the concept of what being agender means, and the response at the time was a resounding cool world building. Leliana and Zevran are both quite bisexual, which is a particularly neat part of Leliana's personality because it puts the parts of her that are devout into sharper relief. Zevran is even romanceable at the same time as Leliana, which isn't a bug either. All of this in 2009, at the height of Bioware's fame and the middle of its classic era. The way the game engine looks doesn't do any romance of any orientation any favors, though. This was absolutely a half step on the way to creating a representation of actual intimacy within games. Origins is so cheesy about it, with this sweeping vocal aria playing behind what are obviously two puppets in ill-fitting underwear. It's hard to call it spicy. It's harder to take it seriously. But the element of romance is a major component of tone and plot. And not as a gritty element either. It's understood that in dark fantasy, people fuck. And sexuality is certainly used in dark, lurid ways like with the Broodmother. The romance's purpose is actually to add a counterweight to that, to create deeper connections between the player and the story, to pick a smoochable favorite among the charismatic ensemble. It lightens things in an often very pessimistic world. Sometimes in Dragon Age, sexuality is part of the fabric of the main plot itself. On the night of the final battle, Morrigan will hit you with a magical proposition if you're playing a male character, regardless of romantic status. When you kill an archdemon, the undead dragon at the head of the horde, the soul of the old god trapped within the dragon transfers to the Grey Warden that kills it, killing them. But if you conceive a child with Morrigan through ritual sex magic, then that old god's soul is transferred to her child instead, and then she scampers off and raises the child as she sees fit. This was the plan all along, from the moment Flemeth measured your worth in the swamp. The other romantic partners, having already been written to be flexible with relationships, are supportive of you doing this because, you won't die. If you're playing a woman, then poor Alistair has to do it, which is especially funny because Alistair and Morrigan really hate each other's guts. This is a choice with world-changing repercussions. It's actually quite intriguing, and the sexuality of it all leans into the folklore feel of it. It seems like such a witchy thing to do, these secret agendas and unborn godchildren. Sometimes, people talk like sex, sexuality, and gender are something that can be added or removed from a creative work like decaffeinating coffee. But Dragon Age Origins shows that without these elements, a world does not feel genuinely complete. They are part of the human experience. Fantasy uses imaginative imagery and thematic distancing to talk primarily about what it means to be alive. Wynne, in her conversations about your heroism and the weight on your shoulders, says, quote, "People fear not death, but having life taken from them. Many waste the life given to them, occupying themselves with things that do not matter. When the end comes, they say they did not have enough time to spend with loved ones, to fulfill dreams, to go on adventures they only talked about. But why should you fear death if you are happy with the life you have led? If you can look back on it and say, yes, I am content. It is enough." End quote. For most people alive, questions of who to love, how to be the kind of person they themselves can love, these questions make the difference between having to say, where did it all go, and I am content. It is enough. At the end, we all eventually have to face. Consider the absolute most traditional fantasy conflict within the game, the contest over who will inherit the throne of Ferelden. You see, Alistair is the secret heir to the throne, Merrick's hidden bastard child. Loghain's claim is stronger, but Loghain's daughter plots against both Alistair and her father as a possible third contender for the Ferelden throne. Dragon Age Origins doesn't make resolving the Ferelden succession a single questline, instead it weaves it in and out of several of the most important main quests, creating a cumulative, dramatic investment that pays off just before the final battle. Alistair was raised by Auril Aemon at Redcliffe, but Redcliffe is under assault from the undead, cut off and barely holding on. This is actually one of my favorite sequences in the game. You rally support during the day, and then when night comes, you have to hold out as best as you're able. The threat is significant, and it's hard not to have a lot of the peasants and town defenders die during the process. The chapter is classic horror, meant to highlight how fragile these towns are in the face of magic. Without your intervention, this night of the battle would be their last night. This is a dramatically satisfying victory with its own pacing, its own dramatic arc, and it's just one piece of many. Like a good season of a television show, the individual episodic chunks work well on their own with an independent dramatic structure from the whole. The way Dragon Age stacks these small episodes on top of each other creates natural breaks where these subplots can interweave. Once the town of Redcliffe is secure, the castle needs to be investigated. Auril Aemon's been poisoned, and the second in command has had his son possessed by a demon. Clearing the castle and getting the boy into a stable coma is the next natural stopping place, so here it pivots out more broadly, compelling a player to also go and do the Circle of Mages quest if they haven't already. This order of events also means that the Fade was adequately introduced, so when you enter the Fade again this time, there's no need for explanation. It can zero in on the task at hand and the drama of freeing Connor from the demon's influence. Once this is done, Auril Aemon is still poisoned, so it becomes necessary to journey to the Frostback Mountains in pursuit of the Ashes of Andraste. So this one quest becomes 3, stretching out its completion from the beginning of the game to the end. Figuring out how to format a story like this in a way that makes narrative sense is an incredible challenge. Origins is deeply impressive in its deft ability to tackle that challenge. In whatever order the game is played, the chapters are interconnected and interactive with each other, and when they come back together for the final climax, the momentum is strong. The section with the Landsmead is a Bioware classic. I love trials in RPGs. It's very fun to see your player actions reflected in a popular vote of some sort. One of the better ones I've seen is Obsidian's Neverwinter Nights 2. Origins doesn't quite beat it out, but they still hit some of the same notes. No matter how well you do at the trial, Loghain will challenge you to settle with trial by combat. There's a lot of ways through it. Alistair can marry Loghain's daughter, but not if you kill Loghain. Loghain can be made king, but Alistair will leave the party. Most playthroughs wind up with some variation of Alistair being king, which is especially dramatic because in all your conversations as friends with him, he has expressed how much the idea terrifies him. He simply does not want it, does not feel suited to it, and it hurts him if you try to make him do it. It is what's politically expedient, but it's poor friendship on your part. That kind of gray area role-playing is fascinating, not necessarily a grimdark array of options where everything is evil in some way, but a balance of outcomes where someone ends up hurt no matter what. Compared to everything you've done to get there, the climax of the game is awfully on rails. Once you've reached that point, you're pretty much locked in. The Fifth Blight descends upon Denerim, and it's up to your high-level party to kick him out, taking down the Archdemon to send them scurrying back underground. The cool thing about the climax is also the frustrating thing. You have to fight through every single major district you visited in Denerim during the regular portions of the game. This can feel like such a hassle after a while, but it also lends legitimacy to the sense of true climax, seeing all these places that were full of life burning and corpse-strewn instead. The scale of the battle makes it feel like a proper war, not just an adventure. It is far larger than just your party of 4. You are a dot in a writhing sea of violence. There's a lot of work done with cinematic cutscenes to add dynamism to the sequence, to expand that scale. The Grey Warden who came to you in these last hours dies a noble death fighting the Archdemon in the skies, wounding it enough to allow a ground battle at the top of the aptly named Fort Drakon Spire. Combat has never been a big reason for me to play these RPGs. It always seemed like a means to the end, where the end was dialogue, world-building, and those juicy, dramatic choices. In a certain way, it's possible to think of combat in most Bioware games as a kind of delaying tactic. If it was only words, with no mechanical friction, the role-playing experience would feel more hollow. The combat provides the in-between hours of struggle, where the playtime starts to really accumulate, and the sense of having completed a truly epic journey builds up. Cynically, it's possible to look at combat as a series of timers, metering progress through the world. Optimistically, combat is part of the thrill, part of the drama. And here is the final room. Killing very large things in Origins causes a special in-game kill animation to play, which is deeply satisfying if your camera is correctly focused on the cool thing when it happens. Here at the climax, it fucking hits. It feels so triumphantly brutal, such a perfect expression of how gore in dark fantasy can be a joyful, cathartic note. The voice of the corrupted god is silenced, the Darkspawn flee, the kingdom is saved. The main plot is wrapped up. But Origins knows that the main plot has not been the sole object of focus, not remotely. It adds 2 tiers of interlocking epilogues. The first is a feast in your honor, where you have a chance to say goodbye to all your companions and voice opinions on what they might do now that all of this is over. These conversations will then inform the epilogue slides, which dial out the consequences of your actions over a surprisingly long period of time. According to TheGamer.com's oral history interviews, this is because the franchise wasn't even what people were expecting out of Dragon Age Origins. Writer David Gator remembers, quote, "When the game went out, however, Electronic Arts was not big on it. It wasn't sleek and sexy like Mass Effect, which they assumed would be a much bigger hit, and I suspect the general view was that Dragon Age Origins would go out to recoup its long investment and would never earn another sequel. Hence why we ended up writing the DAO epilogue casting far into the future and wrapping everything up entirely. We kind of assumed this was it. Lo and behold, DAO became a big hit, arguably bigger than Mass Effect. People were bigger on an old-fashioned fantasy RPG than EA could have ever expected. Personally, I think it was down to the writing and the characters, how they really spoke to people and energized the fans. But of course I'd think that." End quote. I really do agree, though. The writing and the characters are what have energized me about it, at least. It's why these epilogue slides satisfy so well. I care about these outcomes. I want to know that the help I gave meant something. I want to know if the good I did has a chance of lasting in this nasty, brutish world. Ironically, dialing out these epilogues so far because the setting might not amount to anything else is part of what ended up guaranteeing that it did. The epilogues help reinforce a player's choices as having mattered, and the player is a kind of co-author in the story that's unfolded. The stronger this reinforcement, the deeper the bond between player and game. I often wish that Dragon Age games did a better job of tracking more choices over time between titles, that they were even more interactive. But this is asking for more than what was reasonable for the developers at the time. Each game, knowing many of these choices might never be addressed again with the uncertain future of game development, tries to do its best at wrapping up its own story. Dragon Age Inquisition, for example, has ending slides that last twice as long and go into even greater detail in some ways. It's amazing to have things loop back around again after long periods of time, but it's also perfectly satisfying for things to get a happily ever after, or a horribly ever after in some cases, within the game itself. It is too much to ask it to be perfect. It is fine to get to the end of game and be able to say, I am content. It is enough. Paying just a little bit of extra cash, though, can make it more than enough. The Ultimate Edition collects a truly colossal amount of miscellaneous content for Dragon Age Origins that expands and transforms the narrative, with a gigantic epilogue expansion, prequels and what-ifs, dungeon crawlers, and finally another epilogue, this one, at last, drawing every thread of the story to a close in preparation of the sequels to come. 2 of the DLCs are actually integrated directly into the main campaign, both I consider essential. Warden's Keep is the larger of the 2, and it was Day 1 DLC alongside The Stone Prisoner. The story here is short, but important enough to be referenced all the way forward in Dragon Age Inquisition. Traditionally, Grey Wardens are supposed to be above choosing sides in political conflict, keeping in their lane and slaying Darkspawn. What transpired here at the Castle on Soldier's Peak is why that tradition has stuck. Flashbacks tell the story of a branch of the Wardens under which a woman named Sophia Dryden attempted to stage a coup against a tyrant king. The king's forces were strong, and a mage among the Grey Wardens convinced Sophia to use blood magic in her defense. The mage's goal was not to win, ultimately, but simply to upend things so that he could continue his research on the Blight, torturing and experimenting on Grey Wardens to do it. The mage is still alive, and he'll tell you all about it. By drinking the potion he created, you unlock a whole new set of abilities where you manipulate the Darkspawn taint in your blood to magical ends. It's wildly heretical and experimental, and it might be the key to one day figuring out how to stave off the inevitable point at which a Grey Warden hears the calling of the archdemons and must go into the deep roads to die. The storytelling in Warden's Keep is very strong and fast-paced. It explains more about the Wardens as an organization and a subculture than just about anything else in the franchise up until Inquisition. This is the only time you as a player get to dive back into the history of the organization that frames your whole introduction to the world of Thedas, and it was considered optional premium content at the time of release. Like with Shale, it's holding the world building hostage for a very petty monetary boost. Sure, time heals all wounds, and the point is moot with the ubiquity of the Ultimate Edition, but I am still salty about it. I like story DLC where there's something truly extra and beyond what's included in the base experience. Things like Warden's Keep ought to be part of that base experience as a matter of narrative cohesion. It's a better, more robust story with them included, and it's wild to me that anyone could consider them optional. It took a couple months, but in January of 2010, Bioware released Return to Ostagar, a very brief DLC wherein you explore the ruins of the battlefield where your quest began in earnest. Snow has covered everything, and Darkspawn linger in the shadows. Because of how important it is to the storytelling to demonstrate the passage of time and show the growth of the characters, this is actually kind of an indispensable moment to Origins as a whole. Having Alistair be able to mourn Duncan and take revenge on the ogre that killed him, to bury the young King Kaelin and take him off the makeshift trophy the Darkspawn have hung his corpse up on, these moments are some of the things that would surely weigh on Alistair as he considers whether he would or could be king. The narrative of Origins is weaker without this moment, short as it is. And having these items recovered from the battlefield feels like more than trophies. It adds a little narrative oomph to your inventory. It would be what Duncan would have wanted for you to take up his swords and finish his work. Now you can. The layer of winter adds a kind of sterile melancholy to the whole thing, the snow covering up the blood and bones of all who were lost. Can you put a price on what that adds to the experience? Bioware did. It was $4.99. Can you possibly imagine paying for a book with a $5 bonus chapter that was a really genuinely important thing to the cohesion of the whole? Video games as an industry are sometimes at odds with video games as an art form, and development is often balancing the strength of art with the necessity of a monetary return. BioWare's 2010s masterpieces are easier to see as masterpieces now that everything's bundled, now that they do primarily exist as a single packaged experience. Consumer practices change. Veilguard did not segment itself this way, selling pieces a la carte, at least not in ways that mattered very much. Back when Origins was released, DLC as a concept was just beginning to really take off. BioWare arguably began the trend with its premium modules for Neverwinter Nights. Origins was a grand experiment in many ways, and for DLC particularly. There's a sense in the chaotic variety of the DLC for Origins that they were throwing whatever they could at the wall, just to see what would stick. Consider Leliana's Song, the prequel DLC I was mentioning earlier. It's almost the worst among them, taking on a more bombastic, aggressively loud tone than the main content. The dark fantasy of Dragon Age Origins feels adult because it touches on themes and emotions that are familiar to adults: regret, loss, love, integrity, that kind of thing. Leliana's Song tries to make the storytelling adult in a dated, marketing-centric kind of way where sex and blood is what separates juvenile fiction from adult fiction. The marketing had already misunderstood the game that way a little bit already, releasing a trailer for Origins with a ridiculous vibe, featuring the Marilyn Manson song, "This is the New Shit." It was not the new shit, it was actually quite traditional, but the impulse is there to conflate dark fantasy with a performatively aggressive heavy metal vibe. Just look at how Leliana's Song introduces its cast. Super fucking Guy Ritchie, right? This ain't your daddy's fantasy world. It just looks silly to do this, bordering on foolish, considering that the entire campaign never did any of this shit and was so much the better for it. Leliana and Marjolaine's lesbian affair is also given a huge amount of focus, but in a way that can't seem to decide if it's actually character building or if it's just to satisfy audience thirst. There's definitely a vibe difference between media that has a sapphic perspective, where the characters seem like individuals, and a sensationalist perspective which seeks only to ask, what if instead of one hot girl, there were two? Leliana's Song is particularly interesting because in the grand story of the franchise, it's actually a chapter really worth having. Within Leliana is a conflict between the bard she was and the earnest, idealistic follower of Andraste that she became. This chapter is all about how that shift in her personality happened. She's portrayed here at the beginning as being much more cruel than you've ever seen her before, or crueler than she's let on, at least. The Orlesians call their web of intrigue and assassinations the game, and Leliana is a most enthusiastic player. Dragon Age Inquisition, in particular, teases out this conflict of impulses and makes them central to her character arc within the game. In short, without Marjolaine's betrayal, this girl might not ever end up as Pope. It makes her journey in that direction so much more fascinating. So it's especially too bad, then, that this important origin story is so hard to take seriously. The interval where a player performs shady deeds all over Denerim's market district is kind of fun and open-ended, but after that it becomes very on rails. As Leliana explained in the main campaign, the documents that Marjolaine wants are Orlesian state secrets. It is a violation of the Orlesian game to be in possession of them. And Marjolaine only wants Leliana around to take the fall for her. Betrayed and imprisoned by a skeezy minor lord, Leliana has her first religious moment on the floor of her prison cell. It's not actually a divine voice, but it seems that way. A reverend mother of the Chantry, who also once knew and was betrayed by Marjolaine, is helping her escape. The Reverend Mother's assistance and support is what allows Leliana to see another path, another life from the way she had been living. The revenge is basic and inevitable, and there's foreknowledge that Marjolaine must survive the events to appear in her side quest during the main campaign anyway. It's just not very dramatically juicy or mechanically interesting. Playing as a lower-level character again after a long campaign is kind of challenging because of limited inventory, but it's also part of what makes it unengaging. You won't be taking anything away from this DLC, and the leveling process is mostly pointless. Well, one thing transfers. If you find every piece of hidden leather scrap in the DLC, you unlock the battle dress of the Provocateur armor in all playthroughs, which isn't much of a utility. Drama is the point of this experience, so the drama being self-consciously edgy is a genuine issue. Luckily, the one moment that truly does land is the final one, confronting Marjolaine about why, Marjolaine explains that Leliana would have eventually done the same to her, and so she planned the betrayal first. She insists that Leliana is the same as her, just as ruthless, just as self-interested. Years later, during Leliana's personal quest in Inquisition, there is a moment that has the potential to harden Leliana, to make her give up on that part of herself that believes in others and embrace who she used to be as an Orlesian bard, who she has the potential to become again as Inquisition's spymaster. At the end of Leliana's song, Marjolaine insists they are the same. At this pivotal moment in Inquisition, Marjolaine's words are proven to be true or untrue. Leliana can kill this woman, silencing a threat who was once a friend. Or she can opt to let it go, to believe that she is strong enough to endure betrayal without the comfort of revenge. This harrowing is the difference between Leliana the Spymaster, protege of Marjolaine, and the Leliana who becomes Divine Victoria, protege of the Reverend Mother Dorothea. For Origins, Leliana's song is a kind of meandering misfire, but for the franchise as a whole, Leliana's complete character arc meaningfully benefits from having slogged through the DLC anyway, which can't be said for all of the expansion modules. Most frivolous of all is a what-if alternate version of the climax called the Darkspawn Chronicles. In it, you play through the climax as a mixed party of Darkspawn meanies, closing in on and killing all the main companion characters as they offer a valiant and doomed defense. Mechanically, the Darkspawn are kind of fun to play around with. After having experienced everything else in the game, it feels like a little glimpse behind the curtain to have all of their variously nefarious abilities all laid out at your disposal. There's almost no story whatsoever, aside from one interesting twist. This is a timeline where your Grey Warden never existed. Alistair had to do it all himself. So there's hints in the way that the city's defenders are composed and arranged about what some of those choices that Alistair made might have been. This is compelling to me as a what-if because it's theoretically a way of getting to know Alistair better by seeing how he might have fumbled the mantle of responsibility. But the Darkspawn Chronicles is too slight to really satisfy that way. The climax of the game at the Siege of Denerim is such a long sequence on its own, and the DLC does very little to change anything about it besides who's an ally and who's an enemy. It is the only piece of Origins that is truly unnecessary to play that adds nothing, except, perhaps, a little bit of perverse satisfaction in tearing down the happy ending you spent so long building up. The difference between this bad ending and the one that's personal canon to the player is, flatteringly, the player's own involvement. Alistair's a good man and tries his best, but he clearly did not do a lot of side questing, and that was his downfall. The suggestion that's fun in this DLC is the idea that the player's autonomy and the player's investment in the game world actually does make a significant heroic difference to the ongoing story. In a bad ending, the world ends here. The Fifth Blight devours all that is. In a good ending, the world gets to move on, directly into whatever its next world-ending crisis might happen to be. Part of what makes Dragon Age Origins such a remarkable foundation for the franchise to come is how much of the post-release content continues to follow your initial character for a long series of adventures that vastly expands the scope of the world and a player's sense of its politics. At the very end of the main game, whoever is monarch bestows upon the Grey Warden the Arl of Amaranthine, the former lands of Rendon Howe. For human noble origin characters, this is especially satisfying, as that's the man who killed your whole family. This is the setup for Awakening, with you and Amaranthine executing your duties as Warden Commander of the Ferelden chapter of the Grey Wardens. Awakening is an absolutely massive amount of content, packed densely into a 15-hour adventure that starts strong and gets even better. It mimics the structure of the main campaign in miniature. There are 3 main quest threads in 3 separate regions, united at beginning and end with a war against the Darkspawn. There are many new companion characters, some of whom go on to affect the world in startling ways across the various sequels. Most importantly, though, it changes a player's relationship with the setting. Origins was deeply player-centric. Awakening, even though it features the player at the absolute height of their fame and ability, is not. It is constantly reminding a player that they cannot be everywhere or solve everything. It's thematically very interactive with the Warden's Keep DLC. That was the first time in Theda's history that the Wardens had been given land and power, the first time they became a political force and not just a tool against the Darkspawn. Your stewardship of Amaranthine will be the second time. In a certain way, it prefaces a lot of what the writing in Inquisition does in terms of reminding a player that the things that they do within the world are larger than they are, that wielding power at this level creates ripples across the pond of the kingdom, disturbing what peace there is. The writing in Awakening is coiled tightly around these themes, but what makes it special is how some of the game mechanics are too. There is a tradition in Bioware-style RPGs of presenting strongholds to the player, bases of operations that they upgrade over time and invest in so that they can withstand whatever conflict comes to swallow them during the climax. Baldur's Gate 2, for example, had Diarnis Keep for fighter player characters. Neverwinter Nights 2, an Obsidian title, had Crossroads Keep. And now Awakening presents Vigil's Keep. All three keeps share the same format. You upgrade the walls and the equipments of the soldiers serving you, you cast judgment on petitions from local lords and peasants, and you manage a few side quests of local concern and intrigue. For your heroism in the main campaign, you have been given a home, but that doesn't mean a happily ever after. It actually means a hell of a lot more work and responsibility than you had before as a wandering do-gooder. You end the main campaign almost universally beloved. But by the end of Awakening, you'll have suffered the wrath of rich and poor alike, having to deal with a conspiracy of usurping nobles and a violent bread riot from your hungriest constituents. You'll have an opportunity for heroism again, but it's like you saw play out with Sophia Dryden. The more involved you are with power, the more power you'll require to stay in that position without being torn down. One of the most dramatic ways your role has shifted is that now you are in the position Duncan was once in. It is your duty to administer the joining ceremony to new recruits to the Grey Wardens. When the expansion opens, Darkspawn have overrun Vigil's Keep, and it's up to you, Ogryn of all fucking people, and 2 new recruits to try and save the day. One recruit, Mari, is incredibly capable and professional, your escort on the road as the chapter opens. The other is an apostate mage named Anders. At the joining ceremony, Mari dies from drinking out of the chalice, all that potential, all that experience, snuffed out. Ogryn and Anders make it. Rebuilding this order will be hard, and you will need to be as uncompromising as Duncan was. Perhaps it was not his true self that made him so sinister during the joining. Perhaps this is just the person the role requires you to be. It's a truly satisfying, fascinating way to connect this epilogue back to the very beginning, to highlight all that's happened to your character, to the world. History does not happen passively. As we live, we make our own history. Through our choices, we discover the difference between the person we wanted to be and the person we are. It's not always the same, and some of the best storytelling lies in the gap between the one and the other. Early on, you receive an unwanted visitor, Nathaniel Howe, son of the murderous Rendon Howe, whose lands you've received. He broke in to steal some of his family's heirlooms. You can use this opportunity to press him into service with the Grey Wardens, dramatically altering the trajectory of his life. He is his father's son in a lot of irritating, off-putting ways. But that's the whole point of his character arc. He realizes how much of a shit this makes him. He discovers his sister living in the nearby city, and she is happily married. No issues. She cut herself off from the family years ago and has never looked back. She explains that all the evil her father did, that it really happened, that it wasn't just lies from his detractors or exaggerations from small-town imaginations. Rendon Howe was an awful human being, and if Nathaniel Howe wishes to be any different, he needs to abandon his obsession with legacy. Ironically, letting go this way might be the only thing that can truly save his long-term reputation. Rendon made so many enemies that the city folk tore down all the statues of the better Howes who came before. A person can't coast on reputation forever. Each generation must choose anew whether to be the hero or villain of the stories that emerge. I think that's something so important to the storytelling here, the impression that the world stops for no one, that one story leads to another, that beginnings and endings are all mixed up and happening all the time, all over the place. Consider Anders. Anders is, arguably, the single most important character in Dragon Age 2. His introduction here in the expansion humanizes him, creating a memory of the Anders that was, before all the chantry-shattering violence yet to come. Awakening shows that Anders has always been a political radical. A proud apostate, Anders ran away from the Chantry 7 times. He was imprisoned and abused. He suffered horribly at the hands of the Templars. He has always shouldered this anger. But he was also the kind of guy who adopts a kitten in the middle of a Darkspawn war and names it Sir Pounce-a-Lot. He's funny, friendly, and compassionate. As we see later with Solus between Inquisition and Veilguard, it creates a wonderful resonance in the writing to come to understand a character in a deeply sympathetic way before they pivot to some act of world-shaking consequence. In the quest to explore the Black Marsh in the expansion, the player travels to the Fade, where a town that disappeared hundreds of years ago exists in a kind of awful magical stasis, the townsfolk abused by a demon masquerading as their old baroness. A spirit of the Fade, a spirit of justice, opposes the demon. You can help justice live up to its name and nature, but when you're ejected from the Fade, it comes with you. It lives for a time in the decaying body of a Grey Warden once known as Kristoff. But they are not at all the same person. Justice explains how in the material plane looks from the perspective of demons and spirits. Demons wish to claim it, they covet it, but spirits think the material plane is dismal and sad. The impurity and gray areas that make the moral choices in the game intriguing are abhorrent and frustrating for a spirit of justice. Justice and Anders become friends over the course of Awakening, and then in between games, once the Kristoff body has decayed, Anders offers the spirit of justice refuge within himself, becoming a stable abomination the same way Wynn was with her spirit of faith. But it is not so stable after all, and thus the events of Dragon Age 2. Small events, unintended consequences gaining more and more significance over time until the world itself shifts into something new. Mass Effect storytelling and connections between the trilogy are much more straightforward than this. This asymmetrical approach within Dragon Age yields much more unexpected results, and the connections feel deeper as a result. There is a mountain of individual moments and details to climb to the top of, but once at the summit, the view is absolutely unparalleled. Just about the only character I'm not happy to see again is Oghren, which is especially odd because the writers clearly understand that he sucks. All of the dialogue and his personal quest revolve around how much he sucks. He's just even worse than usual and completely unapologetic about it. Being a hero has given him a permanent get-out-of-being-a-jackass-free card, and he adores using it. Maybe that's worth some laughs, but I just don't find him entertaining. Sigrun, the other dwarf companion, is like night and day contrast. A member of the Legion of the Dead, Sigrun grew up casteless. She provides insight into what it's like trying to get by on the lowest and poorest rung of the dwarven societal ladder. Sigrun's a genuinely good and kind person who, due to the circumstances of the world she lives in, was thrown away to die before she ever got to be somebody. It's a compelling characterization, and one that ties directly into the whole part of the adventure where Sigrun is introduced. The Arl of Amaranthine is only on the surface. Under the ground, this was once the great dwarven city of Calhirol. Calhirol fell early during the First Blight. It is a better, more interesting, and more scenic presentation of a fallen dwarven Tig than anything in the main campaign. Not until the Descent DLC for Inquisition is there anything comparable within the franchise. There's a genuine sense of fallen grandeur that the Deep Roads maps of the main campaign sometimes struggled to convey. Compare this to the Idakan tag. One is clearly the aesthetic superior. The sequence goes out of its way to tell its story in the form of ghost flashbacks, illustrating how the city was abandoned and evacuated, but left the casteless behind. Some of those casteless rallied a doomed defense that allows the evacuees to escape. All of them forgotten now by the memories, until you find evidence that can return them to the pages of official dwarven history. Calhirol hits on every detail of what makes the dwarven ruins so cool: the creepy corruption, the lost glory, the powerful loot hidden in ancient treasure chests. In the epilogue slides, it even talks about an expedition from Orzammar to finish the work that you started, reclaiming the lost city as a new outpost for a new era of dwarven reclamation. No such luck for the elves, though. The only elven representative on the team is Velana, a Dalish apostate whose tribe exiled her for being too hateful towards humans, too likely to disturb the peace. Like Nathaniel Howe, she's initially positioned as a villain but can be recruited and persuaded to soften. Like in Origins, all the companions have special dialogue for certain gifts you might find out and about in the world and bring to them. Velana's gift is a blank book. It puzzles her for a while that you would give her this, and then she reflects and realizes that the Dalish have lost so much of their history that they no longer have enough art and fiction through which to see themselves. The humans have Andraste, the dwarves remember through the Shaperate, but the elves have forgotten and need new stories, which she will help write when all this is through. Velana is good foreshadowing about the state of mind for many of the Dalish, about the kind of sentiment that more important characters like Solus have in Inquisition and Veilguard. Velana might not be the most vivid of companions, but even she has her place in the larger tapestry of fiction within the Dragon Age franchise. The fact that the expansion is large enough to even hold all these companion characters and their backstories, plus dynamic approval ratings, is a feat in itself. Awakening doesn't just make the world feel big. By the standards set by the main campaign, the expansion actually is big. The city of Amaranthine, for example, is larger than the amount of playable space in Denerim's Market District. Denerim might be larger in terms of total space, adding all the maps together, but the impression Amaranthine gives is actually functionally larger and more complete than the Ferelden capital. The keep has its own series of dungeons, part of the network of Calhiral's deep roads, that unlock over time and go down several levels. Getting to the literal bottom of things and sealing the ancient dwarven siege doors down there, never activated in time for the fall of Calhiral, is a major component of allowing the keep to survive the climactic Darkspawn assault. Even the woods you meet Leliana in are large enough to have several different zones with their own little side quests and diversions, like this somewhat complicated puzzle. There is a ton of care and thought put into every map, to the point that they are largely more complex and engaging as environments than the maps from the main game. The Brazilian Forest from the main game is a great example of a part of the campaign with excellent quest and content density, and pretty much every region and questline here in Awakening is at that level of quality. All the quests thematically cohere. The timing of the different character conversations feels reasonable to create a sense of real development. There's enough side content and hidden loot to make exploration feel ritually rewarding from even a mechanical perspective. One of the best ever expansions for a Western RPG like this is Mask of the Betrayer for Neverwinter Nights 2, and Awakening is almost as good. The only thing keeping it from being quite as impressive is the scale of the storytelling. Mask of the Betrayer dialed things out away from the core Forgotten Realms setting into the deep, hidden parts of the lore, where Planescape as a setting resides. Awakening's broad focus is on mostly the same world-building things it's been building out since the main campaign, just adding complexity and specificity. But it does need to up the ante in some way. The Darkspawn usually only band together to attack during a blight. The expansion, big as it is not big enough to immediately pivot to the 6th blight. They need a genuine twist. And what, at this point, would be more of a twist than a talking, vaguely sympathetic Darkspawn? The Architect is the franchise's biggest white whale in terms of lore. He is such an interesting character, with such incredibly deep connections to the world building that would come later, and the villains of both Inquisition and Veilguard, but the Architect is pretty much never mentioned again, and wasn't even introduced to the franchise within this expansion. He is a character who actually requires being familiar with the novels to fully understand. The Architect is a blighted Magister of Ancient Tevinter, one of those to breach the Golden City and turn it black. He is, therefore, one of the most enigmatic ancient beings in all of Thedas, and to understand his deal, you're kind of expected to be familiar with David Gator's novel, The Calling. Taking place 25 years before the events of Origins, The Calling is the story of the dead King Merrick and Duncan going after some Grey Wardens who have betrayed the Order, working in the darkness of the Deep Roads alongside Darkspawn, which should be impossible. All Darkspawn, and eventually all Grey Wardens, hear the song of the old gods, are swayed by it, following it to the buried dragon corpses who come back to life as archdemons when blighted. The Architect was once the high priest of Urthemiel, the Dragon of Beauty, when he was still immortal in Tevinter. He does not remember this mortal life, knowing only that they are a Darkspawn who is different from the others. The Calling explains his plan and motivation for the events of Awakening, and he is a much stronger character if you have that foreknowledge going in. If you only play Awakening and don't read The Calling, the subtleties of the lore are likely to pass right on by. It's entirely possible to play the whole expansion and not pick up on him being one of the original Magisters to breach the Black City. It is not really explicitly discussed. In the book, it talks about how he begins his research into the Grey Wardens. If he can harness the taint of the Blight to fight it, can it not be reversed in some way? Can the Blight not be made stronger and more controllable through this mixing of the blood? Just as Avernus's research has major implications that echo across titles, so does this. While the Architect does not remember his time as a priest of Urthemiel, he follows the Blight's song to the Dread Dragon's corpse anyway. He attempts to reverse the joining ritual on the dragon to blight it without corrupting its soul. He fails, not understanding what the Veilguard later reveals about the source of the Calling, and in failing, he unleashes the 5th Blight. The Dragon of Beauty is the very same archdemon you fight at the end of the main campaign, an unintended consequence of the Architect's meddling. He has a plan to blight the entire world in a way that operates without the calling, free from the blight song. Some may die, but hey, gotta break some eggs. This is the awakening that the title refers to. The plot is further complicated in a fascinating way by portraying a Darkspawn civil war between the Architect's forces and those controlled by the Mother, a broodmother that he freed from the Archdemon's influence. No longer hearing the blight song broke her completely. To be corrupted as she was, and then have to be conscious, to have to live with it, too much. All she has left is burning hatred, intensified by the madness that self-knowledge has brought her. The Mother is remarkable creature design, operating on the body horror shock value that the original campaign's broodmother did, but deepening it with a sympathetic edge. What was done to her to make her this way was horrible. To be this way is unthinkable. And so you can't really blame her for having only hate and violence left in her heart. The Architect's rationality is false in many ways anyway. He is a creature of the Blight who refuses to acknowledge what a curse and a disease it is. The Mother has no rationality at all, but she sees clearer. She knows that she is a monster doing monstrous work. She has no illusions that the Blight is anything other than a vehicle for corruption and suffering. The complementary contrast between their perspectives, attitudes, and presentations is amazing world-building and excellent writing. They make wonderful co-villains. But again, the franchise treats them largely as if they never happened, and delays on providing answers to the questions they provoke about the source of the Blight song and the nature of the Blight until the Veilguard in 2024. That's hundreds of hours of gameplay and 3 titles away. Yet here, at practically the beginning of the franchise, those answers feel so tantalizingly close. What the Veilguard chooses to reveal is perfectly consistent with Awakening's story and lore, and so it does feel like a payoff, but the wait for clarification as a fan of the franchise from the very beginning was absolutely excruciating and endless. The flip side of this complaint is that, although frustrating, the frustration comes from a place of genuine curiosity. The world of Thedas is genuinely interesting, a spin on traditional fantasy tropes that often feels unique enough to be unpredictable. Wanting answers so badly keeps players invested across titles, digging through codex entries, seeking out as many hints as the games are willing to give. Awakening even ends with a big decision-laden climax that ties together a web of consequence and victory based on your investment in the side quests and your diligence in upgrading the keep. The Darkspawn armies attack the city of Amaranthine, but the moment you arrive, a messenger comes to deliver the news that your keep is under attack at the same time. You can guarantee the keep's safety by retreating from Amaranthine, but then you leave it to be sacked completely, a massacre. If you have done well, the keep will be able to stand without you. Anything less than complete completion for the various upgrade paths and side quests creates a consequence and a step closer to failure. The less you've done, the worse it goes. It can either be a triumphant, resounding defense against overwhelming odds or a bloodbath of fire and carnage. Defending Amaranthine is clearly the good choice and the one that feels most dramatically satisfying. Leaving the keep to stand or fall on its own creates an exciting layer of tension behind the events you do actually participate in. Choosing to kill the Architect or let him go is similarly consequential, or at least it feels that way. The problem is that there is no follow-up, so the tension built eventually just dissipates. Ironically, it may be the element of choice here that doomed the Architect to the Dragon Age trash heap of inconvenient lore. It is impossible to feature him in a sequel in a way that is completely canonical. He cannot be a guaranteed part of a given world state. One thing I'll talk about in detail when we get to Veilguard is how frustrating it is that so few choices from previous games were imported, but the feeling was clearly that it was cleaner to not have to swap characters in and out for a more generic version if a timeline would not support that intended character. In the Dragon Age Keep world state editor for Inquisition, the Architect being alive or dead is a tracked choice, but the Architect himself was cut from the game in early development. If you hadn't gotten to choose whether to kill him or not in this moment, it would have been far easier to continue his plot lines in Inquisition. Instead, the writers went in a more canonically tidy direction. The Mother is also part of a trend that the franchise at large chose not to return to, self-consciously lurid dark fantasy. People compare the tone of each Dragon Age game to Origins for obvious reasons, but none of them choose to do it up like this again. The tone shift that's so evident between Origins and the Veilguard began with Dragon Age 2. This boss fight with the Mother is about as far as the franchise ever pushes it in terms of shock value. Is it too far? I don't think so. It's certainly not tasteful, but it's also very typical of its subgenre. The pivot back towards heroic fantasy is a pivot into a genre distinction that makes these kinds of encounters excessive, unwanted, even if dark fantasy thrives on these kinds of horror-adjacent distortions. Pushing this far into a genre the other games are trying to back away from makes the lore inconvenient in its own way. The Broodmothers as a concept are never really brought up again, which is perhaps understandable because sexual assault is part of how they're created, and there's a danger there of being insensitive and sensationalistic around a subject that is all too real and painful for many. I don't think that was truly intentional. I think Barker-esque body horror was the real goal here, but it's a thin barrier between exploring a dark concept and exploiting a dark concept. And that's not something ultimately that me or any other critic gets to unilaterally decide. Sometimes it's easier just to not, which is part of the pivot towards heroic fantasy that the Dragon Age franchise experiences as a whole. The epilogue slides for the expansion are extensive and welcome, but they also contribute to the final element of inconvenient lore largely missing from the franchise to come. You, the hero of Ferelden. Now you've not only built up one list of world-altering, lore-compounding choices, you've built up two, the second one nearly as long. Origins and Awakening have a greater amount of variable choice than any other Dragon Age title. The next titles narrow that range of choice down to a smaller number of big-ticket choices that can be more closely controlled within a player's canon. Everything you do here, everything followed up on by two epilogues, it is more than any other Dragon Age title will offer its protagonist. And it's not even done yet. In August of 2010, Golems of Amgarrak was released as a focused, dense dungeon crawl in a traditional tabletop-influenced style. It is a true, classic adventure module in the AD&D mode, where the narrative role-playing takes a backseat to the exploration of a complex maze of monsters and magical loot, slowly revealed with pencil and graph paper. The module is a horror twist on the plotline with Caridin and his golems. After Caridin disappeared, there was an attempt to replicate his process, refine and strengthen it. But what they did here at Amgarrak was as dangerous as it was unforgivable. It's a fantastic setup, perfectly tailored to the difficult and thorough exploration that the module calls for. It's meant to be done after Awakening, at the height of the player's power, a deliberate step up in difficulty to a self-consciously old-school and unforgiving approach. It's the closest that Origins comes to its AD&D predecessors, like Icewind Dale. It shows how in keeping with those traditions the mechanical part of the game really is, how underneath all the newfangled animations and camera angles and cinematic dialogue, it really is just a new decade's reiteration of the last decade's style. The difficulty and the horror atmosphere go hand in hand, creating a sense that you really are trespassing on secrets meant to be lost. The cleverest thing that the Dungeoneering does is ask a player to shift through various colored lenses through which the fade seeps in. The colors block off progression for certain parts of the dungeon until later, but also hide secrets in plain sight, prompting a player to keep them in mind to loop back around to for later when they can access that color. It uses the limited space of the map in multiple ways at different points of progression, which is a truly clever way to make the adventure feel extremely dense. Taken cumulatively with all the other content of the game, it is by far the most complicated and lengthy dungeon crawl you get to do. And it's interactive with the lore in such cool ways. Because the dwarves cannot do magic, the lead researcher worked with a Tevinter mage to use blood magic in place of the lost anvil. He slaughtered the castless for use as spare parts, creating a golem made out of flesh instead of stone. It's a fantastic narrative contrast to stuff like the story of Calhirol back in Awakening, or the stories you hear in the castless slum of Orzammar. This is the most extremist expression of the dwarven caste system, to treat them as slaves for sacrifice to power, just as the Tevinter Magisters slaughtered elves for their ritual when they broke into the Golden City. Golems of Amgarrak offers no branching choice whatsoever. It would be easy to incorporate it into the story going forward. But it's another origin story thread that receives no follow-up. Perhaps this time it's simply too obscure. The boss fight at the end of the module with the Harvester, the Flesh Golem, is lifted completely and turned into one of the climactic boss fights of Dragon Age 2 instead. There was apparently enough of an expectation that hardly anyone played or remembered Golems of Amgarrak that they felt comfortable just running it again in a more high-profile way. It's not like the Harvester is wasted back here in the Origins module. The fight is by far the hardest there is in Origins, and it feels absolutely unique among the content, entirely unlike the Archdemon or the Mother. The Harvester works in Dragon Age 2, but it's best here in Origins, the original context and the original difficulty balance. In the shift away from horror and dark fantasy back towards heroic and high fantasy, the dwarves become one of the most neglected aspects of the setting. The Deep Roads are too enormous and too spooky to fit comfortably into the formats of the subsequent games, save for certain exceptions like the Act 1 climax of Dragon Age 2 or the Descent DLC for Inquisition, or maybe Harding's personal plotline in the Veilguard. I miss the way dwarves are in Origins, the sprawling and dark ruin of their empire, the possibilities of their technology being severed from magic as they are, the dark impulses that arise from trying to reclaim what was lost at any cost. The way the dwarves fit into the dark fantasy aesthetic in Origins is one of the strongest uses of that genre within the game, and I always wish there was more. As it stands, I'm still waiting in anticipation of Dragon Age 5 finally showing up with the deepest of Deep Roads. I will say, though, it's possible one of the reasons Golems of Amgarrak isn't much part of the canon was its impulse to get one last little trope in. The monster doesn't really die when it dies at the climax with this kind of horror story. There's always a cut-to-the-credits shocker with a musical sting. The module delivers on that expectation by showing dozens of harvesters swarming up from the ruins of Amgarrak as it collapses. That's a big problem. Too big a problem, perhaps, for any of the sequels to ever want to address at all. The final DLC came out just the following month, in September of 2010. Where Golems was banished from the canon, everything that happens in Witch Hunt is deeply canonical, a deliberate and important piece of connective tissue between this title and the next, and the next. At the climax of the main campaign, Morrigan disappeared, possibly with your character's child, possibly with your character's affections. Going after her to find out what happened and what she's been up to this whole time is the final thread of the story waiting to be tied up. It sets a precedent within Dragon Age for the DLC of one game to set up the next, a pattern that repeats all the way up until Veilguard, where Bioware came to regret the fact that the whole setup to the game that they were about to release was locked behind an expansion that a minority of players actually bothered to pay for and download. The problem with Witch Hunt is that, although narratively indispensable, it is the cheapest and slightest out of all the DLC modules for Origins, with the exception, perhaps, of the Darkspawn Chronicles. All of the environments in Awakening and Golems of Amgarrak were brand new, but every map in Witch Hunt is recycled, which is, I guess, its own kind of foreshadowing when it comes to Dragon Age 2. The recycling begins in a natural way, a return to Flemeth's hut to try to find some hint overlooked in the past. It's a wonderful loop with the beginning of the game, similar to how Return to Ostagar emphasized the passage of time within the story. This is after Awakening, after Golems of Amgarrak. It has been many miles and many months since the dawn of the Fifth Blight. Morrigan has stolen an ancient elven tome, and the only clue is an elf who is in pursuit of her already. This leads to the Mage's Tower. To try and create difference with the Circle quest in the main campaign, Witch Hunt uses the map from the Mage origin story instead. If you haven't chosen the Mage origin, this will be new to you, which is a reasonable recycling. The tower is a fun little interval of exploration where there's also some build-up to the events of Dragon Age 2 and idle conversation that you can overhear, but after that you need to go visit an elven ruin and a dwarven ruin. The dwarven ruin is Kadash Taig from Shale's loyalty quest. It's the whole map again, start to finish, just with tougher enemies and run in reverse. It is a real slog. There's lore about the dwarves of this Taig taking in elven refugees from the fall of their city of Arlathan, but it isn't enough to allay the feeling of doing padded busywork. The elven ruins are the very same featured in the Dalish origin. For other non-Dalish characters, this means that these ruins are also potentially novel to a given player, but for Dalish characters, you're doing the same dungeon in the last couple of hours that you did in the first, which is odd, but does lead to one of the most resonant moments in the game for me. The object of the expedition here is to scry her position using a piece of the Shattered Alluvion, the one that started the whole mess for the Dalish origin character. You're asked if it was all worth it, if you would change it if you could. I love moments like this because this is how a character is really built, narratively. Not just by the choices they make, but how they understand themselves in relation to the choices, if they see themselves as the hero, if they see themselves as actualized and deliberate or disempowered by fate, borne along by the predestination inherent to all video game protagonists. Sometimes a single thing can change the entire trajectory of a life, and here is that thing. Here is a fragment of that moment lying on the ground. Dragon Age choosing to progress asymmetrically across separate protagonists for each title allows these moments to happen in unique ways for each character. So far within the franchise, only the Inquisitor comes close to the sheer scale of the journey from beginning to end that the hero of Ferelden goes on. In the previous generation of CRPGs, the only real equivalent is the Ballspawn from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. That journey was more epic, with farther-reaching consequences, but this one, being so focused within one title and its expansions, creates a more intense short-term vibe. It might not be as much as Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 put together, but it is more than the arcs of those narratives separately. There's a potential here for something even deeper, more compelling, more heartfelt. Witch Hunt is good, but it missed being great, doing things like presenting the most tangential boss fight in all of Origins. Here's the Varterol, a beast of elven legend. Like the Harvester, it's a cool enough creature to be lifted from the Origins DLC it was introduced in and transplanted directly into Dragon Age 2. Unlike the Harvester, it has no interesting context. You go through the Dragonbone Wastes again, but where you fought the dragon last time, there's just the Varterol with little setup and no dramatic payoff. That was never the point, though. This is Witch Hunt. Morrigan, the witch, is the point. To close out Origins and prepare for the franchise to come, now a certainty that it was not when the game was originally released, The Witch of the Wilds leaves you with 3 major revelations. The first is about her mother, Flemeth. She is more powerful, far older than she appears. You must brace to work against her. This plot thread is continued with Inquisition, but becomes disappointingly sidelined with Veilguard. Flemeth is indeed far older, far more powerful, but she is not the main mover of events in the games to come. More important is the second revelation, that the Illuvians are not merely a means of communication, they are a means of conveyance, portals through which the old Elven Empire was intricately connected. They all branch and meet in a hidden place, beyond and beneath the Fade. Later games will call it the Crossroads, but Witch Hunt only suggests its existence. The third revelation is that Morrigan will be having a boy, if the player's canon allows for it. This is potentially one of the most interesting plot threads because it means that Urthemiel will have its soul reincarnated within the child, which, as we see in Veilguard, means the soul of one of the elven gods presumed blighted or dead, like Elgar'nan and Gillenane. But there are playthroughs in which Kirin, the child, does not exist at all, and Veilguard avoids him entirely for that reason. Whether a future Dragon Age might pick up on the thread again is unclear, but if so, then the foreshadowing work being done here will resonate even farther than it already does. Those who romanced Morrigan are able to follow her into the Crossroads at this moment, but those who did not have to say hello and goodbye within the same conversation, taking only the dire warnings and the elven text she no longer needs. Witch Hunt is a little bit of the best of Dragon Age and a little bit of the worst at the same time. It is emblematic of the detailed, robust world building and all the interconnective narrative tissue that binds these very different games so closely together. And it is also making the best it can out of the budget it has, compromising on some things in the effort to actually get the damn thing finished and out the door. No Dragon Age game is perfect, not even Origins, though it comes, I think, the closest out of all the Dragon Age titles. The Ultimate Edition is simply one of the most colossal, dense, gorgeous CRPG experiences that a person can have. It is every bit the modern classic. But perhaps that's the problem. It is the pinnacle of classic, traditional Bioware design and dungeoneering. Every other title seeks to distinguish itself as something new, something more contemporary, using the foundation of Origins to build off of. Dragon Age 2 is one of the most experimental RPGs that BioWare's ever done. It cannot possibly be more different than Origins, and then Inquisition could not possibly be more different either in a completely different way. The tone shift that people complained about so much with the Veilguard actually took place way back here in March of 2011. Only 6 months separated Witch Hunt coming out and the release of Dragon Age 2, but in that time, every priority when it came to tone, dramatic framing, mechanical emphasis, narrative direction, and player-protagonist overlap changed. It kind of had to. Where Origins took a half-decade to develop, Dragon Age 2 had a brutally short development window of 16 months. The consequences of that crunch, the limited resources given to the development team, are apparent everywhere you look. Necessity can be a great driver of creativity, though. If they absolutely had to reuse the environments, if there wasn't room for anything on a grand or epic scale like the plotline of Origins, then this was an opportunity to do an RPG at a more personal, intimate scale. One that takes place over a long period of time, showcasing consequence, giving character arcs room to truly grow. Mass Effect 2 had just come out to tremendous acclaim, and it had made a similar turn away from the big picture towards focusing on the squad and supporting cast to carry the momentum of plot. Dragon Age 2 is interesting to look at in retrospect after the reception that the Veilguard had, because many of the criticisms lobbed at the newer game were lobbed at this one on release. The art style had changed to become more vivid, more self-consciously animated. The writing had pivoted away from novelistic fantasy writing with theatrical delivery to snappy banter designed for audience engagement. It's too structurally similar to Mass Effect, whereas Origins provided a meaningful contrast. Not enough choices carry over from the previous title. Veilguard is not, in fact, a departure from the formula of Dragon Age. It is a fulfillment of the template established back here in Dragon Age 2, where all of the structural features and storytelling tropes that largely define Veilguard were pioneered. I found that so strange about the negative uproar about the newer title. I, too, long for a game that's as dense and complicated as Origins, but I had to make peace with the fact that I wasn't going to get one back in 2011. To be invested in Dragon Age as a franchise is just to roll with it, to accept that no subsequent game will ever quite live up to the possibilities in my imagination. The games we actually get are a compromise between what is imaginatively possible and what is practically, monetarily possible, between the old Bioware production approach and the new. Dragon Age 2 illustrates this so well. It is one of Bioware's best scripts, made more dramatically adventurous by the fact that it could not portray anything beyond Kirkwall and a select few of its surrounding environs. It does its best to transcend the suffocating truth that some places you'll come back to a dozen times or more in different contexts, from different angles, a series of houses and hallways and mineshafts that will become infuriatingly familiar over time. To even better paper over the problems, everything has become much louder, more colorful, more television-influenced. It's funny to hear folks saying that the Veilguard is the worst Dragon Age, Bioware is a failing company, blah blah blah. Anyone who's been paying attention knows that people have been talking that shit every Dragon Age release for 13 years, and it's all just noise. Dragon Age 2 was despised by many at the time. Over the years, its reputation has softened, just as the virulent hatred and rejection of Inquisition waned in the long 10-year wait for Veilguard. All the Dragon Age games have their problems, but they all also have unique strengths and complex presentations. Dragon Age 2 has the smallest focus among the Dragon Age titles, but in terms of world building, it does some of the heaviest lifting of all. Dragon Age 2 is no longer dark fantasy. It is pulp fantasy, glossy and gritty in equal measure. This is not necessarily a complete recontextualization of the setting. The reason is actually the narrative frame of this game in particular. This is, in fact, a story being related to an audience in a deliberately metatextual way. Years after the Fifth Blight, a woman named Cassandra Pentagast is interrogating a dwarf named Varric Tethras. Varric's an amateur novelist. His Hard in Hightown series can be found in snippets all across Thedas in this and the next few titles. He is a subjective, unreliable narrator. Everything in Dragon Age 2 is not only filtered through his memories, it is filtered through his storytelling aesthetic, his artistic preferences as a pulp novelist. Varric is, in some ways, the most important character in the entire franchise, more than Morrigan, Leliana, or Solas, because Varric changed the way that the setting conceives of itself. His narration props up not only this, but also Inquisition and Veilguard. His storytelling sensibilities inform the tone of the franchise at large. His affection for action and intrigue guides the pacing and presentation. Dragon Age 2 didn't change the tone from what Origins had built arbitrarily. It did it in a very conscious and focused way to better establish the identity and mood of what was intended to be a very different experience. What is interesting to me was the fact that in later titles, the tone did not continue to shift into other fantasy subgenres. Something about Dragon Age 2, something about the art style, something about Varric's personality as a narrator, all of that ended up becoming much more canonical and foundational than I expected it to be. Dragon Age Origins established the world of Thedas, its history and lore, but the stylistic identity of the franchise comes from Dragon Age 2. Like the dialogue wheel, it is obviously based on the Mass Effect dialogue wheel with a fully voiced and scripted player protagonist, but it's meant to be more robust than that, trying to eliminate the reflex of choosing only Paragon or Renegade responses without variation. Rather than be labeled with a moral quality, the dialogue icons now indicate tone. What was formerly the mostly useless neutral option is now a joking, sarcastic one, an alternative to just answering in the affirmative. Sometimes a large number of tonal variations are available, but not often. Often it does boil down to nice, sarcastic, or rude. While it is an improvement on the Mass Effect system and a deliberate step away from it, it is also a step away from the Baldur's Gate tradition towards the contemporary Bioware house style. In an interview with Eurogamer, lead developer Mike Laidlaw is asked, quote, "Mass Effect 2 was a tour de force, and, to an extent, Dragon Age 2 has been cast in its shadow. Why do people consider Mass Effect 2 a better game?" End quote. Mike Laidlaw responds, quote, "If I were going to point at something and say, well, this is the shadow, it's really the shadow of Origins, and with Origins it was the shadow of Baldur's Gate 2. Back in the day, we certainly drew that comparison ourselves. There's nothing wrong with that. You should absolutely be compared to other projects within the same series for sure, but the expectations that Origins created were of a more traditional, classic style of fantasy story and a different pace in the combat, even though I think the fundamentals are still the same." End quote. Mechanically, tonally, presentationally, Dragon Age moves farther and farther away from those expectations set by Origins and Baldur's Gate 2 with every release. They never do quite outrun its shadow. I feel, though, that this is unfair, because I agree with Laidlaw. Beneath every change, behind every small disagreement or disappointment I have with the game, the fundamentals truly are the same. What I loved most about the storytelling in Origins was often the way it created a sense of time passing, of change and consequence. Moments like the Shattered Illuvian in Witch Hunt, or leading the Joining in Awakening. Dragon Age 2 is even more adept at drawing out those moments and telling a story larger than what the player experiences within the game world itself. And if one of the strengths of Origins was its willingness to be political and complex with its cultural world-building, Dragon Age 2 flexes those muscles even more impressively, using politics and the ethics of power as the backbone of the entire narrative. Dragon Age 2 takes place over the course of about 7 years, a prologue, a 1-year time skip, and then 2 time skips of about 3 years apiece. During this time, your character rises in stature from a refugee with no status and no money to the champion of Kirkwall, a hero positioned on the knife's edge of change with the power to decide which way that blade will cut. Starting as a refugee is a fascinating hook. You have a family history going back to Kirkwall many years ago. Your mother, Leandra, was part of the nobility, a house called the Amels. Mages are even more restricted in Kirkwall than in Ferelden, and there is magic in the family. When Leandra chose to marry a mage, meaning her children were even likelier to use magic, she was cast out. She moved to a little town you may know, Lothering. As the game opens, Lothering has been destroyed by the Blight and the Darkspawn, and the whole clan of exiled Amels are on the road, fighting to survive. Your choice of class determines which of your siblings will survive this journey. If you choose a warrior or rogue, Bethany the mage will go on to the main plot. If you are yourself a mage, Carver the fighter will live. But someone will always die fighting the ogre at the end of the introduction sequence. Dragon Age 2 is fascinating this way. It has a huge amount of reconfigurable component pieces, but the fundamental story beats are consistent across all characters, written tightly despite being heavily customizable. It's not quite like Origins. In Origins, the narrative was subdivided into its main quest areas where the player can completely control the outcomes within those regions. The only thing truly common to all players was the beginning and end, the Battle of Ostagar and the Siege of Denerim. Dragon Age 2, because it moves forward through time, can't simply wrap up with epilogue slides every time. It actually needs to address what the player does in an active, significant way, which would become so complicated so quickly if the player was able to make a lot of the kind of world-changing choices they made in Origins. For this game, beginning as a refugee and slowly gaining influence is not simply a good narrative frame, it is an essential component of limiting the scope of what the player can accomplish within Kirkwall until the very last act, where it can be wrapped up with an epilogue. Instead of large choices at the end of major quests, Dragon Age 2's approach to player choice is defined by small choices at the end of smaller quests, accumulating into a larger idea, a larger story, and only when that story is nearly complete does the player take full control of it. There is no such thing as perfect agency within an RPG. There are hard limits on how reactive a given game world can be. The artistry of making a CRPG is in how the illusion of choice is crafted, in how what is actually a limited range of possibilities can be made to seem wide open within the confines of the story being told. What makes Dragon Age 2 experimental is how it goes against the Bioware formula, altering its format and focus to accommodate and reward player choice in a genuinely novel way. The purpose of choice in a CRPG like this is not actually to tell your own story. It is to use choice as a way to intensify the story that the game already wants to tell, within the role already prescribed to you. Whether your Hawk is cordial, sarcastic, or stern does not matter in the larger scheme of the plot, but within the moment-to-moment drama, that kind of choice can feel very vivid. Being able to pivot from one tone to another as the scene warrants is a fantastic way of exercising control over dialogue where the player character is fully voiced. In Origins, most of your dialogue was asking questions or making a choice. It was often complex in how a character could communicate values and opinions, but it did not often convey a vivid personality. Your player characters in the subsequent Dragon Age games have much more explicitly defined personalities, but this can take away from the sense of customization and control that Origins had. A blank slate character may be flat, but they are also more open to player projection. Commander Shepard has 2 personalities, Paragon and Renegade. Hawk has 3. Mass Effect's big flaw, however, was in tallying Paragon and Renegade points. It rewards fidelity to only one personality type. Dragon Age 2's Hawk can shift positions, softening or hardening towards different characters and situations in a way that feels much more human and much more engaging as a player. This is the template that Inquisition and Veilguard operate from, more concerned with characterization customization than determinative choice. The relationships people have with their player characters are an interesting contrast to the kind of approach that Origins had. In Origins, there is no major separation between player and player character. They are you within the world. With Hawk, the Inquisitor, and Rook, they are not you, but they are yours. They exist as a character independent of your guidance, a hybrid between passive and active media. What's very cool about Dragon Age 2 in particular is that because of the way time moves around and how things change over time, your companion NPCs are also much more independent from the player. They do not have a stronghold or a camp that they all hang out in. Each has their own home somewhere within the city. They all have their own lives that they lead in the time between acts. Rather than a flat approval rating of 1 to 100 like in Origins, friendship and rivalry are measured separately and have different effects on how the final conflict plays out. The companions' personalities and agendas shift in interesting ways over the 7 years. The best window into this is through Aveline, your very first companion character. You meet her on the road from Lothering in the opening as she travels with her husband. You've got to fight through Darkspawn the whole way, and in the process, her husband is blighted, dying on the road like Carver did in my playthrough. United by grief, displaced by the 5th Blight, she travels with you to Kirkwall. You spend a whole year together working off a debt to gain entrance to the city in the first place, a year that passes between the prologue and the first act. While you pursue your own path, Aveline joins the Guard. She's good at it, incorruptible and steadfast, which puts her on an immediate collision course with how the Guard is actually run. Her side quests in the first act are all about discovering the conspiracy against her, exposing the Guard Captain's corruption. Because the optics of what the Guard Captain did are so bad, the Seneschal makes a political choice to promote Aveline to captain in his place. The second act, however, is a completely different tone. Aveline is moving past the death of her husband and ready to date again. But she is spectacularly bad at it, so you have to intervene and help her get out of her own way. It's kind of silly, but also very humanizing, a story beat that runs in deliberate contrast to the standard fantasy fare of the previous act. In the third act, the 2 threads are united. Aveline is a last line of defense against weaponization of the Guard by the Templars against the Mages, fighting a difficult and often bureaucratic fight to maintain organizational independence within Kirkwall. Her triumph over the old Guard Captain comes around again as he pops up as a reactionary extremist, trying to foment violence against the Fereldans that he feels have undeservedly taken jobs, wealth, and power away from the worthy natives of Kirkwall. To him, Aveline represents everything wrong with the city, not to mention Hawk, the so-called champion of Kirkwall. Aveline has done more to protect the city of Kirkwall than nearly anyone else in the party, has done more to hold it together in times of crisis. But to many in the city, she'll always just be a Ferelden refugee, an interloper, unworthy. The moral of her story is very much that integrity must be its own reward. It won't always be respected. It will never go unchallenged. It requires the stubbornness of a steel wall. Like Aveline, she grows into herself so vividly, from a mercenary to a citizen, from a widow to a wife again, from a woman unsure of her place in the world to someone willing to defend her values with her life. Her character arc is one of the best in Dragon Age, and it's not half the adventure you have in Kirkwall yourself. For Varric, the main plot is his character arc. He would not be the narrator if it was otherwise. You meet Varric coming out of the office of his brother, Bartrand. Bartrand is actually the successful one, an entrepreneur who is trying to put together an expedition to the Deep Roads. Bartrand doesn't want your help, and he's pretty skeptical of his more creative brother as well. So Varric asks to partner up. If you find maps of the Deep Roads and raise enough money to buy your way into the expedition, Bartrand will have no choice but to cut you in. The first act of Dragon Age 2 is a lot like the first act of Baldur's Gate 2, where you are encouraged to explore and side quest at your leisure as a way of getting to know the city, how to navigate it, and what the different neighborhoods have to offer, while building up a large sum of money to bankroll the main plot's progression. Varric is a great companion for this kind of stuff because he knows the city. He's always offering little stories and asides about the places you're in. But the best thing about Varric in Act 1 is that for all his worldliness and confidence, he's still kind of naive compared to who and how he is later in the franchise. He's not young, exactly, but the element of melancholy and regret that makes him so compelling hasn't developed yet. It has to come from somewhere. It happens to come from here. Act 1 is the largest act in the game. There's so much that it has to set up, so much foreshadowing it has to do for a compelling payoff, but the climax of the act is truly the best part of Dragon Age 2, with the farthest reaching implications. The expedition is bound deeper and lower within the Dwarven tunnels than the franchise has ever gone before, back to ruins that predate the height of Dwarven civilization, buried already, long before the Darkspawn. This is the primeval Taig. Veins of pure lyrium run all throughout the cave, mixed with threads of red. The red lyrium is new, strange, no one has ever seen it before, but by the time Inquisition rolls around, it will be one of the most dangerous substances in all of Thedas. The way the franchise starts small, builds its threats across multiple titles, introducing ideas long before picking them up to run with them, this is really excellent storytelling and world building, a major part of what's so engaging about the franchise as a whole. The red lyrium has corrupted the dwarves that once lived here in millennia past to things called the profane. The dwarves do not dream. They are disconnected from the Fade. They are cut off from the spirit realm. So how can this be? Unless, perhaps, there actually is some connection between the red lyrium and lost dwarven magic, some fragment of dreaming, a bad kind, a nightmare unending. For those who were with the franchise since the beginning, this took until the Veilguard to be revealed, a lot of years of waiting. Going back with answers in hand, however, the foreshadowing is already there. At the heart of the corrupted Taig, so early in Dwarven history as to have no perceptible culture, is the only object of art you find, a red lyrium idol. Bartrand steals it and leaves you all to die, including Varric. It whispers to him, a kind of song. It's such a fantastic part of the game, a total escape from Kirkwall and its familiar maps, a pivot into the deep lore of the world and some of the context that's been so elusive so far. So much of what Dragon Age is as a franchise comes from Dragon Age 2. Origins tends to get all the credit, but if the tone of future games comes largely from the second game, if the art style largely originates there, if its plot beats set up the primary narratives of both Inquisition and the Veilguard, then how can Dragon Age 2 be considered anything other than foundational? In the years to come, Varric tracks Bartrand down. Bartrand has become haunted, tainted by his contact with the idol, which was sold to an unknown party. Varric returns to the estate in another 3 years in one of the best parts of his arc. He reminisces about how it used to be between him and his brother, how they hung on to what remained of their noble house after being exiled from Orzammar. And after these bittersweet memories, Varric becomes dark and twitchy. There is a piece of the idol, and even just a shard of it is turning Varric into someone sinister, unlike himself. This is a great story beat, but it's not something the games remain consistent on for long. In Dragon Age Inquisition, red lyrium is everywhere, jutting from the ground itself, but to make it so extremely powerful as portrayed here would be inconvenient for the storytelling. So, for the sake of aesthetics later on, the threat is dialed down a bit. What Inquisition really follows up on is who bought the idol. The Templar commander of Kirkwall, Meredith, whose cruelty is turning the city dark with hatred. She's made a sword of it, drawing on its power until it completely consumes her. She doesn't know it yet, but she is founding a new order. The Templars have always used lyrium as a way to augment their powers, to keep control of mages. Red lyrium makes them even stronger, but instead of acting as a check against magic, they are thralls to the song of the corrupted stone. The truth, though, lies in Meredith. Authoritarianism is never about its stated goals, it is always simply an expression of raw power, petty dominance. Meredith was able to withstand the influence of the idol for so long not because she was strong, but because its whispers did not significantly alter her beliefs or ambitions. It just intensified her obsessions. Bartrand was always the greedy one between the two brothers. He succumbed to that greed right away. And Varric is an interloper like Hawk, exiled from Orzammar like Hawk is exiled from Ferelden, a life defined by struggling every moment for relevance and safety. Is power not tempting in such a situation? Varric's temptation is not because he is evil, but because, like everyone, he is flawed, because he longs for the things just beyond his grasp. If his reach was a little longer, well, that's the whisper that corrupts. The discovery of red lyrium and the corruption of the Order of Templars in Kirkwall changes Thedas forever moving forward. It is such phenomenal writing to make it so that this world-altering event is driven not by heroes, kings, or villains, but by a group of poor, desperate, low-level adventurers who weren't looking for anything besides a chance to lay low and a chance to make a profit. This is what makes the framing narration especially clever. Cassandra can't believe that it went down that way. It has to be some grand conspiracy, some nefarious plot. It can't just be the result of coincidence and chance. But it is. For whatever stylistic flourishes Varric puts on the story he's spinning, it's that element that gives it the feeling of truth. The sense that the stories that drive our world are ultimately more absurd and circumstantial than anything we could make up ourselves. It's so narratively satisfying to see those absurd circumstances develop and compound, to watch the unthinkable become the inevitable over the course of years. All of the storytelling in Dragon Age 2 centers Hawk as the hero of the story, but never does it give total control of the outcomes. Not just in terms of player choice, but thematically as well. The entire climax, for example, happens because one of your companions makes a choice without asking you at all. Anders is such a great character. The way he changes not only from Awakening to this game, but also from act to act is as sad as it is compelling. After running away from the Circle so many times before, he has also run away from the Grey Wardens. They took his cat, you see, and more. Anders wanted freedom to be a mage, but he also fundamentally wanted freedom to be himself, to pursue the kind of person he wants to be and not what is prescribed for him. His great tragedy is that this pursuit of freedom at all costs binds him to a course of action that will obliterate the cunning and compassionate person that he was in Awakening. The city of Kirkwall is extremely split between support of mages and support of Templars. Your companions all have conflicting opinions about it, and so does the feedback you get for completing quests. Anders is a radical. Since merging with the Spirit of Justice, he has become increasingly unable to reconcile or ignore the hypocrisies of his world. Through him, you see how the Templars are turning any mage who steps out of line into a tranquil, cut off from the fate, a kind of mystical lobotomy. It happens in Act 1 to someone that Anders really cares about. In a moment of magical clarity brought on by the spirit Anders has within, the man asks Anders to kill him rather than suffer the loss of self. When you meet Meredith in Act 3, she has a tranquil mage acting as her personal assistant. She likes them well enough once they are like this, perfectly obedient and empty. Even the mages spared from this fate are treated like prisoners. The Templars say that they are doing this to prevent the use of blood magic, but it's blood magic that the mages are turning to in desperation, as what happened in the Ferelden Circle. It's kind of fascinating the way these side quests progress. Early on, there are many examples of Templars hunting down blood mages, with the player allowed to help or hinder the Templars in their pursuit. If you are sympathetic to the mages and save them, some of them will come back to bite you in the ass in Act 3. Trask, an ex-Templar, seems like a trustworthy sort when you meet him, but by the time things get really bad for the mages in the 7th year, he is done being nice, and if your sibling is still alive, his group abducts her as a hostage. His coalition kind of disintegrates out from under him as they argue about whether Hawk's interference is good enough of a reason to back down. There's a fight, and even if you've saved some of these characters in the past, they now die by your hand anyway, rather than compromise and return to the circle. Anders does not allow this to happen with his own act of revolution. He knows very well that your role as a hero can trend toward centrism, or worse, that your complicity with his choices will erode that heroism and tarnish it. So, Anders straight up lies to your face, asking for help separating himself from the spirit of justice when he intends no such thing. There comes a time when Knight Commander Meredith and First Enchanter Orsino can no longer delay the inevitable. A spark grows into a fire, and then Anders magically detonates the Grand Cathedral, killing the Reverend Mother, eliminating any possibility for compromise or peace. At the time, people complained about this being out of the player's hands, that this should be a player-driven choice, but that simply isn't the kind of story being told. Part of the reason the protagonists shift from game to game is to narratively emphasize that this world is larger than any one person, no matter how heroic, that you are one actor of many on the stage of the world. Just because Anders is part of the supporting cast does not mean he is actually less important or has less agency in the narrative. And in the wake of what he does, you do have player choice. You can condemn him or support him, side with Meredith or Orsino. You can react to what Anders does in quite a few ways. You just can't choose for him. When a hero saves the world or a city, often what they save is the status quo, the way it was before. Anders can't abide by that. When the status quo is corrupt and broken, inaction becomes its own kind of injustice. The companions are balanced in such a way that what Anders does potentially splits the party and turns certain characters against you, depending on how you choose to proceed in the aftermath. My least favorite character, Fenris, is a former slave of Deventer Magister. The Magister burned magic sigils into his body, kept him as a kind of fancy pet, and in doing so left Fenris with a burning contempt for all mages everywhere. He's a walking cliché from an entirely different stylistic genre, a JRPG trope, down to the hair and the angst. According to a recent thread on Blue Sky by David Gator, one of the primary original writers of the franchise, Fenris was kind of a misfire the whole time. Quote, "The artists had zero clue what to do with him. The art concepts were all over the place, from mages to crows to, well, even weirder. No matter how hard I tried to explain the idea, the artists simply didn't seem to get it. Does this mean he was a bad character? Not exactly. Just an idea that probably deserved more re-examining. You can tell when an idea has a certain spark, and part of that is being easy to communicate. Sadly, there wasn't time for any re-examining, even if it had occurred to me. And it didn't, not yet. If it had, if I had time, maybe I'd have rebooted him as a Templar, someone pro-Templar rather than anti-mage who could give a personal hook into Meredith and give the Templars some badly needed humanity. But this falls into the shoulda, woulda, coulda category." End quote. Gator notes also that the 16-month development window led to as many successes as failures for Dragon Age 2 because there really wasn't any time to second-guess any of the ideas. They went hard and fast on every element of creativity. Fenris is just one of those elements that kind of slipped through the cracks. Brooding, overdramatic, stylistically frustrating. Veilguard is not the first time in a Dragon Age game that some companion characterizations have been excessive or awkward, and it will not be the last. Crafting an ensemble is difficult, especially in media like this where all the personalities are large in their own way. How big and how stylized can you get before the balance is thrown off? It's not actually an easy answer, but if a character sucks so much you can just carve them out of the game for the most part, the answer might actually be easy after all. There is a DLC character for Dragon Age 2 named Sebastian Vale, whose DLC was called The Exiled Prince. He's just as overwrought and ridiculous as Fenris, he just doesn't happen to have anime hair on top of it. The idea behind Sebastian is that he's meant to expand a player's sense of the role of the Chantry in Kirkwall. As a child, he was forced into Chantry, but Grand Cleric Elthina helped Sebastian chart a different path, saying that the religion should be his choice. Elthina is a very limited side character without the Exiled Prince DLC, which is too bad because she's much better written than Sebastian. She is a genuinely caring, comforting figure, a true believer and a bit of a reformer, like Leliana, but much less ambitious or confrontational. The problem is Althena's optimistic centrism. Althena, like many other well-meaning religious leaders, offers up hopes and prayers and then precious little else. She hopes it will work out for the best, while minor villains like Sister Patrice manipulate her from within. Her aloof hopefulness feels more and more empty as the game rolls along towards the end of Act 3. How can one not take sides with so much suffering going on? This is the heart of why Anders kills her, blowing her up inside the chantry. Althena is a kind-hearted person whose impulse is that she just wants things to be better, in a general sort of way. That's why Sebastian is so devoted to her. He is truly a classic Prince Valiant archetype, and she is an equally classic example of what a good person is within traditional heroic fantasy stories. Anders doesn't live in that genre. He doesn't see things in those terms. Even as a fantasy character, Anders finds it too fantastical to imagine that those who have power will stop misusing it simply because it isn't right to do so. Sebastian immediately wants Anders dead for what he does. If you refuse to kill Anders and restore Sebastian's sense of traditional justice, he will retreat to Starkhaven and plan revenge. What's cool is that this is followed up on in Inquisition as war table activity. If you agree to send aid to Starkhaven, the first thing Sebastian does is invade Kirkwall. Aveline fights him to a standstill, and you can aid either of your former companions. In a brief side reference in Trespasser, it's noted that Varric ignores every single letter he gets from Sebastian. Because folks agree, Sebastian sucks. He's vain, selfish, and petty. Yet he sees himself the noble hero, flattering himself with his belief in the Maker. The thing is, narratively, his presence in the party helps to highlight what makes Anders such a radical in this setting, what makes his motivations and his perception of justice so meaningfully different from the older heroic tropes that Sebastian embodies. Creating a good ensemble cast isn't always about harmony. For a certain kind of story, for this kind, strong contrast that brings out the worst in each character can be more compelling than simple likability. The most underutilized character is certainly Isabella, whose arc ties into the Qunari plotline. The Qunari were given a massive redesign that stuck with the franchise ever since, giving them horns and massive physiques to go along with their peculiar and prescriptive philosophy. Veilguard played around with their facial proportions a bit, but like so many other things in Dragon Age, it's the second game that really cemented their presentation. Throughout the first and second acts, the Arishok of the Qunari and a large band of them have been stranded in Kirkwall, given a place to stay by the nervous Viscount, as eager to avoid trouble as he is for them to leave. There are quite a few quests oriented around how badly some people in Kirkwall want to exploit and manipulate the Arishok, from an opportunist attempting to steal their gunpowder technology to Sister Patrice's attempts to cement her own power through exploiting racial division. The Arishok is a fascinating character because he sees through all of it. He is well aware of which characters are manipulators and bad actors. He simply gives them the rope to hang themselves with anyway. The recipe for Gatlock, Qunari gunpowder, is replaced with a recipe for poison gas. The Arishok cares little, if at all, who gets hurt by this bait and switch, so you're the one who has to clean up the whole mess. The Arishok makes some fascinating arguments. He is uncompromising and authoritarian, he is a villain of sorts, but his point of contention with the culture of Kirkwall is that free societies are inherently chaotic and self-interested, that the worst kinds of people always bubble to the top with no structure in place to keep their sociopathy channeled. Under the Qun, there is no question of who you are and what you're to do with your life, because all of that is predetermined and assigned. Sten, from last game, was only called Sten because that was his rank and purpose. The individual is indistinguishable from their assigned role. Failure to adhere to the role means failure as a person. That person must be punished and reformed so that they do conform. Those that run from their roles are Talvashoth, excommunicated and forsaken. They are no longer even considered Qunari at all. Kirkwall is so socially stratified that it's hard to call it a free society exactly, but there is social mobility and opportunity for extraordinary sorts of folks in extraordinary circumstances. Hawk themselves is a shining example of that sort of possibility, a rags-to-riches story in the classic vein. Compared to the Qun, though, Kirkwall is as free as the wind. The Arishok expects the very worst from a society like that, and despite all your heroic efforts to the contrary, the worst is what keeps happening. As years roll on, resentment builds. The Arishok can no longer just sit idly by amidst all this chaos. It comes to a head because people keep joining him. All the oppression, all the poverty in the city is driving its people, especially elves, to seek refuge within the Qun's aggressive certainty. The Viscount and his son are fascinating lenses into this dynamic. The Viscount, like Althena, is an optimistic centrist. He wants the status quo to continue, but continue smoothly with the least amount of people hurt. His son is more adventurous with his thinking and is extremely sympathetic to the Qun and the appeal of its philosophy. The Viscount is confused and disappointed in his son for not taking the city's side this way, for following a path that leads into the unknown instead of trying to pave the path already walked. The Qun is obviously not the right choice for the city. Many will die and many others will be forced into lives not of their choosing, but the impulse the son has is just as naive and optimistic as Althena's perspective. He believes some kind of reconciliation is possible, some kind of compromise that will fix everything and unite everyone. For his compassion, he is murdered by Sister Patrice, eager to pin the crime on the Qunari and make sure no compromise is ever possible. Where Anders is a left-leaning radical, Patrice is a right-leaning one, a cruel and self-serving authoritarian who sees discord and hatred as a fuel that can be harnessed in pursuit of raw power. It's this conflict that's so interesting, a clash over ideals, over politics, over what is possible and what is fundamentally irreconcilable. It didn't need a fantasy artifact MacGuffin, but the plotline is driven by one nonetheless, which is where Isabella comes in. She has stolen a book called the Tome of Kozlun, and the Arishok will not leave until it is found. Isabella hiding this from you is like a prelude to Anders' larger betrayal, setting a precedent during Act 2 where the companions are able to drive events just as large or larger than what the player is deciding for themselves. Isabella's kind of absurd, a Samantha Jones, Blanche Devereaux type who is able to turn any conversation into an innuendo, but this characterization is also kind of flat. It's a front to keep people from prying into her deeper feelings, or her past, or her actions. So she does have some depth, it's just that her bend there, licked that attitude feels itself very surface level when paired with the rest of the plotline that she actually drives, one of the most explicitly political subplots in the game. You can either hand her over to the Arishok for prosecution under the Qun, or defend her, challenging the Arishok to a duel over her freedom that ends up standing in for the freedom of Kirkwall. Which has some thematic resonance. Isabella is a hot mess, overperforming in both categories of messiness and hotness. She is the absolute antithesis of life under the Qun. Freedom to choose also means the freedom to make bad choices, to lie to friends and hurt people through selfishness. If you hate Isabella for that, you can give her to the Arishok. But if you can forgive her these things, she will become a true friend. She will try to do better. She is everything that the Arishok despises about Kirkwall, but also the counter-argument. The Qun can never comprehend that part of the beauty and joy of life sometimes is in being the messiest bitch possible. It is possible, however, to be too messy. And the character that most deeply embodies that line in the sand between what's cute and what's consequential is Meryl, the Dalish mage. This is the same Meryl from the Dalish background and origins, and her plotline focuses on that same magical illuvion that was shattered and returned to in Witch Hunt. Meryl has become obsessed with it, bringing the pieces with her from Ferelden to fix. Her quest to restore the mirror has led to her being ostracized and alienated from her clan. She has no home with them anymore, and so she comes with you to live in the Kirkwall alienage. She is a wonderful mix of clever and naive. She is, intellectually, probably one of the smartest in the group, but her adoration of ancient elvish magic leads her to completely ignore the risks and downsides of stuff like blood magic. Like Morrigan, she feels that the issue is not with the fundamental nature of blood magic, but the skill and concentration of the mages performing it. She is a much bigger apostate than Anders, and Anders really dislikes her for taking such risks so casually. There are some ways in which Meryl feels underutilized as a character within the Mage-Templar conflict Dragon Age 2 specifically, but she makes up for this by being a fascinating and personal bridge between the lore of these first couple games and the big revelations of the games to come. She basically sets up the whole conflict of Veilguard 13 years before that game's release just by explaining the mythology that fascinates her and drives her obsession with the mirror. She explains how Fen'Harel the Dreadwolf presented himself as a neutral party between the Avanuris, or the Divine Elven Pantheon, and their rivals referred to as the Forgotten Ones. Long ago, Fenhurl tricked them all and locked them away in some prison beyond the Fade. Except, perhaps, for Mythal, who you've met already at the beginning of the game. Flemeth's reappearance in Dragon Age 2 is pretty wild. This is the full mask-off goddess look. She's a dragon when she feels like it, and she slays all day. But in terms of actual dialogue, her role in the narrative as a figure who nudges world events and potential protagonists in certain directions is extremely consistent with who she was in Origins. This is still Flemeth. Merrill will never be closer to her gods than this. What Solas is trying to restore in the Veilguard, an empire of the elves who move through the Illuvians to connect all corners of their world at once, an empire of magic and beauty, even just a tainted fragment of all that lost power is enough to obsess Merrill to the point of sacrificing everything dear to her. If you imported a Dalish origin save, her subplot is even more bitter and shocking than it was before. The keeper of this clan knows that the Illuvian connects not to a destination, but to a demon. As soon as Merrill finishes her work, it will possess her. The Keeper has already lost two of her most promising elves to it, one dead, one turned over to Duncan and the Wardens. She can't bear more suffering to befall the younger generation. So the Keeper takes on that possession herself, forcing Merrill and Hawk to kill her and stop the demon. All game long, Merrill has gained power without consequence, flirted with blood magic, and even once made a deal with the demon against Hawk because the demon promised lost elven secrets. And I, since it is my personal opinion that she's adorable, forgave her for all of it. But she can't keep lighting matches like this without getting burned, and once it happens, the fire spreads quickly. Losing the Keeper to something that's not just her fault, but that the Keeper begged her to let go of many times, that's a real gut punch. But it gets worse. If the clan finds out that the Keeper is dead, they attack. You have to kill them all in that circumstance, slaughter the whole clan, rendering the Keeper's sacrifice purposeless, compounding the tragedy. If you blame Merrill for the whole incident and hide the murder, it's possible to get away, but helping her or being honest in this instance is like the worst possible thing. When Solas explains his plan to tear down the Veil and restore the old Elven Empire and Trespasser, he is explaining the dream established by Merrill. Without the Veil, the elves are an immortal race of spirits, transcendent, eternal. With the Veil, they are mortal creatures who have forgotten who they are and where they come from, who pick up shattered pieces of the old empire without comprehending what they are and what they mean. Naive prey for the shadows in the mirror. If you romance Merrill, she will eventually move in with you at the reclaimed Amel estate in Hightown. It's a long way from the nomadic Dalish she grew up with or the alienage she lived in those first few years. And it's a long way for Hawk, too. Because Hawk is integrated into the world as a character distinct from the player themselves. They, too, are a kind of companion that the player comes to know, witnessing them grow along their character arc. Every quest resolution and dialogue choice contributes to the cumulative sense of who Hawk is, but there's also a large amount of character building through dramatic circumstance. The arc of the Amel family as a whole, with you as the main narrative driving force, is the primary way the game creates a concrete, defined existence for you within the game world. Being a Ferelden refugee, one generation exiled from Kirkwall, is a great way to reconcile a player being new to somewhere that they are meant to belong. Grand Cleric Althena delivered your mother as a baby, after all. This Hightown mansion was more or less always yours by birthright. If Gamlen hadn't pissed it away, that is. Gamlen is perfectly hateable, that ideal combination of sneering self-regard and functional incompetence. He does not get to move to the mansion with you. He stays in his low-town apartment where he once actually complained at you for being too much of a leech on his hospitality. Then there's Bethany and Carver. On the Deep Roads expedition at the end of Act 1, there is a strong likelihood your surviving sibling will die, leaving you the last of Leander's children. The only way to save them is to take Anders. As a former Grey Warden, he can connect you with the Order, who will administer the joining and save them from the taint. In my playthrough, this was Bethany. She hates you for it, for a while, but then accepts that you did what you did to save her, and gave her a cause. By the end of the game, she stands with you amidst the final unraveling of Kirkwall. Even if Bethany lives, though, she is lost to Leandra. I really enjoyed Leandra's character most of all. She feels authentic and real in a way not always common to CRPG writing. Naturalistic dialogue focused on strong but everyday emotions. Her disappointments, her regrets, her griefs, along with her pride, her hopes, her dreams. By the time we reclaim the Hightown estate where she grew up, she's feeling so optimistic that she's ready to move on from her past and date again. Which is where the game really sticks the knife in. Throughout each act is a serial killer subplot. Many times it comes close to resolution, but never a satisfying or conclusive one. It's got real Zodiac killer vibes. The killer always leaves flowers. Flowers like the ones your mother just received from her suitor. I love Dragon Age 2 for its commitment to consequence. All these years, the killer has been rebuilding the body of his lost lover from look-alike parts. Your mother is the final piece. She provides the face. It's a genuinely shocking moment, veering as close to the dark fantasy tone of Origins as the second game is willing to get. Just the shock of it isn't the point, though. The scene gives you a long goodbye, just to put Hawk through the most destructive, emotional ringer. After Leander dies, the family really does rest in your hands, a legacy with your future. Losing a parent is the worst kind of growing up a person has to do, and usually it happens later in life, making it one of the last rites of passage a person goes through. It's unusual in a CRPG to hit on this particular story beat, incorporating it into the player protagonist's own story arc without the typical, "Oh no, they killed your family" catastrophe that is so often at the start of fantasy stories. To have Leandra become such a familiar presence before killing her off allows maximum narrative impact. It's a genuinely deft touch that adds so much to Hawk's characterization and sense of personal growth. Mass Effect 2 was focused on character over macro conflicts, but not nearly to the degree that Dragon Age 2 is focused on character. For the time, it was actually an incredibly bold and forward-thinking title. But it's not just a story, it's also a 50-hour mechanical game experience with combat and loot and exploration, and in those things, it is much harder to say that the game is a classic or even broadly worth the time at all. I just don't enjoy the combat very much. I don't enjoy how the roles are defined or the pacing of the encounters. I played a two-handed sword user, which you would think would be a high-damage, heavy-hitter kind of character. It isn't. Warriors are tanks. They exist to absorb and delay, to pull focus from enemies long enough for the DPS classes to get in their more impressive, high-impact hits. Playing primarily as a warrior, keeping the aggro all to yourself, it is possible to put mages in all three of the other slots and thus make up for the DPS you lack through companion attacks and combos. The emphasis on inter-party combos in particular is another thing that begins in Dragon Age 2 and then continues with more and more emphasis into the sequels. The real problem is with how repetitive things get. Unlike in Origins, all combat is based on waves. What you see is never what you get. You always get more, magically appearing until the encounters decide to stop. Combine this with the repeating environments and you're doing the same things in the same places over and over again with only a thin narrative difference between them. If the narrative wasn't so genuinely strong and compelling, the game would be kind of awful. There would be really no redeeming how irritating the repetitions become. I mentioned with Origins how, cynically, the combat in Bioware games can feel just like a delaying tactic and a placeholder, drawing out the time investment without adding anything significant or important. This is the Dragon Age title where that negative impression is most obvious and prominent. With the apparating reinforcement system, it is demonstrably a delaying tactic to artificially inflate the time to complete. Each room and hallway is a timer that must tick down until the interesting stuff can progress. Ideally, interactivity in a CRPG builds immersion. It is, itself, part of the story. And that's still true here to an extent. The conflict really is important at those key story moments, but there's so much combat here that serves no dramatic purpose, giving the most meager rewards and loot and experience, providing me with something to do, but no actual motivation to do it, besides seeing what's on the other side. The storytelling presentation is so vivid and immediate compared to Origins, but the combat is not, despite having much more fluid animations. It is slightly on the awkward side of busy and complicated, not tactical, but not yet driven entirely by impulse like Veilguard's system. It's prettier than the combat in Origins, but somehow leaving less to the imagination in this instance doesn't know favors. In an interview with Fantasy Magazine back in May of 2011, David Gator is asked, quote, "What are some of the big lessons you've learned, and what big changes have you seen in the medium from a storytelling standpoint?" End quote. To which he replies, quote, "I think the medium is quickly moving toward being far more cinematic than it was, which is both good and bad, I think. It's good in that we can show as much as we tell now. Bad because we suddenly have to show and less can be left to the imagination, something which, in many ways, we will never be able to compete with. Far be it from me to be a Luddite, however, this is the direction the technology is moving, and hopefully will reach a point where creating the cinematics is inexpensive enough that we can branch out as much as we did when it was primarily text we were working with. As far as lessons learned, there will never be enough content added to make me satisfied, so it's better to be satisfied that what you put there is good. I remember right before Baldur's Gate 2 went out, just how anxious we were over all the things that were cut and half-finished in the game, and how certain we were that everyone would hate it. Perspective is a good thing." End quote. Perspective has been favorable to Dragon Age 2. It is remembered today for the strength of its storytelling, the vividness of its ensemble cast. When you actually have to go back and play it, a different memory surfaces. The one that goes, "Ugh, blech, fuck, not the goddamn motherfucking bone pit again!" All the things cut and half-finished in Baldur's Gate 2 were harder to notice, lost in an avalanche of compelling material. Dragon Age 2 has those disappointments sitting right on the surface, impossible to bypass or ignore, which makes it all the more surprising that it went on to have 2 pieces of truly excellent DLC added to it after that initial 16-month scramble to the finish line was finally, mercifully, over. Released in July of 2011, Legacy is as important to Dragon Age Inquisition as Trespasser is to Veilguard. It is a DLC that explicitly sets up the next game's villain and sets all of its events in motion. It also happens to be the closest Dragon Age 2 comes to the kind of intricate, dense dungeoneering that Origins did so often. Scenic, intriguing, lore-heavy, with interesting cross-title ramifications for your player character, I think Legacy is the best of Dragon Age 2, and that the game is essentially incomplete without it. The game is otherwise so invested in current events, Mages versus Templars, the Qunari threat, the politics of power and influence within Kirkwall and how that changes over the 7 years of plot. The farthest it's otherwise willing to venture into the deep history of Thedas is the expedition to the primeval Taig. Legacy changes that. Not only that, it further deepens the family connections you have by expanding on your absent father as a character. He was a mage, he was once a Grey Warden, but he never came back from duty. It was always assumed that he abandoned his family. It never occurred to anyone that he might never have been allowed to leave. In a canyon far outside Kirkwall is a base for the Carta, the dwarven smuggling ring. They're looking for you, and for Bethany if she's alive as a Grey Warden, so you come to them instead. The great thing about the opening part of Legacy is how wonderfully different it is from any other environment in the game, or in Origins for that matter. This is a completely new, extremely scenic area, not recycled from anything else, which doesn't sound like a lot. But by Act 2 or 3, where you're doing these DLCs, you will have already seen everything else Kirkwall has to offer and are probably deep into the repetitions of maps. It is such a relief to be adventuring beyond those confines. It's an opportunity to dramatically expand Bethany's role in the narrative, giving her pretty much twice as much screen time as she would otherwise have, creating a genuine sense of bond between you as you both unravel what happened to the man whose last name you were given instead of Amel. Even Varric gets a personal connection and extra backstory. The Carta leader was once a criminal genius and a close business associate of Varric's. He was the one who actually invented his crossbow, Bianca, the only working prototype of which Varric carries with him always. The Carta leader has gone mad. He hears the Song of the Blight. He hears the calling. Different, though. Focused, like it was with the Architect's work in Awakening. The Carta base sits on top of an enormous prison tower, sunk deep into the earth and hidden for centuries. The Grey Wardens built it just following the first Blight, to imprison a Darkspawn that thinks and talks. Corypheus. Millennia ago, in ancient Vinter, he was a magister and the High Priest of Dumat. Now he is forgotten, but not for much longer. There is a very cool suggestion within the game that perhaps the calling that emanates from Corypheus is part of what's making Kirkwall so unstable, that the hatred and violence are partly due to supernatural whispers from the outer regions. Post-Veilguard, I like all this stuff even more. Not only does the Veilguard not contradict what's established in Legacy, it intensifies it. It makes it even more effective foreshadowing for the game to come. Anders, if you take him along, is particularly affected by Corypheus's calling, nearly succumbing to it at one point. Your only guide is an old, thoroughly corrupted Grey Warden who cryptically shambles through the dusty halls giving half-truths and keeping secrets. The dungeoneering is complex and fast-moving. Each floor of the prison tower offers some kind of optional puzzle, and there are several optional boss encounters throughout the expansion. Darkspawn and the Blight are not really part of Dragon Age 2 besides that one instance of going to the Deep Roads. This connective tissue is, therefore, very important. Even the level design is just fantastic. Down here at the base of the tower, for instance, is a weird kind of swampy wasteland, glowing green and full of sunken ruins. There's even a shrine to Dumat and a ritual you can perform. The rewards are kind of paltry, but thematically it puts a player in better resonance with the world Corypheus came from before his corruption in the Black City. There's even a choice to make. You can distrust the obviously untrustworthy Warden who's helping you and pivot your loyalties over to another Grey Warden who sent the Carta after you in the first place. She wants to control Corypheus, as if such a thing is possible. My feeling about Legacy is that it basically has everything that makes a good DLC. A strong plot that complements the main narrative and expands it, deep lore that creates intrigue and raises good questions, strong character work, beautiful art and environmental design. When you finally reach Corypheus himself, he does not disappoint either. Anders has been skeptical this whole time, because if he really has been to the Black City, doesn't that mean that what the Chantry says is true to some extent? He is reluctant to give any ground to Androstrianism, even as the evidence stands there monologuing before him. The only negative I can think of is his surprise. This is, after all, his second time meeting one of the ancient corrupted magisters. Awakening just did such a poor job of conveying that element of backstory that Anders has to react to it as if this is his first time now. To be fair, Corypheus is a better character than the Architect. He doesn't fumble towards a truth he half remembers, he remembers everything. He is unchanged by his transformation and imprisonment from the Magister he was, egotistical to the core. He is not humbled by his encounter with the Divine, he's bitter. He feels that he accomplished what was necessary to meet his gods, and they were not even there. Just darkness, chaos, the taint. I love the way he's got chunks of metal fused into his flesh. It's like the final transformation of Jeff Goldblum's Brundlefly in the 1986 version of the movie, when the transfer pod is mixed into him on reassembly. Corypheus isn't hobbled by it, though. He does not seem to remotely care. He wanted power, he got it. The only problem is that it is not enough for him. When Corypheus appears in person as the villain in Inquisition, it is many hours deep into the game. Having this introductory moment makes him much more vivid during those long periods during the third title, where he's kind of an absentee villain. You know he's out there. But would you know how much of an asshole he is without Legacy? The funny thing about the DLC is that the boss fight here is actually more difficult than the one at the end of Inquisition. The next game is a very mainstream title in many ways, whereas Dragon Age 2 was still kind of niche, still connected to the old traditions where things were a little more jagged and obtuse. As a DLC for die-hard fans of Dragon Age, Legacy could make an incredibly difficult puzzle-driven boss encounter, fiddly and tense, hitting the same kind of difficulty notes as the Harvester encounter in Origins, but, more severe. It feels appropriately intense considering that kind of being Corypheus is. All this effort doesn't even kill him. His essence escapes into whatever Grey Warden was helping you, and he slinks away to prepare for the next game. In this way, Legacy is best played toward the very end of Dragon Age 2, out of release order with Mark of the Assassin. Because, in comparison, the next DLC is a little tame in its action and implications. Mark of the Assassin is a banter-heavy heist adventure, light on substance, heavy on style. In its own way, though, it does preface some aspects of Dragon Age Inquisition. The next game is heavy on Orlesian politics, splitting the map between Ferelden and Orlais. One of its centerpiece quests is entirely focused on the Empress Selene and her Winter Palace, so Mark of the Assassin functions as a kind of extended primer on Orlesian nobility and Qunari politics. It expands the lore just as much as Legacy, in its own way. Chateau Hain feels like a little proof-of-concept exercise for the Winter Palace's quest design, testing out a progression of espionage and intrigue in non-violent ways during an Orlesian garden party, before tightening up that structure into a refined version for the sequel. Mark of the Assassin feels experimental and prototypical throughout. What might be most notable about it is that it's the first foray in Dragon Age into a more modern style of banter, self-conscious of its own punchlines and delivery. It is not unfair to critique Veilguard for leaning way too heavily into stylized banter, but it was not the first game to introduce it to the franchise. Mark of the Assassin's attempt at emulating Joss Whedon vibes is what brought in that style of dialogue over the border, where it proliferated in an environment with no known natural predators. The frame is that you are infiltrating Chateau Hain at the behest of Talus, an elf working for the Qunari spy network called the Ben Hasrith. Talus, as a character, is actually very well drawn, and there is an extended conversation where she discusses Qunari political structure and what philosophical comfort there is in the Qun's rigid certainty. Talus's role is just as well written and intriguing as any of the fantasy politics in Dragon Age 2. That's the narrative area where all the content truly shines. Where it gets complicated is in the pop cultural significance of Talus's voice actress and likeness, Felicia Day. Felicia Day is a fine actress all on her own, but she is strongly associated with media like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She starred in Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog in 2008, which was an early internet sensation of sorts, and helped cement Day as a Whedon-adjacent figure. The DLC came out in October of 2011, so I think the creative impulse was to emulate Buffy more than anything else, but it's worth noting that this is just 1 year shy of the first of the Marvel Avengers movies coming out, which Joss Whedon wrote and directed, along with the next one, Age of Ultron. Here in 2024, when people say that banter in the Veilguard feels reminiscent of a Marvel movie, there is actually a connective through line to be drawn up from Mark of the Assassin in 2011 to the Veilguard in 2024. Whedon-esque, fourth-wall-breaking, cutesy word-mangling, self-consciously ironic dialogue spent those intervening years becoming mainstream. Whedon himself sunk from public view when it came out that he'd been exploitative with his power, some of the allegations coming from Buffy alumni, plus a powerful and damning open letter from his ex-wife Kai Cole in 2017. But the stylistic impulses Whedon pioneered carry on without him, dispersed into the pop culture petri dish, where they took on a life of their own. The thing is, though, that none of this is the fault of the cast and crew. Buffy truly was fun, and the rhythm of its comedy still hits. So doing up Talus not as her own design, but just Felicia Day as an elf, is meant to be nostalgically evocative in a certain way. It's meant to tie what was at the time an interesting moment in new media to the classic performances of a decade previous, when a few face prosthetics and a lot of attitude went a long way. Mark of the Assassin was not trying to be contemporary by incorporating this kind of comedy and this rhythm of banter. It was actually trying to evoke a fond memory from its audience who could generally be relied on to have seen the show. Veilguard's dialogue and tone is perfectly consistent with Mark of the Assassin. It's just a matter of proportionality. The DLC is one small part of a whole, which, while banter-heavy, does not really have this particular tone to it. But 13 years is a long fucking time, actually. In those years, fantasy and sci-fi became much more mainstream, and they became that way through blockbuster media like the Avengers. Fantasy adventure has dominated pop culture this entire past decade, with the Marvel rhythm which the Avengers largely defined creeping into movie after movie before it became basically inescapable. It is not that Dragon Age has changed so drastically as a franchise, it's that pop culture did. Expectations and methodology for how these stories are told changed, vines growing on the trellis that Marvel movie money built. In the Veilguard, when Rook says to Harding, "What's shapin'?" as an attempt at dwarven slang, I did not think, oh, too modern. I thought, that sounds like something Xander Harris would say. Hey Buff, what's shapin'? It's a fucking Buffy joke at heart. It has truly nothing to do with being modern, and everything to do with the processes and people who took fantasy adventure from being a subgenre for nerds to a trillion-dollar, world-dominating money machine. It is not Felicia Day's fault, but her presence in Mark of the Assassin, as herself, is one of the most metatextually notable parts of the Dragon Age story when it comes to putting the arc of the franchise into context. Beyond just the metatextual importance, Mark of the Assassin actually is a decent expansion all on its own. It's not as compelling as Legacy, but its quest structures are a lot more experimental and fun than a lot of what's in the base campaign. It begins with a wyvern hunt, the hunting grounds opening up into this huge and sprawling forest area. It's even more open of level design than Legacy was, less of a traditional dungeon, and more like how the Brazilian forest in Origins was arranged, but without quite so much quest density. There's a few things to find, like other hunters encountering trouble from local animals and a special treasure with a particularly difficult optional boss fight. The main thing is the change in mood and color palette. It is, for the most part, a very lighthearted adventure compared to a lot of the other content in Dragon Age 2. The Orlesians really look down on you for being so provincial, some champion of Swamp Ass or wherever it is, And so the competition to bag the best wyvern and put all the condescending voices to shame is a lot of fun. When Leliana talked about the game in terms of Orlesian politicking and backstabbing and general fuckery, these were exactly the sorts of events that she was talking about. Leliana even shows up herself in the garden party to follow, along with a few other familiar faces from Origins. You've come up all the way from refugee to celebrity. Why not enjoy the moment while it lasts? The only kind of negative thing is an encounter with Seneschal Bran and his date, a kind of negative trans stereotype who Talis characterizes as awkward. There's a fascinating blog post by David Gator we'll return to while discussing the Veilguard, but Gator actually offers a comprehensive apology of sorts, writing, quote, "We never thought of her as transgender per se. She's more of a drag queen, in attitude if not in appearance, lacking the appropriate options, else that's what she would have been. But the difference is moot when it comes to perceptions, and therein lay the problem. Due to a bad line link and the fact that we'd only ever included transgender characters as sex workers and comedic relief, it really seemed like she was there to be gawked and laughed at. A transgender fan lamented this on the forum, and we felt suitably chastised. Because they were right. Our intention was irrelevant in light of the fact that we'd erred without due consideration. The question was asked on that thread, couldn't you include a real transgender character? A serious one?" End quote. Gator goes on to talk about how he then created Maeveris, a Tevinter magister whose transness is much more complex and human. She was a comic book character at first, but appears alongside Dorian during the Docktown chapters of Veilguard as co-leaders of the Shadow Dragons. It's interesting to me how, as often as small plot lines and minor characters blossom into larger roles, other elements of design ranging from plot and lore to level design to queer representation start from experimental, incomplete trial runs and later come back around in much more robust ways. The franchise's asymmetrical progression allows these developments to feel natural to the progression of the games, each Dragon Age title completely changing its presentation and approach. Ultimately, that's kind of the only thing that doesn't really hit when it comes to Mark of the Assassin. It makes for a poor transition from Dragon Age 2 to Inquisition, worse than Legacy. Though, because the DLCs must be completed prior to the climax, there really isn't any replacing the climax already packaged with the game. There's no witch hunt-style transitional epilogue this time. For Mark of the Assassin, the climax is just a big production boss fight against the Duke riding his tamed wyvern. It's such a classic kind of confrontation and trope that it really emphasizes how different Dragon Age 2 can be from Origins in terms of setting and genre. This is just pure high fantasy, an evil, sneering Duke on his dragon mount, quippy conversation before the fight, a pithy one-liner after the fight. It seems the Duke has fallen from grace indeed. Dragon Age Origins truly is the only title in the franchise to really pursue dark fantasy. This DLC is something of an exception to the norm, though. The bulk of Dragon Age 2 is, if not dark, at least low fantasy, the fantasy of politics and poverty. There really aren't too many epilogue slides for Dragon Age 2, and the ones there are don't go too far out into the future, because the future is not very far away at all. When Cassandra's interrogation of Varric ends, there are weeks to go before Inquisition picks it up again within the franchise. Dragon Age 2 is a transitional title, all of it told in retrospect, all of it for the purpose of establishing understanding and context. It is the work of Inquisition to actually solve the problems that boil over so spectacularly over the course of the second game. There were only 3 years in between the release of Mark of the Assassin and Inquisition's release in November of 2014. In that time, games technology made a generational leap forward. It is difficult to state what an impressive visual improvement the game is, or how reflective it is of the way the advancement of video game graphics have stabilized and slowed down since that period. Veilguard does look better than Inquisition, but not half as better as Inquisition looks compared to Dragon Age 2 or Origins. Inquisition is also a much closer match to Origins rather than the second game in terms of scope. It was close to 100 hours long even before the 3 hefty DLC campaigns that were added. With those included, it's easily a 120-hour adventure. Among the 4 titles, Inquisition feels like the longest campaign with the greatest amount of consequence for your actions. Its failings largely come from being too large, with significant portions that feel tangential or unfinished. What keeps it from being the best of them, I think, is that Origins felt like a tighter and more cohesive experience. Every part of Origins felt compelling and critical. There's a lot in Inquisition that's easy to shave off and throw away by comparison. To boil away the extra and focus just on the core parts of Inquisition, however, reveals a game that is otherwise the equal of Origins in most ways. The characters in the ensemble cast of companions are just as strong as those in Origins, with conversations that are often better written and more complex. The cultures of the world, Orlesian and Ferelden both, are given a lot of definition and complexity that they hadn't gotten before. And the player's role as a leader, a figurehead of an organization and the focal point for myth and legend, suits the tone and scope of the game perfectly. As a narrative experience, Inquisition is everything that makes Dragon Age so fascinating and satisfying as fantasy media. And it's gorgeous. I might not use all the superlatives I used for it 10 years ago this time around, but the game is consistently scenic with impressively dynamic conversations. It has everything going for it. The thing is, it's not just a lushly produced visual novel. It's a big old action and exploration title, more open world than any other title in the franchise. That ought to be Inquisition's strength. Instead, it's a format that dilutes and obfuscates what the game actually does well, to the point where I genuinely figured that I would never play it again. Twice was enough. It felt like maybe even too much. Besides footage, why would I play it again? Well, as it turns out, because I do really love it after all. I had just forgotten a lot of the parts that were wonderful because 10 years ago I was still so salty about the parts that truly let me down. There are so many amazing character moments buried under forgettable fetch quests, so much amazing storytelling and lore that's relegated to the codex instead of the active narrative, such a huge amount of creative effort that's made small by the preposterous and empty bigness of the world. With a different game format, Inquisition could have been something truly incredible and classic. As it stands, it will have to get along being the one that's actually a little better than you probably remember it being. I think something that would have helped Inquisition is if it had started out with less of a bang. Origins had opening chapters that started out quiet, setting the scene, making sure a player knows who they are and where they come from. In Inquisition, you start out only knowing that you're running and things are fucked. It takes the entire introductory sequence to work out backwards just what transpired here in the opening moments, and while this is clearly meant to maximize excitement and intrigue, I think it's just not as strong as what it could have been if it had been more simply presented in a linear way. Following the events of Dragon Age 2, the entire system of mage circles controlled by Templars shattered. The two sides began warring openly, and the first sign of compromise between the two of them is their meeting for peace talks at the Temple of Andraste, where the sacred ashes were found back in Origins. The only glimpse that the player gets of these talks is the menu screen, with lines of Templars and mages marching towards the temple. What actually happens is that Corypheus interrupts the talks to kill the divine Justinia, the matriarchal pope of Andrastrianism. You then accidentally interrupt him and grab a hold of the orb he's using, stealing the power he intended for himself and triggering a massive explosion that sends you into the Fade itself. The peace talks are ruined. There's a hole in the sky where demons pour out. Many problems here to solve. The game begins in the Fade right after the explosion. I suppose I'm just having a disagreement with the game about which story it's telling. From my perspective, the climax of Dragon Age 2 would benefit from an immediate and robust exploration of its ramifications. I'm ready to be monologued to about it at length. After all, the mages and Templars are never peacefully in the same place again within Inquisition. You choose which side to support early on in the first act, and then whoever you don't choose falls to Corypheus' influence. You see them fighting out in the fields and valleys of the Hinterland starting area, but beyond that, the conflict between them seems distant and cosmetic a lot of the time. Establishing the personalities of the faction leaders, setting up the Divine's relationships with Leliana, revealing Corypheus, all of this happens later, in pieces, where it could have been done all at once, right away, in a slower opening chapter similar to what Origins did with its opening chapters. That slower story, though, is still Hawke's story. This is, instead, the story of the Inquisitor, or by another name, the Herald of Andraste. What people see is you, the new you, stepping out of the Fade, the first in a millennia to walk it physically instead of in dreams as you did in Origins and Dragon Age 2. Behind you is that blazing figure that looks like the Divine. As the story is told over and over throughout the kingdoms, that glowing figure is usually imagined to be Andraste herself. In one of the game's most interesting tracked choices, you are asked over and over again in various ways by various people if you think you might actually be the Herald of Andraste. If you choose it enough times, if you actually come to believe it, you can kind of will it into being for yourself and declare it triumphantly to Corypheus himself at the end of the game. It's a little like in Planescape Torment, where if you call yourself a Dawn enough times, an Adon actually snaps into being somewhere in the world. The narrative power of the player having to figure that out on their own, to try on the mantle of religious symbolism just to see how it feels, would be really diminished by having your powers known to be granted by a magical orb instead of the divine touch of Andraste. The thing is, even if they don't show you the scene that shows your powers have a magical instead of divine origin until way later, they do play the audio of it at the very end of the introduction. I think that after 3 playthroughs, I'm just frustrated with how the opening manages to be just cryptic enough to feel very surface level. My larger issue, comparing it to Origins, is that it is no longer expected that RPGs will open with half an hour of dialogue and fiddling around. This is seen as too quaint, not engaging enough. Players won't pick up enough momentum to continue the story if there aren't enough bright lights and loud noises. You can actually see this shift happen in the difference between how Mass Effect 1 opens versus 2 and 3. The first Mass Effect has a solid 10-15 minutes of expository conversation aboard the Normandy before it sends you off on your first combat mission. It expects a player to be curious about the world and gives an interval to set the scene and build up that curiosity before the shooty-shooty bang-bangs. Mass Effect 2, on the other hand, opens with the Normandy being destroyed within the first 2 minutes. Mass Effect 3 has your expository introduction cut short by the Reaper invasion of Earth. I don't imagine that this is a random or unfounded shift. There's probably a mountain of consumer data showing that most players prefer the action to begin right away instead of having a more novelistic introduction. The introduction section in Inquisition is just too long, though, and too empty, with too large of a play space for what it is, miserly with answers and context, so that it can create cryptic intrigue while tutorializing basic game features. Origins couldn't do this kind of dynamic visual storytelling, it just had people standing around talking to each other, but it leaned into that limitation so heavily that no subsequent Dragon Age title has felt quite as dense. But no Dragon Age game has been quite as ambitious and enormous as Inquisition. Narrative density is not what the game really cares about. If the introduction is overlong and undercomplicated, well, at least that's something the game owns up to right away within the tutorial section. To be fair, however, the storytelling does get much more compelling and complicated as soon as the introduction is over, with the breach in the sky partially stabilized. Cassandra and Leliana decide to reform the Inquisition, one of the oldest versions of the Andrastrian religion's political wing. Hundreds of years ago, the First Inquisition disbanded once its work was done. It opened the door to a potential reformation later in times of extreme and dire need, like the Breach situation. The newly formed Inquisition takes over Haven, the town where the dragon cult was holed up in Origins. The conversations you have with the companion characters and a whole constellation of side characters in Haven are actually just as politically complex and thematically heavy as anything in the first couple of games. There are opportunities here to express player opinions as a player character on everything from the existence of the Maker to the role of the Inquisition or how you'll respond to naysayers and political opponents. Hardly anyone is happy about the Inquisition. You are an obvious threat to the existing power structure of Ferelden and Orlais, untried, untested, unvetted by those who are used to hoarding wealth and power and distributing it only to those who support the status quo. If you're a non-human character, there's also the element of racism to consider. The people are calling you, because of your ability to seal the rifts in the Fade, the Herald of Andraste. You have power as a religious folk icon. That's threatening enough on its own, but to have an elf or a Qunari or Maker forbid a mage gaining that kind of religious power? Inquisition is so genuinely thoughtful and skilled about creating a believable, reactive narrative around the Inquisition as a political organization. There are so many conversations to be had about the implications of who you are in the world, the implications of the conflict and the lore, what it means for the Black City to be real and for the Ancient Magisters to control the Blight in such a way, what you mean as a leader and a symbol, and what you mean to people on a personal level. The Inquisitor is, therefore, one of the best defined roles in computer role-playing game history. There's a lot of flexibility within the script to respond in different ways to the pressures and expectations of that role. It isn't just a branching choice or a major decision in most circumstances. Most often, it's just a matter of characterization that won't be followed up on in any structural way. It's just that the frequency with which you have the opportunity to make these self-defining characterizations is really high. Higher than Origins, actually. In Origins, a lot of how a player character defined themselves was in quest resolutions. It was more of a practical matter than a dramatic one. The Inquisitor, like Hawk, is fully voiced. In Origins, with an unvoiced character, there wasn't much need for more subtle tonal variations in between the choices to be kind or cruel. With voiced dialogue, the back and forth of conversation is much more the point than a determinative outcome. It's really important to give the player a sense of control over how that back and forth goes in order to feel ownership over their character. If you're just picking option A or option B, it doesn't really feel like your character all the way. Another lesson from the Mass Effect franchise, where Commander Shepard is largely limited to being two possible people. Besides the aesthetics, I'm not curious about other people's Shepards because I've played the game both ways and I know how it goes. The Inquisitor offers a much more massive range of genuine role-playing options. Are you a believer? Do you follow Andraste? Do you believe yourself the Herald? Is the purpose of the Inquisition to help or to conquer? Is its power secular, religious, diplomatic, martial, or all of those things to some degree? It's a game that acknowledges how unusual it is to have the amount of power that a player has as an RPG protagonist. It reconciles that personal power by making it indistinguishable from the institutional power of the organization you run. Your opinions become policy. That's how it functionally is most of the time with any RPG, but here it's narratively explicit in such a fun and robust way. The game even makes sure to stagger the growth of the organization over the division of the game's acts. The first act in Haven is as long as some other full games, 20 or 30 hours, building out your base of operations, getting to know your key team members, becoming comfortable with your role and the scope of the conflict. But all of this is just its own sort of introduction. The early days of the Inquisition, something to look back on later. That kind of scale of storytelling in an RPG is deeply satisfying. Everything about Haven is pretty much top-notch script work and dialogue design. The only problem is that the game part of the game doesn't start out taking place there. That part is in the hinterlands. And the hinterlands are possibly the most truly boring environment ever put in a Bioware game. It's so ironic that after the claustrophobic repetitiveness of Dragon Age 2, Inquisition has the exact opposite problem. The structure of Inquisition's playspaces and quest design feels more reminiscent of BioWare's work building out the Old Republic MMO than either Origins or Dragon Age 2. These regions are vast in a meandering, unfocused way and filled with busy work quests to compensate. In an MMO, there's a need to justify the subscription fee with vast amounts of content and vast amounts of space. Ever since EverQuest, that's been the way it's been done. Single-player RPGs have traditionally been much more curated and focused. For MMOs, mechanical progression is much more of a point than narrative progression. People squeeze everything they can out of a zone to make their numbers go up by the largest amounts. That's the rhythm, that's the game. But what is really the point of making that the focus of a narrative RPG? Consider Fallout 3 and 4. Most of the rewards are mechanical, most of the exploration is driven by items and item crafting. The loop is rooted primarily in exploration that creates need for further exploration, a self-justifying perpetual motion machine. The story comes a distant second. Dragon Age 2 had almost no room for exploration and reused its environment so frequently that story was the only thing that could really motivate a player. Obviously, that's not ideal, but Inquisition's areas are largely so completely disconnected from the main story beats that it's hard to really reconcile this part of the game with the more focused, grammatically savvy part that I was talking about earlier. The most famous example of a time waster is Druffalo herding. Get the big guy back in his pen, receive paltry amounts of gold and experience. Is this a good use of your time as leader of the Inquisition? Is this a good expenditure of your limited time as a human on God's green earth? I mean, no, of course not. It's just a way to take a big empty part of the map and make it less empty so that there's some justification for it having been that large in the first place. Items you can find are less powerful and less impressive than the items you can craft, with very few exceptions. There's also a whole huge list of potions and potion upgrades. So the massive play areas can be populated with regenerating, randomly placed resource nodes. To get deep into the potion upgrades, for example, you need literally hundreds of elf root. You need to be picking up every elf root you find and growing some on the side to have enough. You'll need different kinds of cloth for light armors, leathers for medium armors, metals for weapons and heavy armors. You need to constantly be collecting small amounts of all sorts of different resources so that eventually you have enough of the resources you actually need. It is an endless grind, where the rewards are intermittent and few. If in previous games it sometimes felt like combat was just a way of padding for time between dialogues, Inquisition has at least 3 systems that always feel that way. Side quests that you discover out and about in the open world segments do sometimes have interesting things to say or have plot value. My favorites are when those quests lead to recruiting agents or resources for the Inquisition. The Hinterlands even has some quests like that, even giving the player an opportunity to choose which sorts of resources for those followers to focus on. These kinds of quests tie the Hinterlands to Haven, bringing the 2 halves of the game together. But there's a lot of fetch quests and hunting quests, item collections that start with a line or 2 of dialogue or even less, and end the moment you'll fulfill the requirement with nothing learned, no follow-up, no thematic value, and like a few hundred points of whatever on a scale where you need thousands of points to do anything. What's particularly ironic about it is that if you dig a little deeper, there is actually a lot going on in terms of lore. It's just that you have to read the Codex. The background and context of everywhere you go in Inquisition is explained in what is actually great detail, supposing you're paying enough attention to find the Codex entries and then patient enough to read them right away. It didn't used to be that way. In Origins, the Codex entries provided much greater background detail, but the essential context was still conveyed through dialogue and quest design. With Inquisition, the quests don't touch on the context the codexes provide hardly at all outside of some of the more produced and elaborate quests. Which is wild because the codex entries are so good for the most part. There's an opportunity here to learn more about the setting than ever before, but you need to basically sign up for the textbook guided walking tour to actually appreciate it. But hey, you can also ride a horse around this obstacle course. That's fun. Always nice to horse around a little. It's not like every side quest in Origins was memorable or on point, but most of them actively work towards creating a sense of place, establishing some element of culture. When Inquisition released, there were articles that did great traffic advising people to just get the fuck out of the Hinterlands and break up the monotony of the game, trying out new regions before a player burns out entirely. Which is good advice, but not an actual fix. Not every region is as utterly bland as the Hinterlands, but they all share common activities and characteristics. Consider 2 common types of repeating puzzle: astrariums and shard hunting. Astrariums are actually cool as puzzles. You have to trace a constellation without doubling back over your path. As the regions get higher in level, the patterns become more complicated. I don't object to them at all as an activity, and I genuinely enjoy them most of the time. What feels kind of frustrating is their reward structure. If you unlock all the astrariums in a region, you unlock a hidden vault somewhere on the map. Because crafted items are so much better than found items, however, I almost never needed the items that I found there. They can be sold, but the amount you sell the items for is no more or less than their equivalent in rarity and item level. The stuff you find just lying around with no puzzle requirement whatsoever has equal monetary value. So you do all that work just for a small reward that has nothing really distinguishing it, no thematic value difference, no cash difference, just a couple hundred gold or even up to a couple thousand gold, in a game where the items actually worth buying cost around 12,000 gold apiece. The astrariums are a completely serviceable idea that don't actually amount to very much. It fills the space of the game world and pads the player's time. It provides an okay reward, but nothing special that anyone would regret missing out on. Nothing that can't be surpassed by the process of bending down and picking up any and every random resource on the ground and stuck to the rocks. Learning about the constellations provides some interesting tidbits of lore in the Codex, but nothing that transforms a player's understanding or anything like that. It feels right on the borderline of calling it a waste of time, because in a certain way, I did have an adequate amount of fun, and I was not overwhelmingly bored, so how was it really wasted? Was it more fun than sitting around in a dark room doing nothing? Sure, I guess. I chose to do this, and paid money to do so. But it also didn't really matter if I did or didn't. It didn't matter to either my sense of narrative progression or my sense of mechanical progression. The literal definition of content for the sake of content. The shards are even crazier from an investment to reward standpoint. Most zones contain around a dozen shards to find, sometimes a few more, sometimes a few less. There are these little skull podiums where you can mark the shards on your map, and then there's minor jumping puzzles to accomplish trying to find some of them. It's a process with a lot of steps. There's one region called the Forbidden Oasis, which is completely oriented around a lost temple deep in the canyons. There's some minor side quests, but the region does not really have anything to do with the main narrative or the Corypheus threat, or a side plot, or a companion quest. The temple is the most important thing. That's where the shards are used, unlocking doors within the ancient temple to reveal tougher and tougher challenges. For beating these challenges, you get bonus points towards elemental resistances and a big pile of gold. If you find literally every single shard in the game, you unlock the final room, which contains a large pride demon and the final type of elemental resistance. It will take all game long to do this. There's no fast way to get all the shards. All for a minor mechanical advantage that's honestly very difficult to perceive in moment-to-moment play. According to the Steam achievement that tracks it, around 6.2% of players actually bother finishing this extensive collection quest. It's not like this doesn't happen in other Bioware games. Mass Effect 1, in particular, had tons of irritating collection quests with preposterous requirements and no meaningful reward. But with Inquisition, it's weirder. It's not just that the shard collection doesn't feel worth it, it's that a massive chunk of the game's overall world map is dedicated to it. The whole of the Forbidden Oasis and then portions of almost every other major region. If it can be said to reward curiosity at all, it is rewarding it only with a meager plus 20% resistance to cold, fire, nature, and electricity. There is no drama to that. There are no stakes. They are bonuses that, by the time you get all of them, are not even that useful for much longer. There are 3 desert regions, and only one of them is used for actual narrative content that goes somewhere. The absolute largest region in the game, the Hissing Wastes, is notable for also being the most completely devoid of meaning. The crazy part is that there's the setup for a great self-contained story there. This whole part of the world is the windswept, exposed former forest where the only dwarven thaig to ever be built on the surface once stood. It sort of tells the story of Paragon Ferial, fleeing a civil war in the Deep Roads that escalated using weapons he invented. But the most it actually tells is basically that summary. There was a war, he fled, he wished his sons the best. There are no established cultural differences between the surface thaig and the underground thaigs. The Hissing Waste is just sand and bullshit, with small treasure caves dotted across the preposterously large landscape. The region's dragon guards the final tomb and treasure chamber. It's a good fight, but pretty much identical to the other 9 dragons you can slay. The ultimate reward for completing the region is a fancy dagger. I don't use daggers. Only one of the 3 rogues specializes in, and that's Cole, my least favorite companion character. If I was playing a rogue, perhaps I'd feel differently. But what I do feel is a profound sense of disappointment realizing I was investing myself in something that was deeply reluctant to give me anything back. Not all zones are like this, but enough are. Inquisition was not subject to exactly the same kind of crunch that the second game had to endure, but the Frostbite engine it uses was developed for first-person shooters, and huge developmental resources had to be poured into making the tools that they needed to hammer the game into the shape of an RPG. In this way, I don't understand why the Hissing Wastes wasn't just abandoned and cut. A lot went into this map, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and that was all the hours and money they had, enough to manifest the desert into being, not enough to bring it adequately to life. Origins and Dragon Age 2 are full of these little dangling threads, things almost finished but not quite. Inquisition's dangling threads are just far larger and more prominent. I love Inquisition, I genuinely do, but really is a game where getting the best of it means making the best of it. Inquisition shines the brightest in 2 critical areas, main quest design and the cast of companions. It overperforms so much with these elements that it largely makes up for the frustratingly slight things out in the open world sections. Nearly every major mandatory quest is worth talking about. They're extremely high production, action-packed, and consequence-heavy. All of them are formatted as official actions of the Inquisition as a whole, massive movements of troops and resources. In charge of all of this is your war council of 3 advisors, Leliana and Cullen, both returning after appearances in both previous games, and a new character named Josephine. Though Leliana and Cassandra are both co-founders of the Inquisition, Cassandra chooses to have a role out in the field at your side. Leliana remains behind as spy master. Knowing her backstory, this perfectly suits her. The dead divine Justinia was the same woman who saved her back in Leliana's song, and in her capacity as Hand of the Divine, she had to do some extremely shady and suspect things. Religion as a concept can exist as an exercise in values, but religion as an organization is always in some capacity an exercise in power. The part of Leliana that was so prominent in Origins, the bright and idealistic part that believes wholeheartedly in the goodness of the Chantry, has been much tarnished by her years serving the Divine. As she serves you and the Inquisition, she is constantly torn between what is right and what is expedient. She makes a most formidable spy master. In one of the first main quests in the game, a confrontation with a Tevinter Magister who serves Corypheus results in a magical malfunction that hurls the player a year into the future. And what a difference a year makes. The veil has been torn down, smashing the material plane and the Fade together, killing millions. Corypheus reigns triumphant. Red lyrium grows from every surface. Prisoners are not only being corrupted by it, they are being absorbed into it, living food for an evil mineral. Leliana is here in this future, gaunt and miserable. To survive this long, she had to give in to her worst, most hateful instincts. To provide you enough time to fix the magical error and prevent this bad timeline from happening, she is willing to fight to the death. This Leliana is a vision of her at her darkest, the most extreme hardening of her personality. It is meant to be a warning about her as much as it's a warning about Corypheus. If you want, you can let her become this person anyway. I did the first time I played, not realizing which choice made the difference between one version of her and the other. The hardened Leliana is fascinating, but to be true to the woman she was in Origins feels more dramatically satisfying, an arc that only works so well because of how close she comes to losing that self forever. I've never actually seen the mission where you choose the Templars instead of the Mages. I can't abide by the Templars in Dragon Age 2, I find Anders too sympathetic, and so I always support the Mages here in the third game as well. The Templar perspective is still well explored through Cullen, your military advisor and commander of your troops outside the primary adventuring party. Cullen is such a surprisingly good character as part of the main cast, not just in spite of having been in smaller roles before, but largely because of it. He has a long-lived experience within the cultures and conflicts of Thedas. His character arc is longer than this game alone, and he's written to take advantage of how unexplored his feelings are about everything that he's experienced. The torture he experienced in Origins at the hands of Uldred turned him angry and bitter, turned him towards support of Meredith during the Kirkwall rebellions. But Meredith's obvious cruelty and her corruption by the Red Lyrium made him realize how much he had swung away from his core values, away from his desire and duty to protect the innocent. In the Inquisition, he is confronted with an open path where he can be who he wants to be, but how far to push it, how much to give. Cullen is an uncommonly nuanced look at the expectations of duty and sacrifice, at the masculine pressure to conform and perform until the self is invisible. He has spent all his life trying and failing to do the right thing. The Inquisition is a chance for him to finally choose better for himself. While a spy master and a general are familiar roles to previous Dragon Age activities, the new character, Josephine Montillier, represents the new kind of power you'll wield within the game, diplomatic influence. Someone has to coordinate between your allies, mitigate the actions and damages of your enemies, kneel before nobles and stand above rivals. When you first arrive in Orlais, the Inquisition, and you particularly, are an object of curiosity and scorn. The only thing people know for certain is that you represent change, and change is never good for everyone. It becomes clear right away that secrets and swords will not get you very far in the entrenched power structure. You need to change your reputation, to become indispensable. That's what Josephine needs as well. Her house, the Montilliers, are a declining house not allowed to operate within Orlais proper after getting beaten at the game rather badly 100 years ago. Her ambitions for herself are realized through support of your ambitions for the Inquisition. She and the organization come up together or fall together. It makes her trustworthy and ruthlessly effective. Her personality is incredibly well-crafted and performed, vividly likable. She gives the impression of being the hardest working out of the three, always on the clock and spinning many plates. Cumulatively, the War Council stands in for all the different kinds of leverage an organization like the Inquisition can wield within the world. Those first steps at Haven are introductory, tentative. You have to fall and rise again to truly become the stuff of legends. That fall comes at the moment of first victory. Once you've recruited either the Templars or the Mages, settling that conflict in an oddly indirect way where the losers lose all free will and future within the narrative simply by virtue of not being chosen, the remaining faction will help you seal the breach in the sky. During the celebrations, Corypheus descends on Haven. He's got a blighted dragon under his control, though notably this does not trigger another full blight. The Darkspawn are only a very occasional enemy within the game of Inquisition, shelving a lot of the plot lines around them in the Blight until Veilguard picks them up again and runs with them. Instead, corrupted humans and demons are the supernatural foes arrayed against you. I'm glad that Corypheus has a kind of distinct portfolio as a villain this way. My only real complaint about Corypheus is that there isn't enough of him. He's such a unique being within the lore, and he's such an insufferably pompous asshole, which is a genuinely winning combination for any antagonist. He appears so infrequently compared to what you spend the bulk of the game actually doing. There are scenes with him here, at the climax, and at the quest right before the climax. That's all you get. And even then, you don't get to have much of a genuine dialogue with him either, no long question and answer session. Inquisition is full of paired mirror characters like Cullen and the Red Templar leader Samson. Corypheus is meant to be your mirror, your equal in power. But you're out collecting elf root most of the time and his phone goes straight to voicemail, a genuinely absentee villain when you consider the structure of the game and the timing of the hours spent within it. The destruction of Haven is honestly one of my least favorite main quests. Its best moment is the end, the transition to the main phase of the game. You willingly sacrifice yourself so everyone can escape by bringing down an avalanche on the town of Haven with the invading army still swarming in the ruins. You're far behind everyone else, weak, wounded, lost in the storm. It's a tense dramatic moment where the Inquisition could be either saved or defeated. It's impossible to determine which until you catch up with them, which you fall farther and farther behind from until you collapse. But you are discovered. Of course, you're the main character after all. The sequence that follows, a song of hope rises from the camp at night, and on that high note of optimism, Solace leads you to a castle long abandoned called Skyhold. It's scenic, exciting, emotional, genuinely cinematic storytelling, as effective as the Battle of Ostagar in establishing the tone of the conflict to come. Skyhold is falling to pieces as you move into it, but there's energy and optimism among all the followers. The first thing that happens is that you are finally and officially declared the leader of the Inquisition. Your willingness to sacrifice on your people's behalf has made them love you, and now you will lead them on the long journey to victory. None of this, one might note, is dark fantasy. It's not even really low fantasy. This is rousing, colorful, high fantasy. Even though you can play as a relatively authoritarian and bloodthirsty Inquisitor, the tone of the game bends over and over again towards optimism. It's not that things won't be hard or complex or move through moral gray areas, it's that on the other side of all these obstacles is the suggestion of a better world and a better life for everyone. Low fantasy would never envision an organization as effective and positive as the Inquisition. It would be plagued with much more doubt, beset by much more self-serving graft and moral corruption. Dark fantasy would never let you accumulate so many impressive victories as you rack up, let alone allow it to happen through the power of friendship, as so often happens in one way or another. A good window through which to view the options available to characterize the Inquisition is by looking at the judgments available at Skyhold. Minor villains of all stripes, from both the open-world areas and the main plot quests, are hauled in front of your customizable throne to submit to the authority of the Inquisitor. There's always a merciful option for a light punishment, and always a violent and retributive punishment, and an ironic punishment, usually, all roughly mapping to the three primary personality styles established by the Dragon Age 2 dialogue wheel. Often, there is also a fourth option, sometimes more, based off of a special requirement. You can, for example, upgrade the Inquisition when your influence points reach certain large thresholds. You can get mechanical bonuses, but you can also gain institutional knowledge, which adds dialogue options in situations like these. There's knowledge of secrets and spycraft, knowledge of politics and religion, stuff like that. These special options often twist the situation to your advantage in a stronger way than the primary options. So you can choose according to how you conceive your Inquisitor to act, choose according to the greatest advantage, or choose to please companions who will approve or disapprove of whatever verdicts you render. There's a lot of avenues through which a player can express themselves and their preferences for how heroically the story is told. What does not change is the fundamental nature of the conflicts. These same villains will always be the villains. Your side will always be the more just and more justified, no matter how many people you happen to behead in the process. Dark fantasy is so much about failure and disempowerment that it can't thrive in this sort of environment. Origins itself often struggled against the genre by having you triumph so often, but the victories in Origins were usually much smaller and more balanced with the broader problems beyond your control. With Inquisition, you explicitly sit on the throne. You have the power. You have the mandate. How you use that power may not change the genre, but it will change the world just the same, judgment by judgment, conflict by conflict. Cassandra Pendergast, as a founder of the Inquisition, is a perfect way to illustrate that just because the storytelling is more optimistic does not mean that it is any less complex. Cassandra is one of my all-time favorite companions in the franchise, similar to Leliana in Origins, but extremely distinct when it comes down to personality. Cassandra, as portrayed in Dragon Age 2, is a little one-note, zealous, aggressive, severe, which is certainly part of who she is, professional and uncompromising when things are important, but it's not at all the whole of who she is. Cassandra's arc is all about the gap between her genuine beliefs and the institutions that she's supported all her life, how to reconcile the two. Soon after reaching Skyhold, Varric comes to you and lets you in on the fact that he actually does know where the champion of Kirkwall has been and wants to arrange a meeting. When Cassandra finds out, she absolutely flips her shit. Varric spent an entire game misleading her and obfuscating the truth. It's understandable that she's pissed. But when she reflects on it, she realizes that if she had been honest with Varric, Varric might have been honest with her. She had misrepresented herself as well, in a way, coming across as an authoritarian when, in fact, she's much more of an idealist. Her organization, the Seekers, is what's left of the original Inquisition that formed hundreds of years ago. There are actually a ton of conversations you have with several different characters about the First Inquisition, why it succeeded, how it dissolved, the ways that power became fragmented into other things. First it became the Seekers, and then the Templars themselves, which is a hefty legacy, suggesting that what you have built might itself send echoes into the centuries yet to come. The Seekers, however, have been co-opted and corrupted by Corypheus. Seeker Lucius, a former colleague, has been persuaded that this world is broken beyond repair and must be destroyed. A big part of his disillusionment is coming to understand what the Seekers have done, including to their own members. The process of becoming a tranquil, where mages are cut off from the Fade and lose all emotion and personality, was invented by the Seekers. They do it to every member, just a little, yanking them back at the last moment before the process becomes irreversible. Every Seeker is broken down utterly and remade in a way that suits the Order. In order to maintain social control, the Seekers unleashed a major ill on the world, a tool of abuse and coercion that led directly to the civil war in Kirkwall and Anders' radicalization during those years. Cassandra, as a true believer, does not shy away from her guilt in having participated and boosted that system. She tries to reckon with it. Andrastrianism has been the best thing in her life. It has given her comfort, it has given her purpose, yet she can no longer ignore the ways in which it has hurt people. Being open to criticism and pushback makes for genuinely amazing conversations and role-playing opportunities. Not the opportunity to make a big choice and change everything, but the opportunity to state your own opinion on these things within the world and have them be considered by someone who cares deeply. Cassandra wants to rebuild the Seekers, to take the broken pieces and put them back together in a shape that better suits her understanding of what could be. It's remarkable to see what is obviously a stand-in for Christian Catholic monotheism being used this way within the fiction. The story portrays Andrastianism and its political branches as complicated and often cruel, but through people like Cassandra, it's also able to articulate why that worldview can have comforts, what draws people to those kinds of certainties. A true zealot would have turned a blind eye. Cassandra admits that Lucius was, to a degree, correct. The Chantry is a system of political power and social restriction that hurts much more often than it helps. It keeps secrets and holds grudges. It takes everything from those deemed unworthy. But these truths contradict the idealistic possibilities contained in the scripture itself, tarnish the impulse to make oneself a better person in the image of Andraste and the Maker. Cassandra can't ever fix everything, but she can try to live her truth by becoming a force for reform, by refusing to run away from guilt, by refusing to repeat the lies that have hurt so many for so long. There's a conversation where she talks about how she admires the Inquisitor for this kind of fearlessness. She is not the main character, but she finds that main character energy aspirational. Her contradictions and her regrets make her feel very real. They give color and definition to her characterization. She even makes up with Varric in the most hilarious way. Varric wrote, a few years back, what he considers to be his worst book, a pulp romance novella inspired by Aveline's love story in Dragon Age 2. Cassandra is obsessed with it. It teases out her most unguarded feelings about how love should win and justice should prevail. Varric agrees to write a sequel, just for her, with the condition that he gets to give it to her. Cassandra is very clearly embarrassed by this slightly girlish, naive side of her, but it's a strong vein of her personality, and it runs deep. Pulp romance speaks to her beliefs about how life ought to be, that even if the impulse is naive, the world should be kind to the lovers, the dreamers, and her. Even if it's not dark fantasy, this is still a world with a lot of moral gray areas. Cassandra can be counted on, absolutely, to follow her moral compass through them to the other side, where a better world might be waiting. If you're going to be founding the most powerful political organization in Thedas, that's exactly the kind of person you want holding the reins. The cast is balanced in such a way, however, that no one voice speaks for everyone. Each personality has its opposite represented in some way or another. Sarah, for example, is a city elf who has absolutely no respect for any kind of authority or religion whatsoever. I sometimes struggle to enjoy Sarah because she's so sarcastic and dismissive, but I think she's better that way than a more moderated version of her would turn out. All of this serious, big consequence politicking and adventuring needs some kind of a foil, and Sarah provides that. She even ties into Origins in a funny way. There was a mysterious item delivery side quest where you had to deliver an unopened box to the Friends of Red Jenny. Well, here's Red Jenny. Sarah leads an underground network of servants and peasants who help each other out to screw over and avenge themselves against the nobles who walk all over them. Inquisition is the first Dragon Age game so far not to feature an elven alienage. The city elf as a concept within the narrative kind of rests on her shoulders. Sarah does well with it, I think. Her whole angle is that no matter how big you are, you should never forget that everyone else around you lives lives that are smaller. You can't lose sight of who you're fighting for, not a civilization or a culture, but people, normal people, who just want to live without being crushed between the ambitions of the movers and shakers of the world. Playing as a Dalish elf, I had a particularly large amount of conflict with Sarah because she has absolutely zero interest in the lost empire of Elvenon. I adore history, whether actual or fictional. It bothers me when people say they don't care and it doesn't matter. Sarah would sooner wipe her ass with the long history of the elves than take any thematic lesson from it. Her arc is shorter than the other characters, with a very small personal quest involving a noble who tries to catch her in the act and kill her. You get to decide what to do with the noble once you spring the trap and defuse it. I chose to conscript him into the Inquisition, stealing his political power for my own. This irritates Sarah a great deal. He does not deserve, from her perspective, any power. Sarah wishes to tear down evil people and corrupt systems rather than reforming them, and frankly, the girl isn't wrong. By co-opting the power structure to my own end, I am still preserving that power structure. I am serving the status quo even as I slightly disrupt it. She's not wrong to point that out. A lot of players despise her because she's not really on board with a lot of typical classic RPG protagonist behavior and isn't afraid to make fun of you for indulging it. People don't appreciate the backtalk. Thematically, though, that is her whole deal. You can bond with her by agreeing to play pranks on everyone who sits on the War Council, small and messy pranks that make them all furious. But the way Sarah sees it, you're doing them all a favor. She's emphasizing their flaws and bruising their egos in such a way that it's easier for the rank and file of the Inquisition to see them as human. She's taking them down a peg for the purposes of moving those pegs closer to the median. Ironically, the events of Veilguard justify her in retrospect quite a bit. She is right to be skeptical of elven myth, because elven myth seeks only to make the Evanuris into more than the tyrants and despots they were. One of the big revelations in the Inquisition is that Arlathun was not destroyed by Tevinter crusades, as is the common understanding, but by a civil war between the Evanuris long ago. She thinks that's hilarious. All of the sorrow and rage that characters like Solus display about the lost empire of Elvenon is just a pompous affect. Elves were no better and no different than any other pack of assholes, and to her mind, they deserved what they got. I find it difficult to fully agree with Sarah a lot of the time, but what's important from a writing perspective is articulating the disagreement, making room for perspectives that are not particularly heroic or even respectful. A good ensemble is not just about perspectives in harmony, it's about perspectives in balance. And so to create that balance, you've got to make room somewhere for dissent. The absolute inverse of Sarah would have to be Vivienne, one of the other underutilized companions. Vivienne is a social climbing centrist who could not care less if the game is rigged so long as she is able to play it well. Within the ensemble, she struggles a bit because she overlaps thematically so much with Josephine. Both are inveterate socialites and queens of gossip. But Josephine works at it harder and from a more sympathetic perspective. Vivienne mostly just demonstrates what it's like to breathe that rarefied air at the top of the social ladder, a position which you as Inquisitor will always be slightly too controversial among the nobility to attain. She is, in her own way, as judgmental as Sarah, but without the ethical foundation to back it up. Take her role in the effort to elect a new divine. The two main candidates are Cassandra and Leliana, both connected to the last divine, both true believers, both reformers. Vivienne is a dark horse third candidate, but her belief in the power and efficacy of the Maker is a little less important to her than her belief in the efficacy and power of high fashion. She is a mage, which would theoretically be an incredibly progressive and even heretical development for the Chantry should she be elected divine. But she is the only candidate for divine who believes that the circles of mages overseen by Templars should be restored, that the civil war that erupted at the end of the last game should be ignored and papered over. She mitigates what other people perceive as potential extremism by pivoting back to the middle, by championing the status quo more than nearly anyone else on the team. Cassandra, when confronted with dire and upsetting truths about the Seekers, wants to change things. Vivienne, confronted with the cruelty of the system and its various manipulations, simply shrugs and says, "I know, darling, but you do what you have to do to get ahead." She is a shallow pragmatist, but that's not entirely uncalled for when it comes to the Inquisition. Alienating the people who control the system as it is reduces the breathing room given for changing that system from within, if such a thing is possible, seeing as folks like Sarah believe it is not. Vivienne's personal quest is one of the truly shortest and least consequential of them. She asks you to find the heart of a snowy wyvern, which she then uses a part of as an attempt to help her patron survive his illness. He does not. It's a moment of reflection that reveals that as airy and callous as she can sometimes be, there are people she cares about and kindnesses she respects. It's a useful scene for warming a player's opinion of her, but unlike most personal quests from companions, it does not significantly expand the lore in any way. Compare this to Josephine's subplot. Her house, the Montiliers, was defeated by another house called the Du Paraquets. They put an assassination contract out on any Montilier daring to do business within the capital. The assassins give Josephine a courtesy warning about the situation and offer her time to correct it. You can actually skip to the end of this quest by calling on Leliana to solve it for Josephine instead. She'll send assassins and spies of her own to destroy any trace of the old contract. But solving it Josephine's way, by repairing relationships with the Du Paraquets and elevating them so that they retract the contract by choice, will allow the House of Montilier to reintegrate into Orlesian high society in high standing, with leverage, with respect, with a brand new reputation. Doing it Leliana's way is quick and dirty and pleases no one. Josephine seeks to impress. It's so much more compelling to try and help someone from the fringes break into high society and flourish there than it is to follow someone who already has considerable status as they pursue ever higher stations. Both Vivienne's story and Josephine's story shed light on the culture of the Orlesian nobility, but neither compare to the time you were invited to participate in the ancient game yourself. Inquisition's Winter Palace quest is one of Bioware's all-time best, an exceptionally long, stylish, and complicated affair that takes place in the heart of the Orlesian Empire, at the height of its formality, during a grand diplomatic ball put on by the Empress Selene. Although the quest is plenty complicated all on its own, it's also supported and prefaced by another Dragon Age novel, The Masked Empire by Trick Weeks. Weeks is one of the strongest writers working in the franchise, the person David Gator passed off most of the world building to when he left the franchise himself. The Masked Empire introduces all three of the major power players involved in the quest, articulates their grievances and ambitions, and sets the scene perfectly. I feel better about this than I did about Gator's The Calling and its relationship to the Architect and Awakening, because even if you do not read the novel this time, the Winter Palace is still completely legible and wonderful. It does not assume the Inquisitor to have that knowledge. If you have it as a player, then that's just a dense layer of narrative gravy. The narrative is incredibly dense as it is. There are some small and forgettable things, like the Caprice coins from Mark of the Assassin making a reappearance, but the main mechanical twist is simply that it follows a dramatic progression structure and not an encounter-driven one. It is mostly non-violent, involving careful exploration and a hefty amount of eavesdropping. There is a reception in the garden, and then the party moves into the palace foyer and meeting halls for cocktail hour and schmoozing, and then the ballroom opens up for introductions to the Empress. This is your chance to abandon the kind of power indicated on your character sheet and wield soft power instead, to fully delve into Vivienne and Josephine's world of high-stakes diplomacy. There's a schedule of social events in the ballroom, and during those breaks in between one event and the next, you can go outside the party boundaries and explore the parts of the palace you were not meant to see, and dig up parts of the plot against the Empress that you were not meant to know. But every few seconds outside the party not spent mingling with guests lowers your approval rating. Hell, just being an elf lowers the approval rating. Currently, a civil war rages between the troops of Empress Celine and a contender named Gaspard. Celine has an elven mistress named Briola, who can be brought into the power play as a kind of hidden third point of leverage. The plot to kill Celine and destabilize the Empire comes, however, from Gaspard's sister, Florian. She plans to pin the blame on him and watch the court implode amid the fragmented power grabs. In a wonderful use of a very old, extremely classic trope, you have a formal dance with Florian, where you each also dance around a series of threats and accusations. This is absolutely traditional high fantasy, even drawing some influence from historical fantasy, but that's what makes it so fun. This is a perfect movie moment to participate in, happening reactively in real time. The web of blackmail ends up becoming very complicated as you explore the various wings. There's no way to 100% the mission. There will always be choices you can't make and collections you can't complete, because there is only so much time in between ballroom sequences, and it mandates that you split your attention during these intervals. The timing, the intrigue, the drama, the presentation. This is, to me, Inquisition at its peak. The hero of Ferelden could frankly never. It's just so wild in retrospect that only 5 years separate the first Dragon Age and this one, so differently presented as they are, such a gulf of technology between them. Inquisition has moments where it feels like the best out of all 4 islands in a sea of open-world tedium. This one mission is so intricate and dense that it's possible to arrive at a golden solution where you blackmail all 3 major players to abandon their scheming and pull it together for the good of the realm. It's not like any of them believe in the realm, but you have enough shit on each of them to bury them in a hole so deep the light of the palace chandeliers will never reach them again. All of the conspirators end up frustrated, unhappy, and in begrudging support of the actual good of the kingdom. I couldn't imagine a more satisfying compromise if I tried. And the mission has one more surprise on top of all of that. Celine assigns her court mage to the Inquisition's employ, a mysterious, well-spoken sorceress named Morrigan. Timing her appearance to this moment is perfect just for the spectacle of the surprise reveal. Dressed to the nines, more mysterious than ever, close to power but avoiding the spotlight. Morrigan's come up a lot since stepping into the Illuvian and Witch Hunt. Inquisition ties itself into Origins in a number of interesting ways, though not always so delightfully as how they bring back Morrigan. Origins and Dragon Age 2 collide during the questline where the player attempts to enlist the help of the Grey Wardens. The champion of Kirkwall, who you get to custom design to match whoever you had last game, is already trying to assist Stroud, the Grey Warden who saved Bethany. If Alistair is still alive but not king, it'll be Alistair who appears opposite the champion. It was recently revealed that an early version of this quest actually had the hero of Ferelden in that role instead, leading to a situation where you would have to choose which of your previous protagonists would live and which would die. But because the hero of Ferelden never had a voice in the first place, it was decided it would be odd to assign them one now, and the quest settled on Stroud and Alistair instead. It is one of the most choice-heavy quests in the game, but in the end these choices pan out in such small and sidelined ways that it winds up much more forgettable than it ought to be. Every single Grey Warden or Lay in Ferelden has begun hearing the calling, and they are looking for a miracle through which to save themselves. It's Corypheus doing this. Where, in Awakening, the Architect was able to reverse the joining to sever Darkspawn from the Blight Song, Corypheus is using his power to accelerate the corruption within every living Warden. A Tevinter Magister has convinced the Warden Commander that only a blood magic ritual can save them. Shades of Sophia Dryden again. With the Wardens misled, the Inquisition has to lay siege to their desert fortress of Adamant. If the Winter Palace quest was the peak of Inquisition diplomacy, this is the peak of the Inquisition's military might. The Grey Wardens were part of the periphery of Dragon Age 2, only becoming an area of focus in the Legacy DLC, and even in Inquisition, this is the only time they significantly matter to the narrative. Without a Blight, they just aren't the most important thing going on anymore. Visually, the Siege of Adamant Fortress is an amazing sequence. The script work is a little rougher. Warden Commander Clairol really just ought to be able to figure out that she's being played earlier than she does. It's very cool to be able to rally some of her forces away from her by reminding them of the long history of the Wardens and what it means to risk all that, but in a fit of impatience, the Magister summons the blighted dragon Corypheus controls. If there's anything that's going to show the Grey Wardens that they chose wrongly, it's a goddamn archdemon. I feel like it's just too obvious, too sudden an appearance of too powerful a symbol. It makes little sense for a villain to send along the one creature that would irreversibly reveal his involvement and ruin his own blood magic plot. Your very own Grey Warden companion contributes to the problem of this conflict feeling underrealized by virtue of his own secret revelation. Blackwall is an imposter. He knows some stuff about the Grey Wardens and plays the part well enough by being gruff and courageous and giving off Nick Offerman vibes, but he is not actually part of the Warden culture and cannot hear the calling. He is narratively incapable of doing the foreshadowing work which might make the Grey Warden plotline land better, or revealing anything significant about the lore in general. Blackwall's role in the ensemble is meant to test an Inquisitor's commitment to the rule of law over loyalty to your friends. Blackwall's real name is Tom Rainier, and he was tricked into committing a small war crime back in the day. Rather than let one of his men be hung for the crime, he shows up and takes responsibility for it late in the game. It's completely possible to just let the Orlesians kill him, or you can arrange for him to be brought before your court for judgment instead. Getting to decide Rainier's fate is another solid, traditional fantasy story beat to explore. Is a man defined by his worst deeds, or is he defined by his moral ambition? Getting to decide whether Rainier deserves his redemption, whether taking on the mantle and identity of Blackwall has made him worthy of it, is a great way of letting you characterize your own Inquisitor. Do you believe in redemptive goodness and all that crap? Are you vindictive? Should he suffer for lying to you? Do you genuinely judge his crime to be more than he is able to atone for? It underlines your own authority as Inquisitor, not just your legal authority, but how the raw power of your position allows you to manifest your moral authority as well. The only thing Blackwall doesn't do is contribute to the broader effort at world building, which is a real letdown compared to what the other characters can accomplish. One of your companions is an ancient elven god, for instance, and that feels a little heftier in terms of impact. Not that you'd know that going in. Solas is careful for the majority of the main campaign to downplay his knowledge and power, pretending to be a helpful expert on spirits and the Fade who only knows so much from his many dream journeys. Sometimes he tips his hand a little by knowing too much too quickly, or by saying things like he doesn't really consider the elves to be his people. Like Sarah, he actually has a lot of disdain for the Dalish, but he comes from the opposite perspective. Where Sarah feels like the ancient empire was worthless because it was just more rich assholes controlling the fate of millions, Solas was the one warring against those rich assholes and is now beginning to regret all he did to fight the Evnuris and keep them imprisoned. All that work just for the elves to forget who saved them, lionize their tyrants, and end up persecuted and impoverished anyway. Makes Fen'Harel feel pretty bitter about the whole deal, actually. Nearly any character build in the character creator is valid, but like in Origins, there is a certain amount of extra thematic relevance to playing an elf, or more specifically, a lady elf who romances Solas. There is a formatting difficulty for player romances in CRPGs where developers have to end up limiting choices for either the player or their companions. Most limit the companion choice by making everyone bisexual, the way Dragon Age 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 does it. Veilguard also goes back to the pragmatic bisexuality approach, but Inquisition instead limits the player's choice by giving its companions set orientations and preferences. This is a major storytelling strength most of the time. When Dorian talks about being gay, he's actually gay. It is a part of himself that he sticks to no matter how cute a Lady Inquisitor might find him. Sarah is a lesbian, Cassandra is straight, Solas is straight but simply won't date anyone who's not an elf. The thing is, Veilguard only imports 3 choices from Inquisition, and fully one of those choices is whether or not Solas was romanced. It adds a huge amount of dialogue and narrative to his whole arc across 2 games. The whole franchise is simply more interesting with that kind of playthrough, which kind of sucks because it adds too much canonical weight to that particular character choice. When I first played, I played a character who believed themselves to be the Herald of Andraste and romanced Cassandra. That was a fantastic pairing and worked perfectly for Inquisition as a standalone story, like how choosing the human noble background in Origins adds extra resonance to Dragon Age Awakening when you get there. Elves just end up being so much more influential to the larger storyline of the whole franchise, though, and so leaning in that direction as a player for Origins and then Inquisition adds important connective tissue between the titles. What isn't revealed until the end is that Solas created the Veil to imprison the Evanuris. That was the thing that destroyed all of Elven civilization. To restore what once was, the Veil will need to be torn back down. So that nightmare vision that the game sent you when you went a year into the future, that's actually his intention the whole time. Solas is a straight-up villain. He's just very calm and low-key about it while he's lying to you. The only way to truly make him question himself and falter is by romancing him. If he falls in love with the Dalish elf, it forces him to question his instinctive assumption to see them as lost, lesser beings. The pinnacle of the romance is a scene about that, rather than just smooching the companion you think is most adorable. He reveals during this scene that the Valisleen, the elven facial tattoos that the Dalish wear so proudly, are actually slave tattoos, like the ones burned into Fenris. He asks to remove it for you. To please him, you can, but I find it much more interesting to refuse. Whatever the connotations used to be in the ancient times, the Valisleen means something more personal to one who's been raised Dalish. It's something proud, not something shameful. It forces Solas to consider, at least for a moment, that perhaps the world has moved on without him, and how it used to be does not have to be the future. His affection for Lavellen is impossible to reconcile with his vow to tear down her world and destroy it, and so he breaks up with you in this moment. This makes it one of the least satisfying romances within the story of Inquisition alone, but the way the climax of Veilguard picks it back up again and brings the two together again in a way that redeems him makes it the most resonant and narratively powerful romance subplot in the series. Solas is an interesting mixture of arrogant and compassionate. He has a particular sympathy for spirits, hating the way the material world can hurt them and corrupt them into demons. He's an interesting contrast with Blackwall, actually. Both characters are lying to you about who they are, but where Blackwall doesn't actually know anything, Solas knows just about everything and is doing his best not to say too much. He still provides some of the best exposition in the game and contributes a huge amount to a player's understanding of how the Fade and spirits actually work. At the end of the Grey Warden's questline, you are sent into the Fade and have a long interval of getting to explore. It's not nearly as long of a sequence as it was in Origins, but what's so satisfying about it is that it remains completely consistent with that earlier portrayal. There's bits and pieces of memories and dreams floating everywhere, from a memory of one of the elves Corypheus sacrificed to reach the Black City, or a whole side quest exploring the leftover fears of lost dreamers. The Fade is such a convincing world of spirits, a nebulous, raw, half-formed froth of ideas and emotions that leak through from the material world. With no veil between the material world and the Fade, what is real and what is thought become even more messily intertwined. The world where the elves were immortal and eternal was a world where everything was primordial and uncertain, where reality and history are indistinguishable from dreaming. This part of the Fade is dominated by an enormous monstrosity that is, literally, the accumulation of fears into one concentrated nightmare. Either Hawk or Stroud, or perhaps Alistair, must die fighting it to give everyone else a chance of getting back to the real world. But it's opposed by the being who helped you in the beginning of the game. Is this the divine Justinia? Her ghost? A spirit? A memory? It's uncertain. It's her impulse towards compassion, her shape, but it is not her. I love this kind of mythic non-answer in a game. There is so much of the world that will always be mysterious and beyond any rational explanation, and to remain true to that kind of uncertainty, even within a story that can make up any answer it likes, makes things feel more resonant. This feels like magic. It feels like myth. It is, itself, the stuff of dreams. I love the idea that spirits have true, immutable natures, that the way they survive such a chaotic flux of improbabilities is by being inflexibly true to themselves. It is the material world that is full of hypocrisy and contradiction by comparison. By siding with the world of spirits, Solas is admitting, essentially, that the human world is too hard for him. He is weary of everything that makes it so complicated and so disappointing. It would be easier to go back to how things used to be. Spirits know what they are supposed to be, who they are supposed to be, and simply do it. They are uncomplicated. To struggle against their own nature, to not know who you are or how you belong, that's a mortal problem. So it is the mortal characters who are able to bear that burden without wanting to destroy the whole world over it. The most inflexible of cultures in Thedas is, of course, the Qunari. Inquisition kind of sidelines them as a force in the narrative outside of how they impact your one Qunari companion, mercenary leader and Ben Hasrath agent, the Iron Bull. Iron Bull is a great character, his personality just as large as his towering mountain of a physique. As a spy, he is far more skilled at participating in local culture than Sten or the Arishok in previous games. He has a company of misfit mercenaries called Bull's Chargers. They're a great group of very loyal soldiers. He has a truly good relationship with them and with the Inquisition. The Iron Bull doesn't despise the chaos of the non-Qunari societies the way the Arishok did. He thrives in it. He's almost like a spirit that way. No matter what irrationality surrounds him, he is always the Iron fucking Bull. Always ready, always strong. He knows exactly who he is, until the Qun tries to tell him differently. You're given an opportunity to ally directly with the Qunari for a time by supporting a mission along the coast where they use a dreadnought to eliminate by sea some Tevinter Venatori, one of their traditional enemies with whom they have been at war for more than 100 years. The choice given is a bit heavy-handed, but compelling anyway. If you pull back Bull's Chargers to save them from a sneak attack, the Qunari dreadnought will sink. Iron Bull is ordered to keep them in place. Violating that order will make him Tal Vashoth. Keeping the Iron Bull within the Qun by following his order will grant you, theoretically, a larger amount of institutional power for the Inquisition, but in reality there's not a lot of feedback given to players choosing this route. There's a major political shakeup within the Qunari in the 2 years in between the end of the main campaign and the beginning of the epilogue DLC Trespasser, and because of this, any alliance will dissolve. In fact, an Iron Bull still loyal to the Qun at that stage of the story will betray you to serve the Qunari as they attempt to attack the Winter Palace in a scheme to eliminate southern political and military leaders. The narrative angle that makes sense for Iron Bull is that letting the Chargers die is a betrayal of the self. Iron Bull's understanding of himself and his role as caretaker of his mercenary band is actually a greater certainty than what the Qun has assigned him. He is, in his way, being more of a Qunari staying true to that role than by just blindly following a hastily made order in the field. But nonetheless, he is Tal Vashoth. He has lost his place in the world because of his insistence on self-determination. So has the mage Dorian. He's a Tevinter mage and provides a window through his story into a whole part of the world we haven't seen before, like Zevran with Antivo and Leliana with Orlais back in Origins. In contrast to the South, it's a culture where mages reign supreme. All major political positions are taken by mages. Blood magic is technically illegal, but in a parking ticket kind of way. Everything is a dynastic oligarchy where every family is determined to field the most beautiful and ruthless child possible, who then marries connivingly and fields their own subsequent social climber of a child. The pressure is enormous. So Dorian's refusal to follow the playbook by being gay became a massive wedge in between him and his family's expectations of him as an inheritor of Tevinter old money and power. His biggest enemies are the Venatori, a group of blood magic-wielding traditionalists who want to return the Empire to its most corrupt, consumptive glory, the time when Corypheus was a priest of Dumat, when they had the ambition and power to breach the heavens, no matter the cost. Since they happen to be some of your biggest enemies as well, that's the common ground that brings him into your employment. Dorian's character arc is an intricate balance of personal and political, creating a deep and vivid portrait of a character whose proud homosexuality is a lens through which much of the setting's world-building regarding Tevinter culture is accomplished. The way power in Tevinter high society is constructed, its hypocrisies and pressures, none of this comes across as remotely impersonal or academic. Backstory is always a key method to deliver world-building, but is not always so deftly done as it is with Dorian, blended so keenly and tailored so perfectly to his individual experience. His subplot has him confronting his father, trying to figure out if he can forgive what was done. He has joined the Inquisition because he feels like he is a man without a country, but by confronting his father, no matter how angry or forgiving it turns out, Dorian realizes that he is, at last, his own man. He is past the point of being pressured into being anyone else. And so he plans to return to Tevinter as a reformer to take what power and influence his family position has given him and do the exact opposite of what the Venatori would do. He and Solas have a lot in common that way, feeling responsible for using their power to change and liberate the societies that hold them up. Dorian's subplot is grounded in his homosexuality, but this is just the lens through which we view his personal integrity and courage as a person. Had he lacked that integrity, he would have married out of convenience ages ago. Instead, he fled to a foreign land and fought the living representation of everything he hates about his home. Interestingly, queer themes are a major part of Iron Bull's plotline as well. The most prominent member of Bull's Chargers is Krem, who is transmasculine. Iron Bull is so invested in his happiness that even when Krem doubts himself, Iron Bull assures him that he is the man he wants to be already. The kind of strict gender roles defined by how Sten explained the Qun are softened this time around in Inquisition. Iron Bull uses a term, a Qun athlock, to describe how the Qun does allow people to live as different genders. If the Qun is so strict as to assign inflexible roles, it makes sense to have a structural accommodation to allow the right people to fit those roles anyway. But the Qun can only bend so far until it breaks. The compassion that Iron Bull shows to Krem, that kind of loyalty, is why his loyalty to the Qun can be so easily undone despite a lifetime of indoctrination. Bigots will complain about how games like Dragon Age and other CRPGs are somehow broken, compromised failures because they contain queer content and progressive themes, but what these people fail to consider is often why fantasy games in particular so often arrive in an inclusive position. What makes a character heroic is so often their integrity, their compassion, and their bravery. Fighting orcs or skeletons or whatever is just the metaphor through which we typically explore these traits in a fantasy universe. The fantasy of it, the narrative objective, is to get to follow along with someone as they actively try to be a better person and to better the world around them. Queer stories are often stories of self-actualization and engaging authentically with a world that is actively hostile. Positive stories end well, negative ones end in tragedy, as the world's hostility proves too much for even the self-actualized protagonist. There is significant overlap with the way heroic fantasy is already structured. Not all heroic fantasy is queer, of course, or vice versa. It's just that the idea that people should shut up, conform, and allow themselves to wither so that the selfish can prosper is typically seen in fantasy as a villain's perspective. There is one character whose fundamental nature you actually do get full control over, Cole. Cole was a spirit, but he manifested the form of a young man he witnessed die and became that boy in part. Cole is at risk of control by Corypheus and becoming a demon, so long as he wrestles with these questions over his metaphysical nature. Solus, tellingly, says that yes, of course spirits can just manifest bodies sometimes. It's not often, but it happens, and he would certainly know. We already know that Solus's sympathies lie with the spirit realm, so he counsels you to keep Cole a spirit, to sway him away from the memories of Cole and the person of Cole. Varric offers the opposite advice, saying if Cole feels like a person and wants to be a person, he should just own it and do his best. That's what everyone does anyway, making it up as they go along and trying not to fuck up too badly. Cole's subplot is, in this way, really more about Solus, where Solus came from, what he believes in, what he finds intolerable and frightening. What is difficult for Solus is easy for Varric. Varric is much more able to simply live in the world and abide by it than Solus ever will be. Unfortunately, Cole is my least favorite companion character because of his affect. In Mass Effect 2 and 3, there was an assassin named Thane who would vividly relive moments in Total Recall, narrating them in moody first-person present tense. Cole speaks in cryptic circles and symbol-laden word jumbles. He is always saying something that has some kind of importance, but always in a way where the context is absent or obscured. Thane and Cole are both, for my tastes, far too self-consciously dramatic in their presentation. The way they both aim for heavy-handed emotional imagery isn't shallow exactly, but it arrives so deliberately and immediately at the heart of what it's trying to convey that I feel like there's a part of the communication process missing. Is it that I enjoy the small talk of other characters more, the little things, the contradictory things? Thane I like better than Cole because of Thane's sense of humor and his willingness to speak outside of the Total Recall vignettes. Cole is just too serious and too tragic too much of the time, and I just don't like him. Making him embrace his spirit side makes this worse. I really should have listened to Varric, because part of being human has surely got to be learning to read the room. Varric himself is a pretty fascinating part of the cast because he is somewhat diminished from how he was as narrator in Dragon Age 2. Varric feels responsible for a lot of the problems happening in the world right now, Corypheus and the Red Lyrium situation being the most damning things. Varric's role is as a true companion. He'll talk to you about what you've been through in the main quests, he'll give you insights into other major companion characters, he'll provide updates and epilogues that explain where the companions of Dragon Age 2 ended up, and provide dialogue reinforcing whatever romance you picked for Hawk. His main quest is less about him, and more about the dwarves in general. Somebody had to have leaked the location of the Red Lyrium. It turns out to be his old flame, Bianca, for whom he named his famous crossbow. It's nice to see him smitten, at least a little. Varric's life has been defined by high adventure, but little of the adventure has really gone his way. He lost his brother, he lost his place in Orzammar, the world is on fire because of events he had a hand in. He can't even be with the woman he loves. It was Bianca who leaked the location, all in pursuit of knowledge, which she did gain. Bianca drops, in a low-key way at the end of Varric's personal quest, one of the biggest lore bombs of the franchise. Red lyrium is blighted lyrium. The blight only affects living things, which means the blight is alive, and since the primeval Tig predates what Corypheus did by such an extremely long time, that means that the blight cannot be the Maker's punishment for the Tevinter Magisters who opened the Golden City and turned it black. Corypheus has insisted this whole time that it wasn't his fault that when he came to the city, it was already black, already tainted, just whispers and corruption. This revelation sets up the Descent DLC to come, which itself sets up all the revelations about the Titans and the nature of lyrium that you see in Veilguard. It is a storyline which passes from dwarf to dwarf, Varric to Harding, but it is a remarkably consistent subplot whose lore is well foreshadowed. Varric himself, though, is more tired and sad in this game than he was in Dragon Age 2. In Veilguard, he'll be even worse off. Varric's real burden to bear is that what he wants to be is an observer and a friend, the one who writes about the story, the one who doesn't have to be the main character. But he is a part of the story anyway, responsible for its outcome, affected by its tragedies. Adventuring is a short life for many. A long life of adventure, especially when you're not the main character, grinds a person down. Varric is a generous soul. He gives of himself to every protagonist for 3 games straight until there is nothing left for him to give. It's a hard life, but one worthy of story and song, and for Varric, that justifies the cost. Trying to contain all these stories is ultimately what makes Inquisition such a massive creative undertaking. All of these main quests and companion arcs have beginnings, middles, and ends. All of them need time to develop to seem natural. If the game takes the same amount of time as 5 full seasons of the old-style 24-episode TV season structure, it is because the game is trying to accomplish that same hefty amount of content. And like the old 24-episode season structure, it accomplishes this by shoehorning in a lot of filler. Perhaps the fact that the open-world zones have so little to do with anything going on in the primary narrative is simply because it's too unpredictable to account for where a player might be within that vast web of narrative and conversation. The smaller open-world areas do help keep the pacing on track by providing shallower pools to drain for completionist players. There are only so many conversations to have at Skyhold before they run dry, sending players back out to the field. The open-world missions and collectathons are never more than 4 or 5 hours apiece, besides the fucking hinterlands, and you unlock a couple of them at a time, meaning that the player will be expected to check back in with Skyhold and run through companion conversations at regular intervals. If a player goes back and forth filling those cups a little at a time, there will be a kind of rough baseline for how time passes within the game and how much character interaction a given player is getting. One of the great strengths of Inquisition is that its party banter while out in the field doing the gameplay-driven objectives is often excellent, revealing new facets of characters and providing commentary on major events. Sometimes it's even about where you are specifically within the world, providing context and exposition that the collection quests will not give. The best zones are the ones from around the middle of the game, because they at least attempt to tie into the main quest and the main quest's vibes, rather than ignoring them entirely. Even then, they can't account for what order players will do things in very well, despite being timed to coincide with the main quests. Take the Exalted Plains. This is a zone where the Orlesian Civil War is being actively fought. You can encounter troops loyal to Gaspard in one fort and then troops loyal to Selene in another. Troops will fight each other in random encounters all throughout the zone. But you only speak to the leaders towards the very end of the quest lines, finding that the third problem of the undead rising and demons pouring through the Fade Rifts has trapped both armies in their respective castles. You can't resolve the Civil War here, and if you have already resolved the Civil War during the Winter Palace quest, then nobody here has heard that it ended until you explain it to them, in which case those quests are already over anyway by the time that happens. The region's quest design is trying to account for the widest range of player possibilities, and finding it very awkward to do so. For zones like the Emerald Graves, the influence from the main plot is almost solely cosmetic. Out here are some grand Orlesian estates, relevant to the part of the game that focuses on Orlais, but only in a very surface way. The western approach is a good desert zone and actually features quests relevant to the main plot quests where you lay siege to Adamant Fortress with Venatori to fight and strongholds to capture, but it's so very empty and boring to actually experience. Capturing strongholds is a particularly strange feature because it feels only half implemented. There are quests to capture these forts out in the open world zones, animations for raising the flag, and then war table quests that help support them after they're claimed for the Inquisition, but it all feels so bare bones and slight that it hardly matters. There's no real feedback for doing them, or not. It's clearly meant to be a bigger deal than it ended up being, which is still too big of a deal for what it actually is. It would be fantastic if there was a better sense of the Inquisition growing larger and truly gaining power in the world, and these are clearly meant to provoke that sense, but they are also so truly underproduced and slight that the intended effect barely comes across at all. There really is only one zone that's meaningfully integrated with the main quest and branches off a high production quest of its own. Emprise du Lion, a snowy area controlled by the Red Templar. Progression through the region is completely linear. It's a long switchback ending with a split path leading to either the quarry or the keep. If you attack the keep, you kill the demon in control of the Red Templar, Imshale, who is actually a character from that novel Trick Weeks wrote, The Masked Empire. It's a scenically beautiful area with fun activities, a good questline, and connections to both the main plot and the books. So it's perhaps no coincidence that it is one of the very least open of the open world areas, creating a linear tube all coiled up instead of something that could actually be approached from multiple angles. It has an area that can be unlocked that holds a series of dragon arenas, setting itself up as the endgame challenge area. The Emprise is clearly meant to be done last. By that point, you should have all the godforsaken elf route you need, so it can afford to be a little more linear. It was a treat to have some good quests after doing so many absolutely forgettable and pointless ones. I mean, check this out. The Druffalo herding isn't the only herding there is in this game. Now you've got to get a holla to its pen. I'm like some kind of certified cowpoke at this point, I reckon. The truly ironic thing, the truly frustrating thing, is that some of the most interesting quest setups I've seen within the franchise actually are here in Inquisition. You just don't get to do any of them yourself. The War Table mission concept is a good one. Its structural purpose is sound. I'm just still bitter about it anyway. The missions typically have 3 possible solutions, represented by one of your advisors in their area of expertise. There are quest chains within them that follow up on these choices with a whole array of new options, moving the little stories forward. Different outcomes produce different rewards, from special items to Inquisition PowerPoints. But the rewards are really beside the point. Here are missions that expand on some of the quests you do in open-world zones, actually creating a sense of consequence and permanence for stuff that otherwise felt very superficial or flat without them. This is where many characters from books or comics or previous titles make their cameo appearances. Zevran requests assistance against his old employers, the Antivan Crows. You learn Corypheus' true name that he held in his mortal life. You make contact with a dwarven city called Kal-Sharak that actually survived the fall of the Empire besides Orzammar. You fight an entire war using the Grey Wardens that you saved if you didn't exile them all in the first place. These are incredible stories within the setting, intriguing threads, and all you get of them is the summary. They aren't prose novellas, they aren't illustrated, it is a series of letters and memos with a light choose-your-own-adventure twist. On the other hand, this is actually a really clever way to get a lot of ideas and encounters on the table for a very minimal amount of developer budget and player time investment. The fact that so many of these summarized vignettes are better than the quest design present in the open-world portions drives me absolutely nuts. These should be bonus events, little narrative treats. They should not make me actively jealous of what an adventure my advisors are always having. These fuckers get to stop assassinations in foreign capitals, help King Alistair negotiate a treaty between Orlais and Ferelden, even contact your player character from Origins. The last one's particularly funny because they send you a very generic form letter that kind of feels like something you might get back if you ever mailed something to those addresses in the back of a Hardy Boys book. Hey pal, me and Joe are busy solving a brand new mystery with Chet and Biff and the boys, but we sure wanted to drop you a line and tell you you're doing a great job. We think you have the makings of an ace detective and have enclosed an official Hardy Boys decoder ring to get you started. Gee whiz, thanks Mr. or Mrs. Hero of Ferelden. To be fair, it does acknowledge the origin you chose in Origins, giving you your correct last name and a brief line of recognition. It's just the tonality of the letter that's funny, being unable to commit to anything with more personality because it might not be the personality that's canon to a given player. It also, frustratingly, takes 16 real-life hours to receive that letter. Every war table mission is timed with a real-life timer that continues to advance even when the game is shut down. Many are short, taking 20 to 40 minutes. Most others are 2 to 4 hours instead. This is another way to encourage a player to both leave Skyhold and come back within a reasonable amount of time without having just face-tanked an entire zone in one go. It's another metering system, like creating limited, smaller open-world zones instead of 1 or 2 enormous maps. Eventually, you hit these 12 to 18-hour missions. Whatever advisor you assign will be unable to do any other war table missions during that time. So this is the game suggesting that perhaps you, the player, should hit the sack and come back tomorrow night. Not only metering the rhythm of play, but trying to subtly discourage player burnout over the course of such an extremely long gameplay experience. And if I had been having the quality of adventure my advisors were having, perhaps it would not have had to feel quite so extremely long in the first place either. The last missions are individually very good, but they pile up on one another suddenly and do not cohere into a satisfying climax. The pacing between them is awkward and broken, where there might have been a way to unify them in a way that made better sense. The first mission is the better one. A race to an ancient elven temple, directly battling Corypheus and his troops on the way to something called the Well of Sorrows. It's signaled like the endgame, whoever you supported during the Orlesian Civil War is there assisting with their own troops. It's a major war action, and manages to feel like it most of the time. There are certainly major differences in how Inquisition and Veilguard construct themselves as RPGs, but the way they both approach Thedas as a setting is extremely consistent as high heroic fantasy. The travel magazine perfect, brilliantly verdant landscapes, the thrill of besting a foe and competing with a true rival, connecting with companions and forging friendships, the promise of hidden treasures and elven secrets. This doesn't make it simple fantasy. Lord of the Rings is foundational high fantasy, and it's got plenty of dark moments and heavy themes. It's just that, as a work of art, Inquisition and Veilguard both want evil to lose. Part of Origins being dark fantasy instead was the player's potential choice to be evil themselves, to follow dark paths and violent ends. You can have Loghain in your party, purge everyone who disagrees with you. The story is highly variable in ways that allow these more brutal outcomes to lead to the same confrontation because the Darkspawn threaten every power structure, even the ones who have captured with violence and coercion. Inquisition's plot doesn't really work very well if you're truly evil in the same way. You're meant to be a contrast to Corypheus. If you're simply a copy, then there's hardly any dramatic hook to the narrative. So you can be, in smaller ways, vindictive or remorseless or mercenary, but the story's larger structure still bends in the direction of heroism. The Veilguard is perhaps more obvious with how it does not really allow for a truly evil playthrough, but it's Inquisition that established the precedent and moved the genre cleanly into the high heroic genre territory with its basic structure. It's the final choice of this mission that really highlights how difficult it is to even construct a choice that's supposed to hold on to its meaning through multiple titles. The Well of Sorrows holds all the memories of the ancient priests of Mythal. There are even elven guardians dating back to the fall of Arlathan protecting it. Morrigan wants to be the one to wade into it, so she will inherit all of that lost knowledge. The only alternative is you. Solus, tellingly, will not do it and will not expand on why. There is some kind of deeper curse to doing so, but the choice is still well weighted. This is, after all, an elven cultural legacy. Why should Morrigan inherit it? Won't you know better what to do with it? Even if you couldn't care less about its historical value, why should you give up so much power to an advisor whose loyalty is mostly unproven? The choice feels like it matters a great deal, but ultimately even if you do choose to take on the knowledge yourself, it makes little difference to either the progression of events or your understanding of Thedas. The knowledge isn't some deep dialogue tree you can go into, it just alters an upcoming scene in a very small way. The clearly intended path is to just let Morrigan do it. The curse binds her to Mythal's will, Flemeth's will, so that when Flemeth takes her son Kiernan from her, Morrigan will have no recourse. Ultimately, neither one of you can stop her. The only thing powerful enough to really throw a wrench in her plans is gaps between player canons. In some player timelines, Kieran simply does not exist. He may not necessarily have the soul of the dead god within him, even if he does exist. This entire subplot that's been building since Origins is on just as shaky ground as Alistair is. Maybe he's king, maybe he's not, maybe he's dead. It makes it impossible to put too much weight on the plot line within the overall narrative because there are imported choices that can make it completely unworkable or thematically empty. When you see Morrigan again in Veilguard, the Well of Sorrows isn't even an imported choice at all. She has inherited some of Flemeth's wisdom and memory regardless, the entire thing smoothed out. This is, on one level, unsatisfying. On another level, to really follow up on that choice further fractures Morrigan within the canon, making her even less able to support the storyline that all players will have in common. To keep Morrigan more central to the plot, she is made less reactive to it. If the Inquisitor truly does inherit all the knowledge of Mythal's ancient priests, the player will know too much and it'll give away too many plot twists to those who picked one way and not the other. The game cannot actually deliver on its promise. Well, it could, but heavily asymmetrical outcomes like this usually require less resource-intensive presentation, which is why games like Pillars of Eternity and other Obsidian isometric throwbacks are able to have much more divergent outcomes and allow players to potentially miss out on so much more of the details of plot and world building. It simply doesn't cost as much to write out a paragraph of prose explaining what your character sees in a vision as it does to create a fully animated, bespoke in-engine cutscene with voice acting. If this game looked more like Baldur's Gate 2, it could deliver more of a Baldur's Gate 2 experience, but it doesn't, and can't. It is a much grander and more beautiful game visually, and that limits what it can narratively accomplish in moments like these. It's disappointing that the Well of Sorrows is a choice that evokes a mood rather than affects a result, but the decision not to carry it forward into the Veilguard makes sense because if it was going to matter for anyone, it would matter to the Inquisitor, and it simply doesn't. The world building in Dragon Age is often excellent, but when it isn't, it's often like this. Overpromising a mystery while knowing all along it's going to be miserly with the results. When Corypheus finally shows up, both your armies are still deployed down by the Elven Temple complex, so after all this build-up, it just comes down to you, your team, him, and his blighted dragon. This is the disconnected aspect of it. Skyhold has been readied for a big defense of some sort, but the battle never actually arrives there. The only time Skyhold will see actual battle is in the contents of a letter you receive in the next game. I enjoy the climax visually, returning to the original breach in the Vale, finishing what you started, fragments of ruins and landscapes floating in the magical flux. The dragon fight is nice and dramatic, and easy comparatively. All game long, the toughest fights by far are against the dragons. Every region has one, except for the Impriest, which has an escalating series of 3 instead. Every player who finishes the game has to defeat the false archdemon. Not every player will fight every dragon. In fact, most will absolutely leave a few on the table because the fights are usually nearly 10 minutes long, major tests of attrition and inventory and patience. When you factor in the DLCs, a completionist character's combat effectiveness at this point just blows the whole climax out of the water. If the mechanical challenge is absent, the thematic confrontation is straightforward, and the tension is underbaked, then all that's left is spectacle. It's got it, at least. The whole thing looks amazing. It's cool, but it could be more than cool. If Corypheus had been better utilized, if he'd been built up into a more consistent opponent instead of a generalized threat, it would be a much more personal ending than the climax in Origins. Even as a largely impersonal ending, Origins did more work to sell the idea of the conflict being larger than just protagonist versus antagonist. It felt like a war. This feels more predictable and managed, and inevitable in limited encounter. Even though the fate of the world is on the line again, there is little sense of immediate loss and consequence, not like with Denerim on fire. This is just the green good magic facing off against the red bad magic, which is, at this point, part of the Bioware house style, using color coding to sort out who's right and who's wrong, what endings are good or bad, like it was for Mass Effect 3. At least that was a choice. The lack of even a defend the keep, defend the city tactical choice, like in Awakening, just feels like a letdown. This is something that Veilguard very much tried to correct, and something even Inquisition itself retcons with the Trespasser expansion. Once Corypheus is defeated, in a rather plain and simple way, there's a scene where Solus leaves and then a small epilogue. The epilogue is pretty perfect. It's almost exactly the same as Origins, where you get to say goodbye to the cast and get hints on what they might do in the future. There are epilogue slides, but not too many. The main set of epilogue slides happen during Trespasser, the true ending of the game. But for huge amounts of players, this was the true ending. They didn't pay extra money or spend time playing through the game again when the DLC finally came out. Trespasser is essentially the most critical part of Inquisition's story. It takes place 2 years later, settles the business of all the characters, charts the course of the Inquisition going into the future, and its quality of writing is absolutely top-notch. Inquisition has a much weaker overall narrative without it. In fact, all the DLCs massively expand the scope of the game and explore its potential in new ways. They show what Inquisition might have been if it was able to unify itself, if it was more focused, if it had tried harder to make the player's mechanical game actions matter to the narrative and vice versa. If Inquisition's problem was that its best parts were drowning in a morass of indistinct, undifferentiated fantasy content, it seems highly counterintuitive that the solution would be to add more stuff. Yet diluting the bad content with more of the best content just helps it all go down better, the sweet overpowering the bitter when the final glass is drained. Released in March of 2015, Jaws of Hakkon is the most straightforward of the DLCs. It seeks only to create one new region, but it does that region in the most maximized, integrated way possible. Not integrated into the main campaign exactly, it looks backwards in history towards the first Inquisitor instead of forward to Corypheus. But the story it wants to tell supports the broader narrative better that way. The first Inquisitor, Ameridan, disappeared some 800 years ago. You now have a lead on where he might have last been seen, thanks to a scholar who's asked the Inquisition to launch one of its now famous inquiries. Structurally, this is absolutely no different than any other zone. It has the same procedure of founding camps as fast travel points, collecting shards, solving astrarium puzzles, and solving small side quests. The difference is that the region's main quest line actually coheres and offers something that genuinely supports and expands all of the main themes of the story. The official histories of the Chantry tend to exclude elves. Origins introduced the Canticle of Shartan, where one of Andraste's most faithful disciples was known to be an elf, but this canticle was stricken from the Chantry canon for political reasons to further suppress the elves. The Chantry also managed to suppress that both Ameridan and his lover were elves as well. Inconvenient for elves to have risen so far and been so beloved. Inquisition has a lot of characters that believe in Andrastrianism's potential and take reformist attitudes to the thornier stuff about the religion, and so this repudiation of official doctrine and history feels well-balanced, a seasoning of more sober political realism on top of the spiritual optimism already well represented by characters like Cassandra. Discovering what happened is an exciting, compelling scavenger hunt that takes a player to every part of the map and makes solving the secondary quests or tertiary collection activities a snap. Making progress on multiple objectives in one go as you sweep across a landscape is one of the real joys of open-world format games, and the smaller, self-contained open worlds of Inquisition are often very good at providing that satisfaction. This map, so much more than the others. It even takes the time to explore one of the lesser discussed cultures of Thedas, the Avar. Avar myth has been a fixture in the Codex since Origins, but Jaws of Hakkon is where they actually gain definition as a culture. Their approach to spirits and gods is especially fascinating. Merging with spirits, as Anders did with Justice or Wynn with the Spirit of Faith, is part of their initiation as spellcasters. One subplot has you tracking down a woman who did not want to let go of her spirit companion at the end of the ritual joining. She would miss them. By recruiting her into the Inquisition, you can send her on a tour of more traditional circles of magic, expanding their understanding of what abominations are and are not. You can even recruit a revered bear for the Inquisition, an honor given to you after the main plot wraps up, as you get to stand as judge before the animal like you have rendered so many other verdicts. Jaws of Hakkon does not revolutionize or significantly change the game experience of Inquisition, it simply shows what it looks like when the design structure and arrangement of content is finally working as intended. If all of Inquisition had been so thoughtful and so interested in creating a meaningful sense of history and connection, it would have easily been a better game than Origins. Instead, you've got this, and then you've got the Hissing Wastes, or the Hinterlands, or even the Emerald Graves. Same format between regions, a genuine world of difference in terms of player experience. 800 years ago, Ameridan was asked by then-King Drakon to defeat an Avar god incarnated within a dragon. He used magic to hold them both in stasis. The god, Hakkon, cannot reincarnate to the spirit realm until its vessel dies. Ameridan himself cannot pass on either. He has been trapped by duty for an age. He offers a lens into your own actions. It is impossible to control how history remembers a person, even if they remember a person. His greatest sacrifice was this, something no one ever even knew about until now. But underneath the legend was a person, a hero who does their best and does what's right, no matter the cost. It reminds and recenters a player of their place in things, both their importance and the limits of their power. Truly slaying the dragon at long last finishes the work of the first Inquisitor, ties up the last loose end of the original Inquisition. Whatever he built, you have built something stronger. What was impossible for him and his companions, you are able to accomplish with style, with your companions. It's flattering in a way that's very particular to CRPGs, deliberately muddying the line between player and protagonist when characters give you their congratulations, thanks, or affections. Jaws of Hakkon also looks forward to the next game in a couple of minor ways. One is its lore revelations about how Hakkon operates as a spirit. The Avar gods are just like the archdemons in a way, spirits inhabiting dragons to make them powerful abominations. But once free of the dragon form, the spirit is cleansed, ready to begin anew. This is the exact kind of magic that Morrigan's ritual interfered with in Origins, stealing that soul for Kieran. Or the magic of the Blight in general, passing the soul on to the Grey Warden that kills the archdemon, annihilating both in the process. What the Veilguard reveals about the Evanuris, how they store their souls in the archdemons, only 2 of the 7 now remaining, what happens with Hakkon reveals early that the Evanuris were spirits before they were elves, and that what they were doing was not always so devastating and unnatural as what it was eventually made to be. The Evanuris did not fail because they were spirits, they failed because they were prideful. This weaves into both the next game and the next DLC with the way it gives you extra time with Scout Harding. Harding has introduced every region giving expository dialogue. This is no different at first, but you have a chance here to talk with Harding more than usual, and at the end she follows up with a very personal thematic summing up at the end of your journey through the DLC. Harding, in the Veilguard, is not only a companion, she is the lens through which the entire history of dwarves on Thedas is redefined. Harding is immensely important, and Jaws of Hakkon is important in setting her up to shoulder that narrative weight as a bigger character than she is in just the base campaign. But if you pay attention to the next DLC, nothing that happens to Harding in the Veilguard will come as any particular surprise. The Descent is not, on its own, a good reason for rolling a whole new character, but as a bridge in the lore between Origins and Inquisition, it is absolutely invaluable. The Descent is an expedition into the Deep Roads more dangerous and exciting than anything in the franchise so far, better than Awakening's Kal Hyrule, better than the Primeval Tig, better than anything the main campaign of Inquisition even hinted towards with its one significant dwarven ruin. Trespasser could be reasonably expected to bring some players back in, and nowadays Inquisition has its Game of the Year edition like Origins had its Ultimate edition, but it often feels like the Descent gets left out of most discussions of the game. If you omit the hub area of Orzammar, the Descent is just as long or longer as the Deep Road sections of Origins. It's also much more dense, with a level design that would never have been possible with the original engine. There are 2 large sections of Lost Dwarven Tig, and then 2 sections of a Lost Lyrium mine with blue-veined caverns and even an underground sea. Plus, the bonus, even more scenic climactic area. All of them seamlessly integrated, connected in a much more dramatic and impressive way than you would see in Origins. The Descent shows why I wish the Dragon Age campaigns would go a little harder with the dwarves instead of relying so much on elven mythology and lore to propel the plot. Veilguard follows the plot threads woven together here in the Descent with Harding's questline, but nowhere else. There is no dwarven faction or dedicated region outside of the special quest zones within Veilguard. But here, in Inquisition, is a vastly winding and vertical play space filled with hidden corners, unlockable optional areas, and traditionally dense dungeoneering. It is a major design contrast to all the other regions in the game, but equal to the best of them in terms of size and amount of content. The plotline is linear, exploring ever downwards through greater and meaner challenges, but the reason to stay behind is mostly incentivized through collectibles. In most other contexts, I would not find this enjoyable. I have never in any of my playthroughs finished more than 1 Skyhold Mosaic, for instance. I only did the Solasan Shard quest once. The Descent has a more interesting, rapid reward structure. The main collectible is lost gears for the sacrificial gates of Segramar. Each gate needs quite a few gears to open, so a player must hunt closely for them. But because this is such a dense traditional dungeon, it's much easier to find them than in an open world where most of the space is actually unimportant. Here, in the Descent, every room has something, from a codex entry to a treasure chest to a scattered piece of the gear gates. It rewards curiosity in a better way than just creating a collectible checklist and having a player run the course. It encourages a player to consider all the unused portions of the game space, hiding things with a lot more guile. Even if the Frostback Basin from Jaws of Hakkon was a well-crafted open-world area, packing things tighter this way, like it used to be in Origins, allows for a more engaging discovery process. The Veilguard reconfigures itself in just this fashion, eliminating the small open worlds in favor of extremely dense, medium-sized zones and dungeons. One of the most fun and immersive elements of the Descent is that you can use Inquisition power to build scaffolding that allows you to reach previously inaccessible areas and new Segramar gates. For someone who's a lore junkie or otherwise an enthusiast for Dwarven history, it is so much better than the limited excursion into Valimar in the main campaign. Valimar was barely even a village, but this is large enough to feel like a real taig. It has distinct districts, an impression of arts and culture. It's dead and full of Darkspawn now, but back in its day it was grander than Val Royeaux is portrayed as being back in the main campaign. As it keeps progressing, the scenery gets better and better as well. The Lyrium caverns are as complexly designed as the taig levels are, which is refreshing because caves are rarely very inspired locations in fantasy titles. This underground ocean is one of my favorite scenic locations in the franchise, evocative and exotic. I love the sense that the world underground is just as vast as the one on the surface. It's the same constellation of themes and structural features that the Underdark brings to the Forgotten Realms setting. The Dragon Age version feels distinct because its scope is smaller than the Underdark. It is just about the dwarves, and deeper than the dwarves is just the layer of dwarven history that has been lost. The primeval taig was as deep as anyone had gone before, but the Descent takes players far deeper. In the main campaign, if you have Dagna as an NPC and support her research with Lyrium, she has a dream. Dwarves don't dream, of course, so this is very significant. Dagna dreams of being the size of a mountain, of being the mountains, of being the stone that dwarves worship. She experiences being all dwarves at once, a unification of many fragments. She is dreaming of the Titans. Shaper Volta, the main NPC of the Descent, has found old texts indicating that the Titans were vast, ancient beings who somehow preceded the dwarves. The Descent is actually a journey into the body of one of them, into the hidden recesses where dwarves have been corrupted by lyrium use over time to act as eternal defenders of the Titan's heart. The Shah Bertal have carved their histories into the walls, providing much more exposition than anything offered up in Dragon Age II's Deep Road sections. These lost dwarves use highly advanced and dangerous weapons and armors infused with lyrium. This brings them closer to the Titan. After all, if lyrium is the living blood of Titans, and dwarves are fragments of the Fallen, then the lyrium is fundamentally a part of them already. Dwarven heritage is technically a connection to the oldest magic there is, the magic that shaped the globe of Thedas. All magic alters the material world, but dwarven magic is the material world. It is creation itself. The Shabbatral have built up a city around the heart of the Titan. It's beautiful. It's serene. Not so much unnatural as surreally hypernatural. This is the power of the Titan, to transform reality according to whim or thought. Why not have a sky that goes down? The material world is just clay. You can make anything out of it that you want. I wish there was more lore about this city in particular. The last section has no exploration and follows climactic encounter rules, just a linear sprint through hordes of enemies, culminating with the big bad boss monster. It evokes this new frontier of creation magic, but does not really define it, which makes the climax feel a little rushed compared to what all came before in the DLC. The boss fight isn't even personal, the Titan suffers no real damage, and the whole thing is more like an allergic reaction to mortals being inside its heart chamber. And its twist is recycled. Shaper Volta is affected by the Titan the same way that creepy old Grey Warden was by Corypheus in Legacy. There's even a little post-climax epilogue available on the Deep Road's war table that describes her vanishing into the rock itself, one with the stone. The only difference is that while Legacy set up a villain, this is setting up Harding's plotline in Veilguard. Though I truly wish it had been Dagna instead. No shade to Harding, she's a good character, But Dagna already had such a strong connection to this plotline, and she goes all the way back to Origins. Though that's likely the reason why Dagna was disqualified from the role. She's not guaranteed to leave Orzammar depending on player canon, and she's even less likely beyond that point to have all of her war table quests taken care of to trigger that extra dialogue where she dreams. Harding is an absolute canonical guarantee. All players know her, and no choice significantly alters her role within the Inquisition. It's tidier. Volta's role, at least, is clear. She becomes an Oracle of the Titan right here and now, the first dwarf since the Shah Bertal to touch her divine origin and be reborn. At least, this gets a follow-up. No aspect of this game or the next really cares if you open up all the sacrificial greats of Segramar, but I remember. I care. The Descent was deeply compelling to me, the part of Inquisition I felt most closely connected to Origin's feeling and format that I missed so much. Chasing that feeling isn't the way to get the most out of Dragon Age, though. It's allowing each game to be the experience it wants to be, and Inquisition is never more itself than during Trespasser. In a 2015 interview with MMORPG.com, Mike Laidlaw was asked, quote, "Was Dragon Age Inquisition always planned to be the base game plus 3 DLC with Trespasser bringing it to a definitive end?" End quote. He replied, quote, "No, not really. We wanted it to be built as its own distinct story. We hinted at future content with the arc based around Solus and his disappearance. We want to keep the story alive and filled with interesting elements for the future. It was about identity, a major theme in the game. A lot of that comes through. Not everyone is or was who they said. When we started working on DLC, we wanted to demonstrate mastery over certain things. We wanted to do an exploration of the world with more story meshed in it. So when we got to Trespasser, we heard our fans. We wanted to provide more story. We didn't expect Solus to get the fervor he did, but he did, and we followed. At the same time, we wanted Trespasser to feel it was its own set of narrative themes. It's clearly a post-game epilogue, and it stands on its own feet." End quote. I find this answer interesting because, to be frank, it is neither its own set of narrative themes nor does it stand on its own feet. It is completely inseparable, requiring all the long hours of time investment for the character work to really hit, leaning on events that already happened, continuing themes already well established. From the very beginning of the game, from Cassandra's choice to tear down or rebuild the Seekers, to Iron Bull and his betrayal by institutional power, or Sarah's distrust of all institutional power, there has been a serious dialogue throughout Inquisition about what it means not only to meet the Inquisition's mandate by defeating Corypheus, but to exceed it by persisting. This is fundamentally the climax that most of the game has been building to since Haven. There's a Qunari conspiracy to use the Illuvians to blow up the leaders of Southern Thedas. That's new, that stands alone. But that's just the connective tissue through which the game lines up the bigger scenes. Trespasser is thematically about things changing, winding down, pivoting to the story of others. It's a chance to see how your companions have grown and changed in 2 years, to see how they have been affected by you and the choices made together. One of the most memorable parts of Mass Effect 3 is the Citadel DLC, a self-conscious attempt to bring players closure for the trilogy-long companion relationships they've made over the past couple hundred hours of play. Citadel was an attempt to create an interval of slice-of-life vignettes and comic relief action in a story that was primarily about the end of the known world and everyone in it. Trespasser does some of this. Many of the interactions you can have with the cast are comedic and light in the same way. For example, if you saved the Chargers, they want to give Iron Bull a big skull as a gift and want you to distract him with small talk while they move it. Iron Bull knows what's up the whole time, but acts surprised anyway, a real Team Dad moment. Cassandra's been played by Varric again and thinks you've shown up to be married instead of as a political figure. You and Vivian can have a girls' trip to the spa together for hot goss and lip gloss. One thing I don't really enjoy about the Veilguard, and consider a legitimate quality complaint, is that it is too self-consciously cute much of the time. It's just not fair to say it began with the Veilguard. The first I remember Bioware RPGs leaning so far in that direction is Citadel, and then Trespasser, and then most notably Andromeda. Veilguard is an intensification of that trend, and definitely an oversaturation of it, but Bioware has been leaning in that direction for years. Trespasser is honestly better than Citadel because it is not only cute character moments stapled together with an action thriller plotline, it's cute character moments and an important thematic reckoning stapled together with an action thriller plotline. The best character moments and epilogues are the ones that are a little bittersweet, a little uncertain. Even in Victory, Varric, for example, has been made Viscount of Kirkwall, and he does not remotely enjoy it. He gives you a mansion just to irritate the Seneschal. Varric has grown up within this world as a figure central to so many world-changing events, but he is not ready to be old. He is not ready to be respected. If Leliana is the divine, she is now at the very top of the Orlesian game. She has played her whole life, but the road that she took to get there has left her disillusioned to the beauty of it. Behind every gleaming marble floor is an elven servant scrubbing their life away to make it that way. The view from the top only emphasizes to her how far down below most other people have to live, and if she wants to reform the church, that distance will have to be reduced. Dorian has assumed his father's place as magister, made a diplomat as a way to keep him away from the decision-making process back in Tevinter. He's come to say goodbye for real. His place is trying to reform his home, although he gives you a communication stone that means he is always available as a friend. The Trespasser character moments and epilogues are very reactive to player choice, and there are many variations. It is an extremely satisfying way of following up and rewarding the player's agency in helping these characters through their issues and following up on how you have chosen to assist them. The only one completely unaffected is Solas, because Solas never really gave the player any options in the first place. This amazing corner of the crossroads is Vir Dirthara, once the central library for the whole Elven Empire. Solas destroyed it. Every bit of knowledge and every one of its inhabitants was burned away in a magical apocalypse that he created. For many years, Fen'Harel fought against the Evanuris, freeing their slaves, removing their Valasleen, hiding them and building an army of the downtrodden. He could not overthrow them, not without tearing down the entire thing. So it was Solas who created the Veil, using that artifact that rolled into your hand in Out of Corypheus's to give you that mark to start your journey. All a mistake. So the trickster wolf kept one enemy close and one enemy closer, using you to destroy the upstart ancient magister who complicated the plan so badly. Once you succeed, his own plan goes back into action, with more steps now that the orb is shattered. It'll take Solas 10 years to get another crack at the ritual, and that's the opening sequence of Veilguard. But it's not just one plot point shifting into another. Trespasser is a half step in between the design structure of Inquisition and the design structure of Veilguard. In an interview with GameDeveloper.com, Veilguard creative director Jonathan Epler said, quote, "I think a lot of the lessons we learned that helped us with building up the Veilguard was from Inquisition's Trespasser DLC. The full game is a big adventure and a big open world, and we got a lot of feedback about how going open world made the story and narrative feel diluted, like they didn't matter as much. Trespasser, for us, was putting more of a focus on the story, the villain, and building the experience around that tighter and more contained story. Bioware has always been about its cast of characters and its tighter story, and we learned from Trespasser, along with Mass Effect 3's Citadel DLC, that it was okay to focus things down a little bit from the open world structure and put the story, the side content, characters into a tighter experience." End quote. Structurally, that's absolutely what works so well about Trespasser. It moves rapidly and smoothly from light character writing to heavy thematic questions to exploration and combat in small curated zones. The Crossroads is very much like the level design in the cavern section of The Descent, a densely packed treasure trove of vast optional content and more meandering primary content. The deeper into the setting a player goes, the deeper into hidden lore and hidden secrets they get, it seems that around every corner is Solas, or more accurately, the Fen'Harel of old. The only really weak aspect of Trespasser is the Qunari threat. In its climactic moments, you actually get to take an Eluvian deep behind the lines and infiltrate a Qunari fortress in the middle of their empire. This ought to be a chance to showcase a truly foreign, enigmatic culture, but it's just kind of another big castle. It does not feel meaningfully distinct. Narratively, the Qunari aren't even the real priority. I mean, sure, gotta save the kingdom and junk, that's your job. But in Dragon Age 2, what was so compelling was the sense of inevitable violence that eventually just boiled over, getting to know the values of the Arishok and the values of the average Kirkwaller and seeing that they are utterly incompatible. This, in Trespasser, is just a bomb threat with a Dragon Eluvian ignition system. When asked why Solas even helps you uncover the plot if he's planning on betraying you and destroying the world later, he says it's kind of a professional courtesy. Yes, he will destroy the world like he destroyed the world of the elves, but he wants people to be comfortable until it happens. He doesn't perceive himself as a monster, but he doesn't perceive himself as a mortal either. He is a spirit who insisted he could be more than that, and in doing so, took many things from many people. Genocide is familiar to him, almost a kind of comfort. He changed the world in a way he thought was for the better once that way, after all, And now that he regrets it so much, it seems to him that the best thing to do would be to flip it around and restore the Elven supremacy by tearing down the veil. As a narrative shift from Origins, this is especially interesting. Solas is driven by his disdain and pity for modern elves. The anti-elf racism that was so prevalent in Origins, the sentiment that directly led to the Arishok's war footing in the second game, Empress Celine purging the alienages and keeping slaves in Inquisition, it all reaches a position of dramatic reversal when one of their old gods returns to set things right. The elves will rule again at the expense of everyone else. If Solas had been present for the events of Origins, he would have sided with Zathrian without a second thought. An Elven Inquisitor can even offer support and sympathy to the plan. This is where I thought the story was going, a deeply political tale of retribution and restoration gone too far. What I didn't count on was that as 10 real-life years went by waiting for the sequel, Bioware's style of storytelling would significantly change. When Veilguard returned to the setting, alienages and anti-Elven sentiment were no longer prominent cultural forces. Without those in focus, Solas's motivations become cloudier, weaker. The events carry over directly, but the themes don't all make the leap from title to title. The ending of Trespasser is a little bittersweet to me that way. It sets up expectations for a game that I didn't get. Veilguard has a lot going on. I have tried to appreciate it for its own strengths, but I felt 10 years ago that this was a storytelling peak for the franchise, and now 10 years later that peak still towers over the things that surround it. But that's Dragon Age for you. Trespasser includes a much longer, more extensive set of epilogue slides than the main campaign in an attempt to provide robust closure for its many characters and plot threads. Like Origins, Trespasser was clearly unsure about how, when, and even if these narrative elements would carry on in the future of the franchise. So, it does its best to follow these threads as far as they'll reasonably go. Veilguard only imports 3 choices you actually make from Inquisition or any other Dragon Age title. It does not use the wonderful Dragon Age Keep World State Manager. It asks who you romanced, because the Inquisitor will appear in Veilguard like Hawk appeared in Inquisition, so it wants to provide at least some dialogue follow-up on that. Which does feel nice. I romanced Leliana this time around in Origins, and even within Trespasser, she still speaks of how she cares for the hero of Ferelden. Veilguard wants to know if you've decided to redeem Solas or if you want to kill him, and finally it asks what happens to the Inquisition. Your final choice, after Solas, is to decide between the demands of Ferelden, the demands of Orlais, and the demands of your conscience. Should the Inquisition become a wing of the Androstrian Church, like the First Inquisition becoming the Seekers and eventually the Templar Order? Or should it pass into history, a pawn to no man? It is, in a very real way, the fundamental narrative question of the entire game, and it matters to Veilguard very little. What should be the most impactful imported choice, your real legacy as a player character, is ultimately beside the point. Veilguard begins where Inquisition truly ends, a knife being shoved into the heart of the Tevinter Imperium, chasing Solas, trying to set things right. But that scene plays for all players. What you do is not what is important to Veilguard, it is the continuity of the widest canon that is preserved in preference to a web of player choice. Which makes for a strong foundation, but not the foundation I longed for in my 10 years of waiting for this dramatic fade-out to fade back in. The Veilguard is a game that buckles under the weight of all those extreme expectations, the burden of developer pedigree, the teetering cargo of 3 full RPGs worth of world building and character development. The stumbling is understandable. That's a lot for any game from any developer to shoulder. What's odd is that, rather than embracing the complexity and challenges of all it has inherited, Veilguard attempts to streamline those things down into a more broadly digestible package. Veilguard has received some of the most insane backlash and abuse I've seen in the discourse in a long while, much of it for the most petty and bigoted of reasons possible, and it isn't my intention to add to that. At the same time, my feeling is that Veilguard is a deeply inconsistent game. I don't feel it's fair to say that the writing is terrible across the board, but it has moments that are awkward and frustrating. I largely enjoy the character work, but there's a strange lack of ideology underpinning the companions that stands in sharp contrast to the brilliantly balanced cast of Inquisition. Factions and concepts within Thedas have had the sharp and rough edges sanded off in sometimes baffling ways. I'm not remotely inclined to say it doesn't feel like Dragon Age, often it feels perfectly in keeping with the franchise that's come before it, Sometimes it even surpasses what the games have been able to accomplish before. Yet, this just makes the missteps all the more strange. A given hour of play will often have moments that are deeply intriguing, moments that are almost patronizingly simplistic, and then some kind of minor jumping puzzle, and a half-dozen fights. If Inquisition's problem is that it was disjointedly bisected into narrative and mechanical sections, Veilguard's problem is that its blend of good and bad is far more chaotic and unpredictable. It has better combat than Origins, but far less world building. It has better level design than Dragon Age 2, but less realized characters. It has better narrative flow than Inquisition, but a much less interesting role to play. It is burdened, most of all, by Bioware's long absence from its traditional niche in pop culture. Andromeda was a lushly produced flop, Anthem's influence on pop culture hovers barely north of zero, and then for a whole 5 years, there was nothing. The first 3 Dragon Age games all came out over a period of about 5 years. The gap in releases is actually quite significant, more significant when you consider that Inquisition was their last certified hit. Dragon Age Origins was a modernization of what Bioware had been doing a decade previous on its own release, referencing and improving the presentation of the kind of games they were making in the late 90s and early 2000s. A decade back from Veilguard, they are making Inquisition, a game that still feels perfectly modern. There's a sense I got playing the Veilguard that it has somehow lost faith that people even remember what the Bioware formula was. A good example is a common point of criticism, the narrative tooltips that pop up which indicate, all of the Walking Dead adventure titles, that characters will remember your choices and remind a player of what choices they made when those reactions happen. Like, yeah, that's how a CRPG works. Thanks. Bioware never continued Baldur's Gate past 2, but when Larian picked the franchise up instead, they did not condescend this way. They trusted players just to get it. Bioware seems extremely concerned with leaving its audience behind, an anxiety that seems increasingly preposterous the more the game indulges in it, because it hasn't been 10 years since any choice-driven CRPG came out. There is absolutely a reasonable expectation for even new players to the franchise to know at least the structural expectations of the game format, or to be able to figure them out without turning the subtext of a conversation into literal text that pops up helpfully on the screen. Origins, even in its attempts to modernize earlier Bioware models, felt like it was designed by adults for adults, not necessarily in terms of tone and content, but just in terms of presenting complexities with the assumption that players will appreciate them. Veilguard sometimes feels frustratingly juvenile in what it expects from its audience. It does not expect me to remember what choices I made an hour or 12 ago. It kind of assumes I was probably looking at my phone, which is, I guess, not completely unreasonable. A huge proportion of modern media is consumed as second screen content, or as primary screen content with the infinitely scrolling feed right below it on the glowing slab. I just don't want art to begin on that level. If something is beautiful, smart, and clever, and audiences choose to scroll through animal videos and thirst traps instead of paying attention, that's on them. They can rise to the level of the art at any point. Hell, they might even put the phone down and pay attention if it's compelling enough. What art can't do is rise back up again if it stoops to the level of second-stream content in the first place. Veilguard is often better than that, but not always, and that insecurity really did damage it in the end. The interesting thing is that all of the most egregious hand-holding is mostly confined to the main path. During side quests, those tooltips rarely appear. Having companions explain puzzles to you in explicit ways is also largely confined to the main missions, and even then, mostly the front half of the game. After that, Veilguard lets up considerably on the anxiety that some players might be left behind. The deeper a player gets into the optional content, the more Veilguard feels like Dragon Age used to, presenting itself without comment on the assumption that players will be curious and engage. After Inquisition and Andromeda, Veilguard decided to skip out on the open-world format entirely and return to a structure of smaller, more complicated areas. It's very traditional Bioware design, the exact kind of level design that the Mass Effect games were based on, for the most part. The difference is that there are many medium-sized maps and hub areas, considerably more than Mass Effect featured, where Mass Effect 2 and 3 mostly featured smaller maps tailored to particular missions. Veilguard began development as a multiplayer-focused live service title, but after Anthem, this path was reconsidered. Game director Corinne Bush was brought on in 2021 to refocus it to become an offline single-player title, more in keeping with the franchise so far. In an interview with PC Gamer, she said, quote, "Our wonderful narrative writing team had an outline in place of what this story was going to be already. We'd done some of the voice casting already. So those bones still exist today, but from the structure of the game, going to an offline RPG, combat system complete rework, the progression systems are so rich now. That was all from the ground up. It definitely would have had its challenges. Even when we were still more multiplayer focused, we did still want to tell a story about Solus. It just became a lot more challenging because, again, multiplayer games and single-player games have different pressures, have different needs as a project, as a story. And once you add other people's perspectives into it, it becomes even more challenging." End quote. Veilguard feels extraordinarily polished in many ways, considering the developmental turmoil it went through, but sometimes that mixed pedigree still shows through. The main way it exposes its live service roots is that many of these maps are not really designed with immersion in mind. Consider the two city maps, Treviso and the Docktown neighborhood of Minrathous. They are wonderfully layered and very vertical, but not in a way that makes any pedestrian sense, filled with traversal puzzles and hidden chests. Zip lines link many of the areas. Level design for multiplayer rarely cares about realism or immersion. The considerations are always focused on mechanical demands, player flow. In that way, the maps do satisfy. Even in the smaller single-mission maps, I loved the way chests were hidden everywhere. Careful study of the environment almost always yields a prize, and there is never more than a couple minutes of exploration that go by without giving the player some kind of reward. I am an animal, so I love my little treats. This is also classic Bioware for the most part. Level design in the main Mass Effect trilogy is rarely complicated, but it often has short optional paths and hidden corners that hide resources and rewards. What's different between this and previous Dragon Age titles is that the maps often do feel like they focus on puzzles and treats more than immersive or naturalistic concerns. All RPG maps are artificial, of course, curated to give an impression of concrete reality that's never remotely true, but typically the idea is not to have a player notice. Live service and multiplayer are an exception to this because you're meant to play these maps over and over, so building familiarity with them in an explicitly gameplay-driven and mechanical way is actually important. You're meant to perceive the artificiality because that's the level that game and player meet each other on. In switching from an online to an offline focus, Veilguard has managed to fully pivot into story-driven game design. In doing so, it left its own environments behind. The maps are densely packed with mechanical rewards, but often deeply bereft of narrative content beyond the main quests and a small handful of side quests. Consider Denerim, or most neighborhoods of Kirkwall, completely jam-packed with characters who offer no quests, but provide interesting dialogue that serves world-building purposes. Docktown has almost none. It's much closer to Inquisition's Val Royeaux, a lot of merchants and a lot of space that may or may not be used later on by quests that originate elsewhere. No map is ever as utterly tangential and pointless as the hissing wastes in Inquisition, but neither is there a sense of them really leveraging very much of themselves for world-building purposes in Veilguard. This is particularly frustrating when it comes to Minrathous. Tevinter culture has been hinted at and prefaced for 3 entire games. Dorian's whole arc establishes its corrupt and competitive nature in great detail. A place of slavery, blood magic, and ancient warring families. But that part of the city is not the part that the game takes place in. This is Docktown, a working-class neighborhood, and anytime it seems like the game is going to really drill down into what Tevinter was set up to be, it backs off with a vague allusion to the fact that those are essentially Manhattan concerns, and this is the Bronx. And that's when there's dialogue available at all. I find it genuinely deeply irritating. On a mechanical level, Dragon Age has never felt this good. Traversal is exciting, smooth and satisfying, exploration is richly rewarding in terms of loot, and yet despite having retreated from the open-world dimensions of Inquisition, the game world still feels narratively slight and empty in a similar way. By developer admission, this was not the focus. Like Mass Effect 2 and Dragon Age 2, the cast of companions is the central pillar around which the entire experience is meant to pivot. In that GameDeveloper.com interview with creative director John Epler, he said, quote, "The phrase Bioware magic is something I kind of have an allergic reaction to at this point when I hear it, but for us when it comes to making this game, it was all about the characters of this world and building that world up. That's what we're best at, and it's also a reflection of the people who made this game. This team has pulled something truly amazing together, and I think that people will see that excitement and love that's been poured into every detail of this game. Honestly, the big lesson we've learned during the making of this game was that we just need to focus on what we're built to do. Bioware has always been about building strong, character-focused role-playing games throughout. We did certainly try other things during the development of this game, but once we really focused deeply on what Bioware is really all about, that was when the game really took shape for us. I want this game to feel like you're coming home to the Dragon Age universe and setting foot back into Thedas." End quote. The game very much starts out that way. You pick up, cleverly, 10 years after the last game. An older Varric accompanies you into a bar in Minrathous, searching for a lead on Solas. Before the lead has a chance to pan out, tears in the Veil begin to open all over the city. Solas has begun, at long last, the ritual that he threatened at the end of Trespasser. This is a better introduction than the one in Inquisition because it just begins immediately without being cryptic about anything. It smoothly reintroduces Harding as a main character, one of the few who stuck with Varric over the years from their time with the Inquisitor. Then it introduces Neve, a mage and a detective from right here in Docktown. The four of you proceed through a 2-part set-piece battle that's dynamic and exciting, much tighter than the overly large frozen valleys of Inquisition's opening. The tutorializing is accomplished, the scene is set, and when the game is sure that a player is comfortable, it takes you to the foot of Solas's ritual. Something that really frustrates me about the way people talk about this game is that they often accuse it of having terrible dialogue across the board. The majority of the writing is basically indistinguishable from the quality of writing in Inquisition. When Varric confronts Solas, it is seamless, a direct continuation in tone and content of the story in progress. When the writing is awkward, it is very awkward, but most big plot moments are accomplished with a similar sharpness and style to what came before. This moment between Varric and Solas nails the emotions of the scene and the weight placed on it. When Varric tries to stop Solas physically instead of talking him out of it, Solas stabs him, reflexively. You can see the regret on Solas's face immediately. Veilguard has changed up the art style, moving from naturalistic to stylized in a similar way to how the art style changed from Origins to Dragon Age 2. I love it, myself. Realism is not the be-all, end-all of video game graphics. The sharper characterization of faces and the deeper saturation of color makes the game emphasize the fantasy aspect, not so much cartoonish as it is heightened and exaggerated in key ways, just like how fantasy storytelling in general heightens and exaggerates conflicts that are common to other genres. By interrupting the ritual, you make a major mistake. You create an opening in the Veil through which the Black City is opened, just for a moment. Through this momentary portal step Elgar'nan and Gillenane, the last two elven gods not spiritually eliminated by the Grey Wardens through defeat of the archdemons which bear their souls. Like the archdemons, these Evanuris control the Blight, and begin the sixth and final Blight by virtue of their arrival. Unlike the archdemons, but like Corypheus, they are fully conscious, creatures of limitless ambition and zero conscience. For your player character, this is a pretty big whoopsie that you'll spend all game correcting. Solas is trapped in the prison he meant to move them into, and reaches out to you in dreams to seek your help righting the wrong. The first hour of the game is genuinely spectacular, and once it comes back around to spectacle, Veilguard always does well. By the time I was 20 hours deep in the Veilguard, I was kind of hooked on it, but it took me 19 more hours to get to that point. One of the oddest failures of the game is that, in a title almost solely focused on companion characters, it does a very frustrating job introducing those characters in ways that play to their strengths. Take Bellara. She's an elven mage and artificer who represents the Veil Jumpers faction, a group of elves who recover pieces of lost Elvenon by venturing through Alluvions. When Bellara is introduced, the first person besides Neve and Harding to join the team, she seems like an absolute off-the-shelf stock character. She's a bumbling, quirky, shy mechanic girl with big oh golly oh gosh energy. She uses a bunch of vaguely magical technical buzzwords to describe her efforts to fix objects out in the world. Everything about her, at first, seems familiar and cliché, not to mention self-consciously cutesy. It took me quite a while to warm up to her. But as the game finally got past its early portions where you're building out the team and into the complicated loyalty quests that carry the companions through their various narrative arcs, she became much more vivid. Her arc revolves around her brother. Presumed to be dead for years, he reappears in service of Inaris, one of a different set of ancient elven gods, the Forgotten Ones. During her initial recruitment quests, the very first that the player embarks on, You find Inaris' archive. She spends all game long trying to unlock it, but it will not yield to her. When her brother and the god himself show up, it's a very dramatic development. It's fantastic to dig deeper into the lore of the Forgotten Ones, even if the quest does not give as many answers as I'd prefer. What makes Balara appear so surface level at first is her upbeat optimism, just a goofy girl with lots of smarts, her quirks and abilities kind of predictable and basic. What happens with her brother shows an actual depth of character. She talks about what he meant to her, and once that relationship is established, the narrative forces her to confront what it means trying to stop Syrian. You might have to kill him. She might have to kill him. That's neither quirky nor cute, and she meets that extremely emotional challenge with a somber courage that is not immediately evident in the first hours of knowing her. Balara has grit, strength, and as she revealed herself this way, I came to genuinely enjoy her. As a one-note gimmick, she was not appealing, but she actually isn't. It's just that her recruitment quest suggests none of the later depth added to the character. It's so easy to write her off entirely. A peculiar thing about Veilguard is that it sometimes cannibalizes traits and quirks from Inquisition characters. For Balara, it's her love of serialized fiction. Davrin, the Grey Warden companion, does woodcarving just like Blackwall did. Balara, at least, distinguishes herself a little because she decides later that she wants to write fiction and not just read it. There's an endearing scene where you interrupt her when she's writing smut to take her mind off things that are really bothering her. And I love that for her. A little frivolity is actually important. When finally confronting Inaris and sending him back to the Void, Syrian sides with her instead of Inaris. She does not have to kill him after all, but he dies just the same. Her being prepared for fratricide, though, in spite of her bubbly optimism, that is so compelling. She suffers real loss. She deals with heavy shit. In the final quest chain, there are a lot of choices that have dire ramifications similar to the suicide mission from Mass Effect 2. One of them leads to Balara being captured and corrupted by the Blight. Without resolving her grief over her brother, she will die. But if she feels whole, she finds the inner strength to resist, holding on to herself despite the taint. A Balara who's strong in this way will then go on to save the player protagonist in the end, facing down Elgranon unafraid and unbroken. Inaris was just a warm-up deicide for her, ultimately. Balara's quest features some truly gorgeous locations and some wonderfully fascinating lore. Making my way through this shattered elven city, I wish more was explained. I wish it went even harder than it does. But Balara's questline has more exposition and accomplishes more world-building than Meryl's does in Dragon Age 2. While Meryl is written with more consistency, Balara actually exhibits a wider range of emotional growth and change. Dragon Age 2 was the first in the franchise to use Mass Effect 2 in the companion-driven narrative template, and Veilguard clearly shows that Bioware considers that template its creative legacy, and not the intro 3 main quest worlds climax template that Mass Effect 1 and Origins used. I wish I could say that the Veilguard was truly better on every level compared to Dragon Age 2, but the ways it excels are often mixed up with the ways it falls behind. The extended timeline of Dragon Age 2 often allows more intricate character development with priorities that change over time. Veilguard characters have one priority that receives lavish attention. Her final choice involves whether or not she uses the archives of Inaris to study the secrets of the ancient elves. She can throw them out, choose to prioritize the present, and let the Dalish find their own way. That didn't feel right to me. Perhaps I'm projecting, but Balara strikes me as a lore junkie, like I am. She has a wonderful interaction where she memorializes Syrian through a ritual she learns from the archive if you choose that way. He wanted to know these secrets, and so she honors him by including him in them, even if posthumously. It is a deeply emotional arc. That's where it excels. What it lacks compared to Dragon Age 2 is ideology. None of her decisions, even this final one with what to do with the archive, feel especially political despite the ramifications for the Dalish as a whole. Which is perhaps the central irony about the discourse surrounding Veilguard. There are thousands of assholes who can't shut up about how the Veilguard is too political for them, where the actual narrative flaw is that it is not nearly political enough. In Origins, when Zevran spoke of the Antivan Crows, he focused on two things: the beauty of the city and the cruelty of his slavery. How the two mixed into each other so that nothing was ever fully fair or foul, a gorgeous and glittering cityscape with a diseased heart, a life of servitude filled with false autonomy. Veilguard's most vivid urban area is Treviso, an Antivan city home to a branch of the Crows. There is very little about the Crows now that is morally ambivalent. The good and evil have been sifted from each other, and the evil discarded. The central defining characteristic of the Crows has been shaved down from child slavery to vaguely Italian. I simply don't understand it, but in trying to make sense of the Crows' new characterization, I feel like the issue is structural. The game is not designed around a player saying no to a given faction. There are thresholds for each faction, the way a player accumulated war assets in Mass Effect 3, but these numbers are meant to go up as a result of mechanical engagement and not narrative choice. Getting the best ending means universally supporting all factions. So, all factions have been incorporated into the narrative in a way where no player would have grounds to object to one of them being counted among allies. Stuff like, raising slave children to be assassins and pitting them against each other in twisted games. If they were as morally objectionable as they were in previous games, supporting the Crows would be the choice of an evil or amorally pragmatic player character. Veilguard simply does not have an evil playthrough, though, to be fair, an evil playthrough has been less and less of a thing since Dragon Age 2. The Dragon Age 2 dialogue wheel, still present here in Veilguard, is all about player self-expression and not branching player choice. Like it was with Inquisition, the player is bound to their role. They cannot make choices that would narratively violate their broad mandate towards heroism. An evil playthrough within the franchise has morphed over time from a hardline and cruel playthrough in Dragon Age 2, a vindictive and skeptical playthrough in Inquisition, to now a stoic and no-nonsense playthrough with the Veilguard. In a lot of ways, I enjoyed that element of softening because I felt more inclined to mix those renegade-coded responses into my dialogue rotation. It meant I could be direct without necessarily being rude, which is a characterization style I enjoy for a character like I played who's a Grey Warden warrior. But by making every response somewhere within the same spectrum of pro-social, largely optimistic behaviors and outlooks, it limits what would make narrative sense for the player character to do or who to associate with. A smaller range of possibilities for the main character means a smaller range of possibilities for the supporting cast and factions. The Crows are represented on your team by Lucanus, a well-dressed assassin who is very much all style and no substance. Well, one substance, coffee. He is a coffee fanatic. If only he felt so strongly about something that mattered. His twist is that he's an abomination. He has a spirit of spite within him which he struggles against constantly. If he falls asleep, the spirit often takes over, hence the coffee obsession. Such a pairing is hardly stable, like it was for Wynne and Anders. Even as a stable abomination, Anders could not help but change the fundamental nature of himself. This kind of supernatural turmoil within Lucanus should put him right on the edge of becoming a demonic abomination constantly. But that isn't his story. His story, instead, is a pretty standard-issue tale of family power dynamics, his brother scheming secretly against him in a bid to take over the Crows. Spite comes out from time to time and causes some minor friction in Lucanus' story arc, but there is almost no sense of danger to Spite, like I would expect there to be. It feels, at times, like just an excuse to give Lucanus cool, glowy wings. It doesn't interact with the lore in ways that build off or contribute to what came before. I wish there was a sense of things being dire or untrustworthy with Lucanus, that perhaps coffee is no longer cutting it, or that the line between him and Spite was blurring, or that there might be some kind of conflict between his family, who presumably subscribe to some form of Industrianism, given their characterization, and him as an abomination. Instead, it all feels very cozy. There's a trend in contemporary fantasy of emphasizing social, relatable conflicts instead of severe, violent ones. In 2020, there was a popular indie title called Coffee Talk that put you in the shoes of a fantasy barista, and then in 2022, there was a popular book called Legends and Lattes that was a similar concept. Lucanus feels like he bends farther in that direction than the subgenres more familiar to Dragon Age. Lucanus is an assassin with a spirit of spite fighting him for control. I do not think it is particularly unreasonable to want this plotline to be dark. I think a certain amount of darkness and violence is coded into him from the start. And to be fair, there are some fine gothic moments in his arc. Confronting his family's rival, Zara, as she emerges from a pool of blood that she keeps herself young in, ends up being one of the most memorable little set-piece moments in the game. When you defeat Zara, you've literally beaten the youth back out of her. Darkness and violence are not completely absent from this plotline. It's just that Lucanus seems more defined by his espresso preferences than his supernatural bifurcation, and that puzzles the hell out of me. Zevran wasn't even possessed, and he was far more complexly preoccupied with struggling between two selves, the assassin he was taught to be, and the free man he finds himself as in the company of the hero Ferelden. In some Inquisition War Table quests, Zevran fights against the Antivan Crows. Why didn't the game simply attribute these changes in the Crow's characterization to his influence? Knock off the child slavery or die, that kind of thing. In this case, I think the issue is that Zevran is an uncertain element in terms of player canon. Some players just kill him like any other hostile NPC when he first appears in Origins. Zevran cannot be narratively depended on as a universal plot driver. Of course, it might be worse. I might get my wish for a previous NPC to show up, and then subsequently wish that I hadn't. The Lords of Fortune is a faction run by Isabella, Pirate Queen Extraordinaire, ever since the first game. They're barely in the Veilguard as a faction, though. They mainly appear in Tosh the Dragon Hunter's personal questline. Outside of that, there's just a 10-wave pit-fighting arena and a merchant, plus an occasional appearance in the main plot. The Lords of Fortune are not, for some reason, actual pirates. They are treasure hunters, but not violent thieves. More, they have an elven scholar that they work with to repatriate important cultural artifacts to the places that they're meant to go. There's an ambient dialogue I heard between Balara and Tosh where Balara starts to criticize Tosh for tomb raiding. I was stoked. Conflict between the cast, a staple since Origins. But then Tosh explained that no, they have a guy for that, so there's no need to be upset about anything. Isabella also mentions the guy that they have. It comes up a couple of times to make sure it's understood. I think this also comes back to the fact that working with them is mandatory. If a game is going to force a player to associate with a group, it doesn't want to alienate players by making them go against their own moral compass. If there was an element of choice, the Lords of Fortune could be much more cutthroat. Isabella's personality in this regard is particularly strange. An easy way to make this narratively consistent would be to have her explain that she feels badly for Kirkwall going to shit and the Arishok dying the last time she stole an important cultural artifact, and so, perhaps, vowed not to do that again. Instead, it's just explained as Lords of Fortune standard practice, and not given a personal through line to anything else. What frustrates me about this, and the Crows, is that these factions are sanded down before the player even encounters them, when it would be much stronger narratively to have these changes be driven by the player themselves. Ending the practice of child slavery within the Crows would make a hell of a quest, and for the Lords of Fortune, I feel like it would be so much more intriguing if someone like Balara made that kind of criticism so that Isabella could then consider it and agree to reforms. A quest to find and hire the guy who returns the lost artifacts would leave the faction in the same upstanding moral position the game wants it to be in, while also allowing the player to be an agent for that change. It's jarring to have things just be different, where there could be an organic process for change within the game itself. I don't think the idea of making assassins and pirates more straightforwardly ethical is a terrible impulse on its own. It's in keeping with the game's larger thematic points about optimism and kindness. In the main plot, Solas tells you that to find the tyrants, one must start by looking for the greedy and the hateful, the ones drawn to power. The player and their companions stand in contrast to that, and so should their allies for the difference to feel meaningful. One of my favorite main quests has you trying to free prisoners that the Venatori are keeping for sacrifice to Elgranon. You infiltrate the Venatori stronghold where the ritual is to take place, and the Venatori there are all celebrating in the cruelest of ways. They clap and cheer for a Hulla being torn apart. They slap themselves on the back and talk about restoring the glory of old Tevinter, reveling in their ability to dominate without consequence. Elgranon plays to their egos, their insecurities, their hatreds. They give him worship because he promises them the ability to rule over and abuse others. Even though it's clear that they mean nothing to Elgranon, they will swallow up any lie if it flatters their grievances. Familiar, isn't it? This felt vivid to me. This felt like the kind of political metaphor I've always loved in Dragon Age. With the Crows and the Lords of Fortune, it just feels too easy. Where is the conflict against our lesser impulses, our greed, our selfishness? Where is the courage against opposition, trying to keep your cool as you wade through an ocean of Hala-slaughtering sadists who just want to make Tevinter great again? To arrive in a more compassionate, progressive position automatically, without seeing the part where there is struggle for change, makes the change feel unearned and naive. Veilguard's larger story moments know quite well how to articulate that kind of conflict, the stakes and emotions of it, so when the game doesn't bother to articulate them in smaller moments and with the factions, then it really does feel like they just didn't bother. Veilguard wants to tell a story where goodness wins, and I like that. It's a fantasy I crave. But the more goodness is assumed to be the default towards which people trend, the more of a fantasy it seems. One of the most maligned scenes in the game is one in which Isabella apologizes to Tosh for misgendering them, doing push-ups as penance. The impulse towards respect and inclusion is right, but the execution is awkward, over-earnest. Isabella comes across like a well-meaning but embarrassing wine aunt, the kind of person to have Carlo Rossi is my first mate as a bumper sticker on her galleon, making a faux pas and then covering it up by making another one. What makes this especially odd is that the scene is the capstone at the end of a plotline where gender nonconformity is talked about in a much more robust and thoughtful way. I wasn't sure what to expect from Tosh at first because, like Balara, they seem somewhat one-dimensional when first introduced. In Tosh's case, they leave a frustrating first impression of being too young for their role as expert dragon hunter. They have none of the Iron Bull's confident charm and have a teenager's attitude instead. But this is simply the place that Tosh starts from. By the end of their plotline, I had completely turned around my opinion as I watched Tosh gain the maturity and sure-footing I was hoping they would have in the first place. When Tosh is introduced, they feel lost, but are unsure why, until a conversation with Neve about dresses sends Tosh down a path of gender questioning, a path that allows them to find themselves and to face what's to come. The toxic discourse surrounding Veilguard had set me up to expect that this happens all at once, but it does not. The pieces fall together for Tosh quite gradually and naturally. It's actually a better-paced character arc than Harding's, with more thematic weight and lore revelations than Lucana's. Part of what makes it so good is Shathan, Tosh's mother. She's a Qunari scholar who struggles with her child because Tosh cannot fit easily into the strict roles of the Qun. Shathan does not wish to raise Tosh strictly, but neither does she really understand the next generation much at all. Shathan comments dryly on Tosh's masculine impulses and mannerisms, and then later Tosh picks at Neve because of her feminine high-fashion style. Why would anyone want to be a woman? Tosh asks, deeply frustrated. Neve just says, ah. If your player character is non-binary or trans, you can then explain the concept to Tosh. This is, once a person is familiar with trans topics, pretty introductory stuff. But that's the thing. Many people get very deep in life without anyone ever explaining that, of course, no one would want to be blank if they could possibly help it, is not a cisgendered line of thinking. If a person has that as a pervasive thought, gender questioning is usually the next logical step, because cisgendered people do enjoy the gender they were assigned at birth without really having ever to think about it. Using a younger person's coming out story to start from zero and cover the basics this way is not, on the surface, a bad way to approach trans issues, which a lot of people might be unfamiliar with. Tosh themselves begins completely unfamiliar with the concepts too. Robin Bea, in an article for Inverse titled "The Veilguard Makes Me Feel Seen as a Trans Player, but Blockbuster Games Can Do Better," writes, quote, Tosh's story is all about their gender and coming out to their mother. The coming out story is the most common story we have about trans people, probably because it's inherently dramatic, which makes it easier for a cisgender audience to understand and empathize with. There's nothing wrong with how the Veilguard tells the story, but the fact that it chooses such low-hanging fruit does say something about its ambitions for its trans characters. Keeping most of Rook's options for discussing gender identity in the confines of Tosh's story also feels like the game corralling its gender feelings into one corner, rather than having them feed into every aspect of Rook's story, as they would have in a more authentic trans portrayal. End quote. There is a Carly Rae Jepsen song I'm extremely fond of, where the chorus goes, "I didn't just come here to dance, if you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean?" Which I find absolutely hilarious, because as a flirtatious invitation, it's already as obvious as possible. Then she double-checks to see if the guy gets it, then she triple-checks it, because even if he's dumber than a bag of hammers, she's gonna get that boy. Being oblivious is not an excuse. Veilguard's biggest problem in the writing department is that it's pulling this move constantly. It'll start off with a perfectly serviceable metaphor or thematic frame, draw attention to it in Rook's response dialogue, and then spell it out even more explicitly in the next line of dialogue. At one point, Tosh is made emotional at the idea of a wild dragon being captured and tied down, corrupted into something ugly, blighted, and wrong, bound in a way that reminds them of the ritual bindings that their mother taught them. They are clearly talking about the struggle they have with femininity. Then Rook explicitly reassures them that they aren't ugly, blighted, or wrong. The metaphor, even a very straightforward one, isn't left to stand on its own. It has to be double-checked, then triple-checked. Neve teaches Tosh the phrase non-binary, which is actually contextualized within Thedas as a big city to Vinter way to put it. When Chthon suggests that maybe Tosh is a Qun Athlock, Tosh rejects it because the whole point is not that they are the opposite of their assigned gender, but that they fall most comfortably into an in-between state. Falling into a gap between expected roles is something followers of the Qun are deeply uncomfortable with, and a Qun Athlock, therefore, represents a binary trans experience that does not describe Tosh's particular path. Veilguard allows the player to choose a trans identity of their own, as mentioned in the Robin Bea article, and offers a wide variety of options through which a player can articulate different sorts of attitudes and experiences with being trans, even within a more binary trans identity. Far from suggesting the trans experience is a monolith, a lot of narrative effort is made to demonstrate that it is as individual a thing as it gets. Tosh gets frustrated quickly with Chthon's resistance to their in-betweenness, but before they have a chance to resolve it, she is kidnapped. Before the villain kills Chthon, she talks to Tosh about Chakra to Ebra, what Tosh had understood as you must struggle with what you are. What Chthon meant by this, actually, is through struggle, you find who you are. The last thing she tries to impart to her child is that the search for the self should not be an infinite struggle, it should be a path that leads to acceptance and peace. Chthon is such a well-developed character, aware of her own failings, her own difficulty in communicating. There is a scene where Tosh breaks down because they will never be able to resolve their anger now. They missed their chance to both understand and be understood, though at the end Chthon did seem to see them for who they are. I found it more emotionally raw than I otherwise might have because I played the game right after this exact kind of thing happened to me. I hadn't spoken to my mother in 12 years, and a week before the game comes out, I get a call that she's in hospice. I ended up having barely more than 2.5 weeks to try and figure out how to forgive her for the hurt she caused me, how to ask for forgiveness for the years I was unwilling to have her in my life. Like Tosh, I struggled with her religious convictions, but at the very end, when I wanted to find something comforting to say, the best I could do was, God bless you and keep you. Words that she taught me to say that have no meaning to me, but seemed to mean quite a bit to her. I was lucky to have had even that. I never was able to explain myself to her, and she died a mystery to me. Playing the Veilguard to finish this project and distract myself from my feelings, I was surprised to find something like this. I was surprised how vivid it felt compared to the real thing, even if it's also about Dragon Kings and Canary tablets. A very petty criticism some people have is that it's silly to focus on personal issues like this when the Evanuris and the Blight are such an immediate threat, but that's the funny thing about stuff like death and gender questioning. It does not matter if there is already a crisis going on. Congratulations, now you have 2 crises. Far from being unrealistic, sometimes this shit'll happen to you and you end up having a really big year. In that David Gator Tumblr post I was quoting earlier, Gator predicted the kind of bigoted backlash Tosh would receive. Expressing trepidation about an openly trans character, he wrote, quote, "Not for the idea or the potential, but for the character itself, what they will be subjected to in the court of fan opinion, and the ugliness that would inevitably get exposed. What transgender fans would have to read, dare they venture their public support. My heart aches at the weight such a character would bear, far more than any character should ever have to. Doesn't mean it should never happen. While it's not my money on the line funding the game, it is my livelihood, so I'm hardly without investment in the outcome, and I still think it's a worthwhile risk. One can see the edges of that change happening in the industry now, and we need to keep pushing at it, or we'll never get over the backlash that inevitably accompanies that kind of change and getting to a place where fans of all kinds feel welcomed." End quote. The Dragon Age games, even when they could qualify as dark fantasy, were games where self-determination was the heart of heroism. To say that Tosh is significantly different from what came before is to miss the point of what the story arc is actually trying to say, which is hard to do in a game that laboriously explains its own metaphors. Even Veilguard's most explicitly political choice is a little simplified compared to what came before in the franchise. The Minrathous-based faction is the Shadow Dragons, an anti-slavery coalition that was co-founded by Dorian Pavis and Maevaris Talani when their various attempts to work within the system for reform failed. Neve, your Docktown detective, is their representative on the team. I've already touched a bit on how Minrathous was kind of underwhelming compared to how it was discussed before. This was an opportunity to show a truly strange and corrupt society, but instead it's a very familiar mix of criminals and wizards. Neve's personal arc is kind of the least personal among them, tracking a Venatori blood mage from her past across the city. Through Neve, you get to know Minrothis, criminal organizations like the Threads, a Templar that Neve likes to work with, and the man who runs Neve's favorite food stall. Elia, her rival, threatens the peace of the neighborhood that Neve cherishes, preying on its poor and vulnerable. The characterization choice given to Neve is to either become an optimistic inspiration to Docktown or a dark avenger of it. Either way, her arc is meant to humanize Minrothis and the people in it, showing that it's a city worth fighting for after all. At the very end, upholding her as an inspiration, she opens up her very own detective agency. It's just such a frustratingly generic story for Dragon Age. This could happen in any big city within Thedas. The only thing Minrothis adds uniquely is the magical skyscraper look, a dash of urban fantasy to go with the heroic fantasy. The detective agency thing is just so basic. Neve begins a detective and ends a detective. Her arc is flat, except that she closes out a tough case, I guess. What do we really even learn about Minrothis? That it's tough for the little guy in the big concrete jungle? Working with Shadow Dragons, there is eventually an opportunity to field either Dorian or Mayveris for Archon, the Mage Prime Minister position. Dorian wants to use the position of Archon to leverage raw power that goes after the Venatori and their allies directly, purging them from the aristocracy and divesting them of power, which will lead to violence and inevitable backlash. Mayveris wants to work within the system, to reform it according to Tevinter norms, which will be bureaucratic and bloodless, but also likely not significant enough of a change to actually dislodge the Venatori from the government. While a strong and interesting political choice, it's also a pretty simple one. What elevates it a bit is that Dorian and Mayveris' experiences with their separate coming-out stories seem to influence their positions. Dorian's father did not accept him, tried to force him to change, and Dorian has hardened from that betrayal to trust no Magister's intentions. Mayveris' father encouraged her to go before the Magisterium as her true self, not what the old families expected to see, and has ever since felt comfortable and confident enough to work within the system that she knew from experience had some good men, like her father. Myself, I appreciate the impulse to want change to be noble and moral, but when I open up my phone to see what's going on in the world, I daily discover that a compromised institution is a failed institution, and I have little of my past enthusiasm for high-minded reform. Not using power while you have it is just handing it back to those who would hurt you with it. Nazi punks fuck off, Dorian Pavus for Archon. Rather than focus on Neve's big case, I truly wish the game gave players a chance to go deeper into the ideological differences between Dorian and Mayveris, if it had allowed them to drive the narrative instead of Neve. But that's not the structure of Veilguard. Companions get the focus, factions come second. Following up so closely with Dorian's reforms is one of the biggest appearances of a past character in the game, besides Solus, of course. My whole time in Minrothis, though, I was looking for Shale. They went to Tevinter so long ago now, but they're a golem, time is not much of an issue for them. Smaller appearances just weren't in the cards, I suppose. In an interview with IGN, John Epler said, quote, "Our philosophy when it comes to integrating past player choices and world states is, wherever possible, we want to avoid contradicting what has happened before. We never want to invalidate your choices. For Dragon Age the Veilguard, among many reasons why we moved to Northern Thedas, is it becomes a little bit more of a clean slate for us. There's not as many decisions you have made up to that point that have an impact on what's happening in Northern Thedas. And we don't have to speak directly to things like who's the divine, because, again, that's happening in the South. There's never a sense of, oh, that decision doesn't exist, but maybe we don't touch on it in this particular title. Much like Inquisition didn't touch on every decision from Origins, much like DA2 didn't touch on every decision from Origins. It's kind of in that same vein of we're not going to contradict it, we just may not always reference it directly." End quote. Elsewhere in a preview Q&A reported on by PC Gamer, Corinne Bush said, quote, "It's great to see cameos, but fan service can sometimes be exciting in the moment, but ultimately cheapen the arcs and authenticity of these characters." End quote. There was a deliberate choice to avoid the kind of simple, short cameo references that were so common to war table quests in Inquisition. I agree that it's preferable to have meaningful, thematically appropriate inclusions like finishing what Dorian set out to do at the end of the previous game, over stuff like Alistair possibly maybe showing up for one quest or to say hello. Plus, as we've seen, the more these characters appear across titles and offer more branching choices, the more impossible it becomes to account for them within the story that every player will see. Couldn't they have thrown in Shale, though, just as like a treat? Come on, I wanted more. But what's there works well for the most part. When Veilguard does focus on the connected threads that unite all 4 Dragon Age games across the universal player canon, it does extremely well. The Grey Wardens are a bigger part of Veilguard than any title since Origins, and their portrayal is pleasingly consistent with what came before. They've kept all their rough edges, because the fundamental nature of the organization is still heroic, made more so, actually, by having to fight the Darkspawn taint within them. The major transition from the introductory hours where the characters and factions are being introduced to the middle portion where those organizations are built up and the companions progress to the end of their personal plot lines is an incredibly high-production quest, where Gillenane lays siege to Weishaupt Fortress, the headquarters of all the Grey Wardens in Thedas. Weishaupt has been referenced ever since Origins, so finally getting to see it is fantastic. The quest is by far one of the best in all of Dragon Age. It genuinely far exceeds anything Inquisition was able to portray, hitting every note it aims for in terms of spectacle, mood, and pacing. It is tremendously good fantasy. Every Blight has been led, technically, by one of the Evanuris, their soul animating the archdemon that once served them before they were trapped in the prison of the Black City. Now that there are 2 of them out in their original bodies and with their archdemons serving them directly, the 6th Blight has grown so unstoppable that it seeks to overwhelm the entire world. A sense of apocalyptic doom hangs over the whole Siege of Weishaupt sequence, a genuine return to the vibes and villains of Origins. There's a fun internal conflict, too, with the first Warden who is short-sighted and hostile, skeptical of the player and anything they do to help. The first Warden knows how Blights are supposed to work and is unwilling to adapt his thinking to realize that this time, things are much worse, that even the magic of the Blight has changed with the reappearance of the Evanuris. The fortress is a massive, gothic masterpiece, and Gillenane's archdemon tears it down in real time as the player progresses across the parapets and rooftops. Below, the Darkspawn surge, wave after unstoppable wave. The Veilguard is such an inconsistent game, and that makes it hard to pin down. It also offers up on occasion exactly what I wanted, something so perfectly and uniquely Dragon Age that it makes up for a lot of what didn't land for me. Inquisition was much the same way. There was a ton that I wasn't into and felt was weak or frustrating, but then it pulled itself together, and it was amazing. For me, I think the fundamental mistake Veilguard made was in trying to follow the Dragon Age 2 Mass Effect 2 template of following companion characters as the primary narrative thread, instead of picking up and following the thread through exploration of the world, its people, and its factions. Weishaupt, as much as I enjoy it, illustrates some of this. Deep in the fortress is an archive where Warden history is kept. The joining chalice from Origins is there, as well as a letter to Kristoff, the Warden that Justice took over the body of during the events of Awakening. These are the little direct connections and references to previous titles I was hungry for, but there's only a couple of them, crumbs at the bottom of the box. Veilguard fits these references in where it can, but spectacle is the larger concern by far. There is no exploration of Weishaupt, no delving into dialogue trees to probe the history of the Wardens. The little details pass by on your way to the big dragon fight. On the other hand, what a fight. I love how Gillenane is so obsessed with the Blight as to research and modify it, creating horrifying creatures for the sheer joy it brings her. If you ever wondered what kind of twisted, awful being would create a thing like the Broodmothers, here she is. A girl's girl Gillenane is not. I wish we got more time with her as a villain because I really adore her design and the body horror themes associated with her domain of villainhood. Instead, the companion-first format means that time is spent instead on a constellation of lesser villains, one for each companion. The Grey Warden companion is Davrin, an elven warrior who is trying to raise a new generation of griffins, long thought extinct. His plotline has some of the more interesting lore, but Davrin himself is slightly flat and too consumed by the cute and cozy aspects of parenting a griffin. From a stronghold in the High Anderfells, every other griffin besides Hassan, his own, is captured by a strange creature called the Gloom Howler. The area is intensely scenic and the situation dramatic. It starts off well. As you learn more and more about the Gloom Howler, you end up delving into secrets that the Wardens did not want exposed. During the Fourth Blight, in a desperate bid to defeat an overwhelming force, the Order blighted its own griffins to make them stronger. All of them went mad and perished, the inevitable end of all tainted Wardens. The Gloom Howler was the one who executed that order. When she went into the Deep Roads when she heard the calling, she did not die. She created an underground sanctuary where many Wardens on their calling eventually ended up. They are, this deep into their corruption, essentially Darkspawn themselves. It's such a cool story beat, such an intriguing location. It works with existing Grey Warden lore to create something compellingly sinister. But these tainted wardens are not yet entirely Darkspawn, and so a peaceful solution of sorts is still possible. You can find the feather of a griffin that belonged to the Gloomhowler, and the guilt of what she did to it still stings enough for her to abandon her plans and stand down. She has been living too long in darkness. She has forgotten what loss feels like, turning her rage outward, repeating the past in a way that might hurt less until you remind her that there is no difference between then and now. It feels maybe less complex than something the older games might have done, but it still hits. I really like it. Contrast this with Davrin's conversations, which are monomaniacally focused on his mentorship of Hassan. Is he being a good Griffin dad? I mean, sure, okay, doing great, champ. Can we talk more about the Gloomhowler instead? The game tries to establish a callback reference by giving Hassan a love of a thing called gingerwort truffles, which is then usually followed by a hearty laugh between Davrin and Rook. It's very annoying, becoming more and more so with repetition. I get the idea of making a warrior with a heart of gold, a soft spot for animals, big golden retriever energy or whatever, but his characterization suffers by being monotone because of it. At the beginning of Davrin's arc, he wants to do a good job, and then by the end, he does, a similar flatness to Neve's arc. What kind of redeemed him for me is that, in my playthrough, he died. A heroic act of self-sacrifice for both him and Hassan. It made the stakes of the climax feel real. It made all the sentimentality of the previous conversations feel less cloying in retrospect because of the tragic element that their deaths retroactively apply. The Grey Wardens as a faction are just more interesting than Davrin as a person, but Davrin as a person is the structural focus, so whatever we get about the faction is largely filtered through him. The big choice at the end of his arc has to do with the Griffins more than Davrin anyway. Do they rejoin the Grey Wardens in their traditional role, or do they go a separate way, become an animal of nature and not an animal of war? Since I was playing a Grey Warden myself, I made the choice to keep tradition. But I also kind of wanted a slightly darker choice, one that does not involve saying gingerwort truffle and having a sensible chuckle about it. With the Veilguard, being cutesy does not always interfere with the storytelling and world building, but when it does, it's genuinely frustrating. The craziest example comes from Harding, scout of the former Inquisition. If you check back in on characters in the Lighthouse often enough, most characters end up interacting with each other. Usually it's frivolous little things, sometimes a minor conflict, sometimes something a little larger, like how Lucanus and Neve start a little romantic fling if you're not romancing either of them yourself. At one point, Harding decides that she wants to take Emmerich camping for the weekend in Ferelden. The scene isn't meant to be taken that seriously, but every detail of it grates against the actual events of the game and the situation in Thetis with the Sixth Blight. 1, I didn't know we were taking weekends off. That would have been cool to know. Is everyone taking weekends off? Are we honoring bank holidays too? 2, I can't even get to Ferelden. None of the Alluvians in the campaign link there, so she must know a special one that only opens if you have a national forest permit. 3rd, you receive letters throughout the game from the Inquisitor who is fighting the Sixth Blight with everything they have and all the remains of the Inquisition. They are losing. The Blight is sweeping through Orlais and Ferelden, toppling kingdoms, turning whole regions uninhabitable like Lothering. And this is where Harding wants to go camping? For fuck's sake, she knows the Inquisitor better than anyone. Doesn't it bother her even a little to take a camping holiday in the middle of an apocalyptic war zone? There's really no way around the fact that this is genuinely bad writing because it completely forgets about everything else going on in the game so that Harding can be cute and outdoorsy while Emmerich is stuffy and bookish by comparison for a moment. This seems like a small thing to complain about, but it's the kind of inconsistency that genuinely does bring the game down, the bad writing that's mixed in so unpredictably with the good. Harding's plotline in general is the most lore-oriented out of all of them, deserving a much higher amount of attention than it gets. And instead of that attention, there's counterproductively frivolous stuff like a goddamn camping holiday. I've already mentioned how Harding inherits the magic of the Titans, which happens after she touches Solas's ancient lyrium dagger. Her pursuit of understanding this magic takes her to the most fascinating places in Veilguard. Like, very early on in her arc, you visit the lost city of Kalsharok. This should be a whole hub area of its own. It ought to have so many characters and conversations, but it does not. There's a merchant, I guess. But all you do is walk through it and look. It does get some exposition, but not nearly enough to satisfy me. I miss Orzammar. Finding Kalsharok is like when the Pegasus is reunited with the Galactica on Battlestar Galactica. It is a chance to see an alternative version of how a group survives an apocalypse in even more dire, resource-starved circumstances, how far they'll go, what lengths they'll turn to. Veilguard just bypasses this storytelling for the most part, making vague references in that direction without doing anything concrete. Harding's plot chooses to focus on the bigger picture instead, the origin of the Blight. The original elves, like Solis, Mathal, and the Evanuris, were spirits. To become fully flesh and create their empire, they needed lyrium, the blood of titans. The titans did not want to simply roll over and die, so Solis made his dagger. It cut them where they were most vulnerable, their very souls. The titans were severed from their dreams, their capacity for imagination. Their dreams turned dark, evil, the magic of creation made cancerous with hate. This is the Blight. This is what red lyrium truly is, a dream of creation turned nightmare. Dwarves worship the stone song, the song in lyrium, which is a remnant of the Titan's magic. The song of the Blight that is echoed through every game, emanating from the archdemons, controlled by Corypheus, manipulated by Gillinane, it is the same song. This is excellent. A world-building element that builds perfectly on what came before and creates new nuance within old plot threads, finally resolving the unanswered questions of Dragon Age Awakening. When Harding touches the dagger, she becomes reunited with the lyrium song, reunited with her capacity to dream. I absolutely love this. This is the Dragon Age I want Veilguard to be all the time. Volta, now an Oracle of the Titan, guides Harding through the history and significance of what she has inherited, making a tidy and linear line of storytelling from the Descent. Yet even this colossal lore revelation is qualified and filtered through Harding as a character. Her big villain is herself, or a copy of herself made from the red lyrium. This creature is an avatar of the Titan's anger and resentment, the same fury and madness that drives the Blight. But Harding is not in danger of being blighted. Her only question is whether to embrace that anger or reject it. There's an interesting twist if you're romancing Harding like I did. Your romance is incorporated into the dialogue of the scene and helps out beforehand with foreshadowing. I wonder if all romances are integrated into your romantic choice's personal arcs. If so, that is pretty impressive. I found the idea of beseeching Harding to remain her optimistic, open self in the face of all that ancestral hatred because you love her to be, well, genuinely romantic. That elevated the scene for me. But the lore junkie in my heart wanted something a little meatier than a choice between rage and forgiveness, to have this all play out in ways that emphasize the metaphysical implications or the magical consequences, or something beyond just the emotional stakes. But I'll take what I can get. Her personal epilogue did deliver some of that for me, at least a little. She returns to Kalsharok and shares the lyrium song, Isatunal, with the friend she had made. She commits herself to restoring the connection to the stone that the dwarves have always felt on the periphery of their being. She becomes something truly strange and special to her people. The best writing in Dragon Age is not just good character work, it's writing that emphasizes consequence and culture. That used to be most of the writing. It's still a lot of the writing, but the power of it can feel much diminished by Veilguard's attempts to create slice-of-life scenes with little connection to the broader world of Thetis. I mean, in regular circumstances, I'm sure Ferelden is quite lovely this time of year. I just feel like Harding's got a lot of other stuff going on I would much prefer to focus on, and if she could please come in this Saturday, that would be great. The final faction that's in the main lineup is by far the best, the Mournwatch of the Navaran Necropolis. Cassandra in the last game was from Navarra and talked sometimes of its culture of necromancy. The Mournwatch, by virtue of faction quests alone, is not the most immediately impressive. Most of the quests simply revolve around tracking down restless spirits within the necropolis and without in the other maps. What makes the Mournwatch so remarkable is the characterization they receive during the associated companion quest. Emmerich Volkarian is the one companion who fully follows the template where character building and world building are completely integrated with each other. Something else that kind of helps is that Emmerich's personality is just wonderful. He's wise and kind, with just a little bit of stuffiness that contrasts so well with his fascination with the undead. His arc is varied, with a lot of fun dialogue, excellent quest design, and deep thematic relevance. Through learning about his ambitions and anxieties, the Mourn Watchers as a culture become more vividly developed than most other factions in the game. Emmerich's interest in necromancy comes from an unexpected source, an irrepressible fear of death. To make this inevitability less frightening, he has sought all his life to understand death and exert some sense of agency within the process. Emmerich explains all this over time spent within the necropolis conducting some of the ceremonies through which he honors the dead. This is also a slice-of-life kind of scene, but the life it's portraying is one that's directly tied to a specific culture of Thedas and helps explore it even as it's showing the characters in a relaxed, conversational environment. The idea is that the spirits of the dead are never too far away, and if they are still accessible and receptive, it makes sense to honor their physical remains. They are, after all, capable of appreciating the gesture. For all of the pivots towards cozy fantasy that the Veilguard makes, I think this is the most well-considered of them. Emmerich's relationship with the world of undead spirits is founded on compassion and consideration for who they used to be, and as such, necromancy is not nearly so dark and dangerous as it often is in fantasy settings. This lighter, more optimistic characterization makes the Navaran traditions more unique and compelling, not less the way it feels like with the Crows. The greatest honor a member of the Mournwatch can receive is becoming a lich, functionally immortal beings who can perceive the magical barriers between life and death. Unlike traditional liches, they are not evil, no more than death itself is. All things end, except them, because the purpose of their existence is to perceive those endings and give them due deference. With all that power, aren't some liches bound to be evil? Well, yeah, and that's the antagonist for Emmerich's plotline, the slightly cartoonish Dr. Hezenkos. She's not my favorite villain because I find her to be a little too silly to really land for me, but the wild thing about it is that even though she is largely absurd, the emotional tone of Emmerich's progress in his arc is completely unaffected by it. His is actually one of the most emotionally intricate among them. Thwarting Hezenkos is also one of the best missions in the game, having you explore a big old haunted manor with many optional areas and cleverly hidden chests. It even features a journey into the Fade, but a different part of the Fade than the franchise has visited before, kind of a fugue plane in between the world of the dead and the world of pure spirits. The second time you visit the mansion, Hezenkos has organized a party for all of her old rivals. She plans to steal their essence to power her big skeleton thing. The skeleton thing I can take or leave, but the idea of Hezenkos doing her magical massacre in the most petty way possible is a villainous touch I find just delightful. In the middle of all this, we find Manfred. Manfred is Emmerich's servant, animated by a sprite spirit. They are not supposed to develop personalities, but Manfred certainly has, providing many genuinely amusing moments as he follows Emmerich as a goofy little servant guy. At this moment of peril, Manfred attacks the enormous skeleton and rips out its magical core, allowing Emmerich the chance to snuff it out for good. Manfred doesn't make it. Defeating Hezenkos, that was a narrative certainty, but Manfred's sacrifice is a genuine twist. It shows that although cozy fantasy is an influence, this is still a story with stakes high enough that the goofy little guy might die, and with enough guts to suggest that this is the way it should be. Immediately following the mission, Emmerich goes before the High Lich and is given the choice of resurrecting Manfred. The cost, though, is that Emmerich can never become a lich himself. All a lich does as an immortal being is watch mortal things end. To be unable to accept the gift of Manfred's sacrifice is to show that Emmerich is still, in fact, afraid of death, unwilling to yield to it. Having the choice be interactive is the heart of what makes choice in CRPGs so resonant as a storytelling medium. It's important to feel that weight, and know that to back away from the moment is possible, even an available choice, not just an inevitability of the narrative. Some players may even prefer to have Emmerich and Manfred reunited, to not have him change and grow because the familiar is more comforting. But to see Emmerich become a lich is by far the better dramatic outcome. To become a lich, Emmerich has to die, the flesh carved from his living bones. For someone so afraid of death, this is a pretty ultimate confrontation with the fear, the only comfort knowing that there is another side to it, and not just an ending. Going along with Emmerich as he goes through this strange and dire process is one of the best character moments in the game. He meets the end of his humanity with such open acceptance, charmingly curious as he steps across a permanent threshold in his existence. When he steps out again as a lich, he has reached the apex of his personal, professional, and even spiritual aspirations. He has become the most powerful, true version of himself. Can't really end a character arc in a stronger position than that. There's an interesting scene right afterwards where Emmerich tries to explain to the group what he's gone through. He is able to glamour himself to look human, but soon realizes that the best way to answer everyone's questions is just to reveal his skeletal self. What I find really ironic about people's reactions to Tosh and using the word non-binary is that they will often hold up Emmerich as a counterexample without even catching on to the fact that Emmerich's plotline engages with queer themes in a more indirect way. For professional convenience and social ease, Emmerich can appear human. Put it another way, it's kind of a flesh motor. He only goes full scale around trusted friends and co-workers. You supportively accompany him to his necromancer-affirming surgery, but no one uses a reactionary trigger word like non-binary, so it passes without comment, which makes me wonder if this actually kind of proves the point that if you want these themes to be clear to a broad audience, it needs to be spelled out in a broad way. In I Saw the TV Glow, 2024's most explicitly trans-focused mainstream movie, a similar metaphor is used. The protagonist must bury herself in her own grave to return to her true self and escape the nightmare of the world she currently lives in. It's too much for her, too frightening. She makes the Manfred choice to keep things the same when it's too hard to let go. It sounds harsh, but there is an unavoidable kind of truth to it. Some thresholds are hard to uncross once crossed. Some transitions are permanent. It takes resolve and deep self-knowledge to make the leap from oneself to the next, leaving behind what once was. Emmerich possesses the self-knowledge and self-confidence to make that kind of leap. The fantastical magical elements provide a framework of imagery and metaphor through which to talk about complicated, difficult-to-convey aspects of the human experience. Fantasy, even dark fantasy, is inherently empathetic storytelling when done well. Emmerich is an example of fantasy storytelling done pretty flawlessly, explaining the Morn Watchers and himself at the same time and with equal emotional complexity. The most nuanced characterization is really reserved for just one character, however, Solas. Solas is given more backstory, more complexity, and more complex responses to these revelations than any other character in the game. The conversations you have with him in the Fade prison are pretty engaging, but also mostly practical. They revolve around the major events of the game and the motivations of Elgar'nan and Gillenane. The real meaty stuff is handled in a more optional way. Throughout the Crossroads are memories, moments, or landscapes from Fen'Harel's past. The war memories are especially good, taking place during the first war against the Evanuris. One is a raid on Gillenane's labs where she is working on weaponizing the Blight. This is before her own corruption and transformation, creating a nice baseline through which to see her as having been monstrous before she was literally a monster. The other war memory is an assault by spirits on Elgar'nan's fortress. This is before the Veil was created, so spirits and material beings shared the same space. All the spirits were destroyed, and Solas knew it would be that way. He coldly sacrificed them all as a diversion. Seeing Solas compromise himself and fail is a key to understanding his current mania for destruction. The only thing he learned is that the last time he tried to put these fuckers in a box, he did not sacrifice enough to win permanently. The real exposition, however, comes from the statues you find at the end of these memory paths. Each of these unlocks a mural with a longer, more detailed, non-interactive memory sequence. These tell Solas's secrets, the parts of the story he did not want shared. What's great about these is that, since they're located in the main hall of the lighthouse, the whole team gathers to discuss their implications. In these conversations, a player has a chance to respond with more complexity than most other interactions. The discussions that come about in response to the murals are simply some of the best in the game. Having all hands on deck for the biggest revelation solves the traditional frustration of wondering what the companions you leave behind might have to say in response to major game events. Knowing why the Black City was created, knowing the Maker had nothing to do with it, this is huge. It would shake Androstrianism to its core. Reacting to it in a big way is genuinely called for. Something I loved about Origins was that it set up so many fascinating questions. Finally getting answers to many of them is an element of Veilguard that really helps make up for some of its less impressive moments. It might not connect in every way that I wanted, or every way that was previously foreshadowed, but this is still a very direct sequel that carries the whole story forward. In that big Eurogamer interview, the interviewer points out how radically different every Dragon Age title is from the other ones, and Corinne Bush replies, quote, "Right? It's inherent to the DNA of the game, and what that means is you're going to have a diverse player base in terms of what parts of the IP resonate with them, what Dragon Age means to them, and ideally you're creating an experience that is really clear in its direction, but also has something for each entry's fans." End quote. John Epler continues this line of thought, saying, quote, It's been a decade since the last Dragon Age game came out, and a lot of people have spent that decade imagining various versions of what this game was going to be. The reality was, whatever we came out with, it was never going to match the Dragon Age 4 in people's minds and people's imaginations." End quote. I feel that this is true. There was never going to be a perfect, universal version of Dragon Age 4. There were always going to be areas of compromise and areas of competency. The Solis arc contains all of them. Compromised is Morrigan's role. She exists in the game to point the way towards answers, not give them herself, this time towards what remains of Mythal within the Crossroads. Through a genuinely good and far-ranging dialogue, you can convince Mythal to give you her blessing if you understand her motivations and Solis's motivations well enough. It was Mythal who convinced Solis to make the dagger, to commit the crimes against the Titans, to try and stay in the material realm where he might have been happier as a spirit. When the Evanuris used the dagger to slaughter Mythal, shattering her into fragments, Solis fully leaned into his Fen-Harel role. His war began then. Mythal's favor unlocks the most dramatically satisfying ending, one where Solis realizes how wrong he's been. The final confrontation with Solis can end in bloodshed, trickery, or redemption. The fragment of Mythal you won favor with speaks with him, eases his guilt, and tells him that she releases him from service. This is a fulfillment of a 4-game plot thread. You know Mythal, in her splendor's Flemeth, on that mountaintop in Dragon Age 2. She was just as prideful as he was, just as willing to manipulate history and choose an unwitting champion. Admitting that she used Solis, that she shares blame, that he no longer has to act this way on her account, that feels weighty enough to make his redemption feel earned. He isn't just shrugging and saying, "Oh well." He is laying down 1,000 years of regret. Combined with an imported Inquisitor romance, it hits especially well. Sometimes with creative writing, an author has a couple of scenes in mind that are exactly what they want, and then lay out the rest of the chapters as mostly just a path to get to those perfectly realized bits. Veilguard feels a little like that sometimes. The version with the Inquisitor romance is just vastly superior to the version without. It hits exactly the right emotional notes. Bittersweet, tender, fulfilling a narrative progression established across 2 games with a 10-year in-game and out-of-game time gap. Solis ultimately receives more narrative attention and more carefully explored backstory than any character in the franchise. Dramatically, a lot of that attention to detail goes to waste if you just bash his brains in. It pays off if, instead, he is allowed to love and be loved, to back down from violent and extreme ends, to allow the world to exist as something that no longer needs his support or his permission to be what it is. This is, finally and at last, matching the Dragon Age 4 in my mind and my imagination. But looking back, it isn't the discrepancy with the imaginary sequel in my mind that caused me the most disappointment. It was the constant sense that the things that Veilguard itself did best never quite got to live up to their creative potential. Treviso's big finale comes to mind particularly. The Ontom are led by a Qunari called the Butcher, and his vocal performance and digital stage presence absolutely beats the pants off every other villain in the game. He's so good, so unnerving, so well contrasted with the Arashok in Dragon Age 2. He loves this city, and in his love he has become violently possessive. And yet he's only there for a single scene. After that, he's just another boss fight. Because the Butcher is not directly tied to Lucanus, and Lucanus is the anchor character for Treviso, the Butcher can't be part of the story structure in a major way. When I look back on Veilguard, the parts that I remember enjoying the most were often exploratory and mechanical, and that's really not what I was expecting or hoping for. I found the environments fun to traverse, I enjoyed hunting for treasure chests, I found the game frequently very scenically beautiful. The combat also really is a joy. It's kinetic and reactive, in a style much closer to Dragon Age 2 than Inquisition. But it's so much better than either of those games, really. Only Origins had a real tactical emphasis. Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition only required tactical approaches on the higher difficulties, which I can't imagine being that much fun, because the games are all a little awkward and fiddly if you're trying to control the whole party at once, instead of just focusing on your player character. The combat in Veilguard exclusively focuses on the player. The companions have been reduced to support roles where you can use them as bonus abilities every 30 seconds or so, with a minor role as distractions or damage bonuses while you're waiting for things to recharge. The player has a wide list of abilities as well, and chaining them together in the combos the Dragon Age games have been focusing on for the last 2 titles feels more rewarding than it ever used to. The combat is just very smooth, very pretty, very polished. Dragon fights in particular are much better than they were in Inquisition, though both games suffer from the fights being all slightly overlong and also more or less the same with minor variations in damage types and aesthetics between dragons. They make up for it in cinematic spectacle. Veilguard's visual presentation is leagues ahead of where it was 10 years ago. Especially in the action-driven cutscenes, the camera angles are all fantastic. It's just an odd kind of sensation. Previously, I'd often felt like the combat was just filler between conversations. Now, because I feel less enthusiastic about a lot of the conversations, and because the combat has become so much more engaging in the moment-to-moment play, the filler has become my primary memory of the game experience. This isn't about the Dragon Age 4 I had imagined, it's about the Dragon Age 4 I received, how the game is easier to engage in new ways and harder to engage with when it comes to its traditional strengths. Some things waxed, some things waned, like Varric. He has been appearing all game long, but in very short bursts where he seems empty and tired. This is because he's dead. Solas is using a sliver of Varric's essence to fool you into thinking he's still alive, still giving advice. In truth, Solas killed him at the very beginning. It's fitting, in a way. Varric's storytelling and imaginative sensibilities really set the tone for the whole modern run of Dragon Age titles beyond Origins. With Veilguard, his time is over. He passes the torch to a new set of adventures, a new aesthetic, a new tone and genre style. We've moved past the Varric era. As he says, all stories have an ending, but as we've learned from Emmerich, death is change, a chance for renewal. To grow, sometimes you've got to let things go. Veilguard's position is just lodged awkwardly in the middle of that change, a live service game that had to be converted to a traditional single-player, a mechanical step forward and a narrative step back, a game that delivers more than ever on universal plot threads and dials back significantly the emphasis on player-specific custom world states. I would have done it differently, but it's not my story to tell, and I think Varric would be pleased, at least, that it goes out with a hell of a bang. The suicide mission at the end of Mass Effect 2 really was a high-water mark for Bioware quest design. It was such a phenomenal integration of player agency, companion investment, and narrative payoff. It's not surprising that Veilguard would want to follow in its footsteps. What is surprising are the ways in which Veilguard surpasses it. The climax of Veilguard leverages everything it does well in terms of cinematic spectacle, allowing a player to choose who does what job without knowing the dangers it entails. I've already talked about choices that can blight B'lar or Neve, or prompt either Davrin or Harding to sacrifice themselves. There are 3 other big choices to make during the Liberation of Minratha sequence, and they all happen in rapid succession, playing out over cutscenes. They aren't interactive, but they feel that way because your choices cue them up and determine their outcome. There are genuinely high stakes. You're met on the field by armies of enemies and allies alike. It has all that same sense of scale that Origins and Dragon Age 2 had at their climax, but which Inquisition largely lacked. Even though the final confrontation with Elgernon and your victory over him is essentially inevitable, there is a real atmosphere of danger and a pervasive sense that you could lose and fail. His command over the Blight is absolute, his army of Darkspawn infinite and unstoppable. Even the Dreadwolf at his wolfiest cannot defeat him, but you can. The sense of danger is also critical to another Bioware staple landing properly, the long goodbyes. Having the cast line up to shake your hand and talk about what a run it's been is one of my absolute favorite Bioware cliches. They do it every time, and I always love it. I had my frustrations with some of the cast and felt some of the stories were too simply told, but all in all, they did have good chemistry with one another, and I found myself quite fond of all of them in the end. I don't know if it recommends the game necessarily to say that I played it for 80 hours and decided I liked it in the 79th, but I really did feel deeply invested by the time I got to the climax. Veilguard is a simpler story than others in the franchise, but there is a meaningful optimism driving the simplicity. It is a more black and white story because it believes that the light must triumph over the dark, that the corrupt and selfish cannot win when people show courage and stay true to what they know in their hearts to be right. Maybe that feels a little naive, but hey, it is a fantasy after all. And it's not like this is the end of the franchise. Dragon Age 2 didn't do that well, and then Inquisition went on to be Bioware's best-selling title. In an interview with TheGamer.com, John Epler left things open, saying, quote, "One thing that we could have stated more clearly, or maybe alluded to more clearly in the game, is the idea that just because these choices from the past library of games didn't necessarily impact this particular story, that doesn't mean they're gone. This is a chance for us to really key into what matters with these events and what's happening in Northern Thedas. I do fully expect these choices going clear back to Dragon Age Origins will matter again, so I just want to be on record with that. Every one of your choices that people have made throughout their Dragon Age journey, those are still your choices." End quote. The Veilguard has ending slides, of a sort. Each faction briefly narrates a line or two about the choice you made and their associated companion quest. There are interesting story branches here to add to the great pile of the franchise, and because they do not interact with the previous choices very much, they can coexist more easily with those older choices if Dragon Age V does choose to follow up. There are lots of interesting hints about what that game might be. At the end of Tasha's questline, you learn about some of the first Qunari to appear in these lands, chased from their homes by some kind of ancient adversary. If you defeat 3 powerful, deeply optional bosses, you find a series of magically encrypted rings, all pointing to a mysterious organization watching from the shadows. Finding all 3 rings unlocks a brief epilogue scene that sets up the next game's villains, already alluded to back in some of the War Table missions from Inquisition. When that game comes out, it will be radically different from this one, as this one was radically different from the last, and so on. This is the thrill and the curse of Dragon Age as a franchise. It is literally always reinventing itself, even when it gets it right, and it might be better to stay the same for a while. Veilguard, despite being a little simpler in tone and execution, does not take away from the complexity of the franchise at large, and sometimes even adds to it in places like its revelations about the Blight. There is still nothing else in gaming quite like the feeling of playing 4 completely separate protagonists in 4 separate 100-hour RPGs that are nonetheless telling a perfectly linear, interconnected story. Veilguard may not honor many player choices from outside its purview of Northern Thedas, but it does offer many compelling choices within it. Game director Corinne Bush left Bioware following the Veilguard's release and reflected to Eurogamer about the experience, saying, quote, "I did what I set out to do at Bioware, that is, to come in and help right the ship. I love Dragon Age and Bioware, so the chance to return the game to a proper quality single-player RPG was the privilege of a lifetime. It was hard fought, as games with such tumultuous dev cycles rarely end up shipping, and even more rarely turn out great. We, as a team, did it. And it was hard. It took a toll on me. Bioware still has a lot of work to do culturally, but I do believe they are on the right footing now." End quote. I think it's better to have the Veilguard than for the project to have fallen into the cracks, leaving Trespasser as a permanent cliffhanger. Veilguard was designed with no DLC, and with the last patch already out, the game is complete and done. It's made so that, even if this is the end of the franchise, there is little left unsaid. Are there more threads to follow within Thedas? Of course, the setting is deeply flexible and full of untapped mystery, but Veilguard also deeply disappointed Electronic Arts in terms of sales, and the world right now is wildly unpredictable. Whether I get my little video games or not may not be a major concern in the coming years. But I think that's part of what the Veilguard is really all about, ultimately. Media that comforts in dark times. Media that believes in people's inherent goodness. Media that does not want to indulge so much in ambivalence and darkness because there is already so much of it to go around. Heroic fantasy might just be make-believe, but every day that we wake up, we get to choose what kind of person we want to be. Fantasy helps work through the challenge of finding that person, the effort of making choices to do good when doing evil is far more convenient and popular. That's the heart of every Dragon Age game, choice and consequence, the necessity of having to make a moral choice, the fortitude required to stick by it. Dark fantasy might feel more grounded and vivid, but heroic fantasy is aspirational. Solas is the villain in Veilguard because he does not really believe that the world can change, not without him forcing the change, because as a spirit he sees things as inherently immutable, structured according to their nature. But Varric was a mortal. He was a storyteller. He knew a thing or two about the chaos of living and embraced it in a way that Solas never could, which is why he confronted Solas even knowing it might mean his death. Varric believed natures can change. He also believed in endings, and the one thing he knew best about them was that every protagonist writes their own uniquely, no matter how epic, no matter how small. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Yes. 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 It will be done. So shall it be! It will be done.
the big Sarabas who's always with the Vidisala.
Cerebus, Rethrol, Shukra!
Come on.